All right. What do you guys think of the new ban system?
I definitely think it's good. Refreshing.
I really like it, bro. I think every map was like being played the same, and with the new bans, every game is like different. So
Yeah.
I like it.
Attacking can definitely be a lot harder now, like especially if you're not prepared for it.
Really? I actually would have said the other way around.
Really?
I actually think, because like on attack you have like so many like oppressing ops, like the shields, Ying, Grim, Glaz, all that kind of stuff. On defense you have like, it's not like crazy defense. Like there's just like classic operators. Like smoke on bank is like a classic.
I was just thinking. I was thinking more about around the art bridges. You know, like a lot of maps are about opening the walls and you being able to.
Yeah, I get
them.
that's definitely like club and stuff like that.
Yeah, if you're not like having the counter bans on the attack to ban the defenders, like imagine like just giving a scenario, you get Maverick banned and you have Bandit and Kate open. You're like on a clubhouse or on a night
Labs, yeah, Labs was bad back in the
I agree with you. Yeah.
It can be cooked.
I think it also like makes it so you have to have like a bigger bag. Like you have to understand how to play like with certain bans, and like you can't just crutch like certain operators compared to like how people used to. Like for instance, like your teammate Zach Spirits, he mained.
I know.
He made Blitz and BB every time, so like he was able to just kind of no bag those. But like now because of that, you have to develop like a better understanding of like more operators.
Easy on Throw Watch for these events.
Spirits,
that's
I've scrimmed him, and I would say he learned something. He learned to crutch a new op.
That's fine, exactly. Pick your poison. You ban 2 shields.
That's all I'm saying. I just learned to crutch a new op. That's all I did.
That's nice info here.
Yeah, but now you got guests with jockeys.
Now, I would add one thing you guys didn't talk about. I think Savage, you did a bit. It will be also a lot of mind game. I think.
Yes.
Like you said, if you just ban Bandit Cade and you just don't ban anything to anoint the opening bridge for the attacker, for example, the game can be really bad for you on one side. Or like if you ban Warden, for example, and any team is just playing Glass Ying for 3 rounds. That can be really annoying.
Especially on the long run. Imagine like you're running like the same operator bans for quite a few matches, and then just on the grand final you swap it up and the team is like not expecting it or didn't read into it at all. Like that could end the entire map, you know?
That's also why I kind of do and don't like it, because like Club, for example, it used to take like actual like brain power to go and get breaches off. Like on Labs too, it would take like skill, and there's teams here, in my opinion, which can now just ban 2 Warden ops, takes 0 IQ, wall open.
Surely
back in the day, they'd be on the wall for like a minute. Like just scratching their head. Like
But then if you if
but
the
then you
team
punish them.
bans like Kaiden bandits, like the default ban, and you ban Termite and Ace, like the ban they did,
100%.
it goes to the trash, you know.
Yep.
And you ban Felma Ace, baby blitz up.
It is about that. It's like
That's what it is.
You ban a few like a Warden, so to force them onto banning a Ingar Glass, and then you go and just play the shields or you
That's what I think this event's going to be. I think the team that's going to go far are the teams that just abuse the bans the most.
And they are able to adapt on the spot.
I also think a big thing with like banning like Warden specifically, like on Opster you have to play like the site, like the floor above. You can't play the win con of like killing like planners or anything from the top. So you have to like learn like you have to have a new strat basically to like stop it.
Overall, I think it's really refreshing.
Yeah, for sure. Refreshing is like the best word to describe it. Especially because like maps like Clubhouse that were being played the exact same for years. It's like a whole new map almost.
But that was the favorite map of the Nave. That's
why you can't go wrong with Clubhouse. It's just classic. It's classic.
Yeah.
Here we Joker very quickly. We're doing the 1v1s right now. PSG Talon versus Alave. It's happening live. You're down 2-1. What's going through your head right now?
I mean, we played very bad on the map, so we can take it back here. Right now, Ryder lost like 1 duel where he had no information. The other 2, like he had information, lost 1 gunfight. I think it's looking okay-ish. He can make it, but I mean, it's only 1 bullet now up on the board for us.
Yeah, as you said, it's already 2-1, so only with the 1 bullet. Did you guys practice any 1v1s before today?
Yeah, we did yesterday, and we did like a few weeks ago when it got announced. We did a little tournament to like see who wants to play and who will play. And yeah, Ryder was the best, usually winning everything, so we're confident.
It's happening live right now. It's 2-1. If you can somehow pull it out, win the next 2 rounds, you only have the 1 bullet tomorrow. Have you thought that far ahead?
Not really. I mean, realistically, you should be out. Like, how can you get back? We lost our extended mech card, so we can only bet 1 bullet for 2 more games. So like a maximum of 4 bullets it could be. I mean, we're still in, so we can still play and get the practice, but realistically, we can't make it to the playoffs anymore.
At the end of the day, it's a long year ahead. You've taken a lot from this tournament to then go into stage 1.
Yeah, I mean, especially the bootcamp before, like just playing in Brazil, playing against all the international teams, is just practice we need, and yeah, I hope that helps us in stage 1 and stage 2.
Thank you very much, Joke. I'll let you watch the rest of the 1v1.
Good morning and welcome everybody to Rio de Janeiro. We're live in Brazil one more time, and it is day number 4 out of 5. Hope you're all doing well. We've had a lot of fun over the past 3 days, and today we turn up the heat. Well, to 10. Tomorrow it's up to 11. Hello, I'm Milos, your host. With me are Alfama and Fresh. First of all, gents, we saw that interview that happened with PSG Talon.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, Joker and the squad are out.
They're gone. They didn't win the 1v1.
But you know who's here? You two. Yesterday we had Fox and Laxing, and of course everybody's always around to kind of catch the matches live in person in the studio. What have you done on your day off? What have you been feeling about for today?
What did we do on our day off? Well, we was
worked.
just backstage in the green room, just watching the games, living the games, loving the games, by the way, during the 1v1s.
Oh yeah.
And Leo did a load of content as well.
Yeah, we're maybe gonna see more of the
He's a
content
machine.
that we did yesterday, today, but overall, like the 1v1 stuff, I've got to say, I think it's one of the most refreshing mechanics that we've seen in Esports Siege, in Modern Siege so far.
I couldn't actually sit down during the 1v1 yesterday. It was like
crazy.
Both games were going close. You know, when it was the 2 games that were guaranteed a 1v1, I was like, I can't sit down and watch this. I was stood up. I was nervous. I was so invested.
Post G action like this, like one taps.
That IQ play was so
the
smart.
trade, the IQ play, but there's also the trade on bar. I got to cast one of those 1v1s, which is a lot of fun because I'm rusty as hell.
Throwback.
I have not casted since like, actually maybe casting with Des or Emmy for a bit. That was like 3 years ago. It's a lot of fun, and that's all what we are about here at Reload. Now, in fun, there's also a bit of misery. So let's take a look at our leaderboard and what things have looked like so far. There's been a lot of shakeups, Jack.
Yeah, of course, we've got the best 2 teams in the competition. Currently, Cloud9 and Elevate up there at the top, just in front of world champions Furia. Obviously, teams have started playing their cards yesterday. We saw the extended mag cards come out. Particularly, that's how Cloud9 and Elevate got themselves up there. But these have generally been the teams at the top of the standings that have been winning their games.
Yesterday was the round of all risk and all rewards. If you look at it, Cloud9 Elevate, they risked the extended mag. They went with the most amount of bullets and a gain from it. But then if you look at the lesser 10 teams, you will see the shorthand of that.
Yeah, the bottom end of this graphic also kind of shows instability, right? The highlight of the tournament so far, and I can say this myself, and I think all 3 of us are qualified to say this here, EU sucks. We're going to have to really work
Even Falcons, even our saving grace.
They're all the way down there, and you might see PSG Talon, they're grayed out because, like I said, they are eliminated, which means we're down to 19 out of 20 teams. That is an odd number. This has never happened in the history of Siege, of course, because this format allows for this sort of thing to happen. Usually it is always not an odd number. It just makes things nice and clean. However, what happens in this case? W7M last night in the draft, they were the only team that was not picked by anyone, and it meant that today they had a bye, which means they do not play today. Now, they still get bullets, and the way that works is that it is the average of all of the positives, so all of the 1 bullets today, not counting elimination cards and not counting extended mags. We'll make it simple once
It's just the bullets reloaded.
Basically, all the bullets reloaded that have been 1 at the end of the day, the average of them. Now, 1 card has entered play for the first time, and Falcons are the ones to play it.
Yeah, it was very, I would say, tactical by Falcons with how many bullets they reloaded yesterday, so that should the worst have occurred, which it did, they lost, they would end up on 1 bullet. So if you start a round and you are on 1 bullet left, currently that has only been Falcons inside of this entire tournament, should you win, you will receive an additional bullet. It is an automatic trigger, it is a passive card that comes into play, and there's only Falcons inside of the draft so far that can even be eligible
eligible to play it.
Yeah, and it's just automatic. It's one of those passive cards that gets put into play, but an active one is Extended Mag. You've heard us talk about it 1,000,001 times. Leo, can you refresh it one more time?
This one is the game changer in this first phase. The idea is that whatever the amount of bullets you will reload in your matchup, you add 6 more bullets. So if you win, you're going to win loads of bullets, but if you lose, you're also losing all of that. And that means that lots of teams have taken a risk, Jack.
Yeah, and we saw 4 extended mags used yesterday. Cloud9 and Elevate both used theirs. They got themselves up to the top of the table. It was G2 and SSG that lost when they played theirs. That's why they had to play for elimination, because they lost so many bullets inside of that game.
And Extended Mags work both ways, right? They can be a huge positive for you with +6, but if you lose the game, that puts you into the negative. And we saw the dual cards, they just do not exist today anymore. It was a one-time only. It was a lot of fun, but it's no longer something that can save you.
Yeah, you look at Space Station, they reload 14 bullets in total. They lose 14, so they go minus, they go to 0. They save themselves with a dual card. That cannot happen today. So people are taking huge risk, and they know they're on the verge of elimination.
And we can eliminate so many teams.
We can eliminate 3 to 7 teams today, but if you missed the action from yesterday, here's a quick recap. That's the excitement that we were all feeling.
Yeah.
Scars, of course, survived for just a bit.
I was praising for Scars.
My God, it was a fun time. Cloud9 there. Kobilak could not win the 1v1. Now, KAG versus Liquid is our first matchup for today, and we want to take a look at the KAG roster, which I have to say, kind of have impressed in where they are. Given how all the other teams have been kind of playing, there's an opportunity to bring it back.
Yeah, I think for KAG, it's actually not been a bad tournament at all so far. You know, they've had their ups and downs, but this is a roster that we're used to seeing being eliminated quite early in international events. I don't think that's unfair to say whatsoever. They've done a pretty decent job, kept themselves in it so far.
I think the format was pretty good for them. Loads of BO1s, loads of ways to surprise people, loads of ways to be unpredictable. I just think so far it's been a so-so event. I expected a little bit more for them, and right now they're on the verge of elimination, so it's tough.
It may be where cards save them. Let's see what they locked in for today. They've gone for an extended mag, and the question is how many bullets also go with it? Up to 14!
Absolutely. So KAG are going for it. They've seen that they've got an opportunity today, should they beat their opponents in Team Liquid, that they've got an opportunity to send themselves through, because obviously we put our top 4 teams through today. It will be worth saying, should they lose this game, KAG will not be KAGing, they will be going home.
Well, the squad is now walking in, of course, getting themselves ready for said matchup. The question is, I mean, APAC, you're looking for what we call in French a percée, right? You've had FearX have been replicating that success, but KAG, they've always been close to that main stage, but it's been a while.
They're low on bullets, and this new format allows them to maybe have just that one chance to finally make it to main stage. They're closer than they've ever been. They're 1v1 away from doing it.
There'll be so many people so happy if KAG make it the main stage.
And today we can qualify up to 5 teams, a minimum of 4. So there's a lot to go through. Now, if we were to look at stats, numbers specifically from KAG, what is something that stands out?
I think realistically, their aggression made them unpredictable before. But now it has made them extremely predictable. If you look at their entries, they're the worst entry team in the tournament. They're 20th rank. And they've only got a success rate at entry of 29%. That is ridiculously bad. And the reason for this is everybody expects KAG to be KAGing around. So everybody expects KAG to be running in a window, lurking somewhere. Everybody plays intel operators, and they're shutting them down efficiently every single match. Liquid is one of the best teams to counter that. It's going to be rough for them.
Well, let's talk about Liquid in this case. You see KAG are just setting up here, but Liquid are focus for this game. It turns out that just with a small little shift, this team can actually perform when it's needed.
Yeah, I think there's a refreshed energy kicking around Liquid this event. You know, we're so used to seeing them at international events. We're so used to seeing that kind of heartbreak because of the expectations. I don't think the expectations necessarily were there for Liquid, and then they've come up and they've produced some massive results against other Brazilian teams, and they're going to be feeling great.
Let's get a status update on Team Liquid. They've also gone for an extended mag card, again boosting it up with 6 bullets, and they've loaded 10 to the 14, but that's all they have.
Exactly, so they have extended mag, they've gone for the max amount that KAG have in 4, plus the 6 from the extended mag. They've gone for 10. They need as many bullets as possible, again, to try and go through, because they will go to 20 should they win. However, they're risking elimination by doing so, which means, because KAG are also doing it, both teams, whoever loses, will be eliminated from this tournament today.
This is a very weird strategy in my head, because they could have went with 9 bullets if they wanted to, save 1. Worst case scenario, they lose today. Tomorrow they have 1 bullet. They can use then the survivor card to have 1 more bullet if they win on round 5, and they could try to reload the maximum amount. Realistically though, in the best scenario, they would get 10 bullets in round 5.
Yeah,
that wouldn't be enough.
Probably not enough, yeah. It's kind of do or die. They're kind of forced into the situation today. They either had to go really, really aggressive with their bullets and reloading, or quite passive, and they're against KAG.
Could have had an extra.
Who they would be expecting to beat.
That's just how it is, right? You have to risk it. You have to risk it at some point, but sometimes maybe not as much. 1 bullet less, maybe that'll save you a bit. However, we watched Team Liquid beat FaZe yesterday. I want to take a look at their reactions, because it's so refreshing seeing Liquid full of energy. I feel like it has been a while where just things are rolling. Look, they're so excited. They're so high.
There. Look at Nesk. Look at Maya, especially, like the new synergy between Maya and Nesk. I think now the new pillars of the team. And you've got to ask, why does it matter so much to beat FaZe? Well, you look at their head-to-head. It's been 738 days since they had beaten FaZe. It was the Classico that they would always lose, and finally they've managed to do it. All it took was replacing the IGL and replacing the strong member Palu with Diaz.
It meant that a little bit more yesterday, didn't it? It's not just about getting the reloads, getting the bullets in the chambers.
It's about
beating a big
mattering, right?
rival.
Yeah.
And we were saying it during the draft show, actually, when Liquid got picked by FaZe. Can they even play their checking card? And was like, no, they've got to ego challenge this, and then they won.
And it worked out for them. Now the question is, what map do we go to here with Liquid against Cyclops? Let's see, because we still function with a 9-map pool. That has not changed, despite the fact we swapped the Swedish X. Nighthaven Labs is where we go to, as Lair's been banned by Liquid. Go for it.
I'm really not a big fan of that pick for KAG. The reason I'm saying this is Nighthaven Labs is one of the smallest maps in the map pool right now. It's one of the maps where you know exactly what you can do. You know, most of the times the attack is coming from one side or one another. You can pretty much figure it out really quickly. And also, their starting attack.
I was going to say, Leo, I love disagreeing with you, but I'm going to agree with you as well. I'm going to compound on
I was
that.
hoping for a debate.
KAG are going to be starting on attack on Nighthaven Labs against Liquid, and it just feels like that might be a little bit of a step too far. Remember, this is a best of 1, not a best of 3. Attack side really matters.
Gentlemen, we have a game in our hand again. Elimination potentially. For that, we'll send it to our casters, because Leo, you're going to be casting. Everybody gets a bit of a turn. I'm sure Jack, you will have one later on today.
Who knows?
Maybe if Derry says yes.
If Derry lets me. He doesn't let me do a lot of things.
That's just how life is. Derry,
I'm
Tim.
not going to say in this.
No.
I don't let him have the same.
A wonderful marriage it is. Gentlemen, please, a wonderful day. We're going to have to kick it off with an elimination game.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And yes, what a way to start the day, Tim. Elimination Tuesday we're on today.
I don't even know what day it is. We're on Elimination Day 4. That's all I know.
He knows it ends in day, and that's about as far as it gets when it comes to days of the week, unfortunately. But yes, as we know, yesterday we had all of our 1 versus 1. Today, well, you don't quite get that fortune. You're getting yourself kicked out of this one. And here's our Frenchman stepping in. Leo's on the air as well. How are you, good sir? How'd you come to get this morning for breakfast?
I actually just got a coffee because I'm French, so I just go for the cafe and that's it.
Okay.
A strong cafe.
That's really boring. What about a croissant?
There's no croissant here.
That's kind of a lie. I swear I've seen one at breakfast.
Well, there's no French croissant here. Let me reflect that.
To be fair, they do hit different. I'm always disappointed by pain au chocolat in the UK. It's I've given up trying to find good ones.
Once you've got the French ones, it's tough to go and buy another one, you know?
My wife's sick of hearing it. Every time I get one, I'm like, well, it's not Paris. Sick of it.
Yeah, she's just saying to you, saying, oh, well, it's not Japan, is it?
It's not the same, is it?
Leo, I tell you what, we've got the big brains on the cast. Why don't you give us some big brain analysis of these bans? What's going on here?
All right, so we've got an Azami ban coming through, something to make the turtle setups a little bit less strong, and obviously Liquid is going for the shields ban. I mean, no big surprise here, obviously, right? You're playing against KAG, you want to remove that from them. They're one of the best shield team in the world. Also because, let's be real, it kind of lowers the skill ceiling and the synergy ceiling that they have.
What do you think they're about? They've gone for Blackbeard and Blitz, but they've left Anaton's Monty up. He gets 3 rounds with Monty if he chooses. Is that something that KAG should be looking immediately to think, right, we can abuse that a little bit, get him in there, get on that Monty, try and grab those 3 rounds?
100%. So one of the things that I pointed out is they're starting in attack. One of the main things that KAG have been losing at is entry, right? They've been the worst team at entry so far. The Monty will allow you to get in the building safer. Right now what they're playing, hard breach, Thatcher for the wall denial, and then a Monty to get in. So they're trying to problem solve the entering in the building, which has been a problem for a long time. Try to get to the bomb site quickly enough, and then start working the bomb site, the core of the bomb site. So it perfectly makes sense for them. Now let's see in round 4 if they actually still have the Monty.
The really interesting one is looking back at the last time KAG played this map. This was back at their side. They got 7-0 there by Unwanted. It was dominance. But the day before they played M80, they won it. This is their favorite map. They pick it every chance they get. Not many teams give them the chance to go here. So I think for them it's very much a confidence thing. Coming here knowing that if you get those 14 bullets, well, you are laughing come the end of the day. And wouldn't it be a story for KAG to send Liquid home?
It certainly would. We're into things then. Round 1. Action is underway. KAG versus Team Liquid. As you can see, both of these teams really going on in today, trying to make sure that they get themselves into the strongest position possible. Liquid, of course, let's not forget, we're focused on the Cyclops side of things, but, you know, Liquid have risked it all as well, essentially, and are in a position where they too could be eliminated. Depending how this one goes down. We've just got the IT wall being open nice and early there, Leo, giving themselves that access, just making it a little bit more difficult to hold on to Catwalk as well.
Yeah, so they're basically trying to break the outer layer of the bomb site, which is always the case here. You want to breach, you know, on the south side, on the north side, and also have a backstab right now with Shibisu on the glass from the Aqua side. They're trying to have a 3-way pinch. It's just a matter now of getting in here, actually. They've got garage control, and this is a big thing for them, right? They've already opened the IT wall, and they've already got the control, what, 150? That's really good timing for these guys.
Also not forgetting as well, you still got Maya below feeding information on what's going on that pulse, actually to see if is it a decoy in towards IT, if they opened it up and left it, is it that phantom pressure we speak about? Where's the main focus? And the answer is always going to be where the Monty is. He's already inside of sight here, staring down at this blitz, sorry, the bandits are just inside of sight. Now also getting this wall opened up at the same time. This could actually go through and get rid of the exothermic, but no, Black Ray's offline, that wall's not getting opened, almost a double C4 kill, but it feels like KAG here, Tim, have been pushed back.
Anaton's just getting bullied from both sides, and I love the echo pick coming in from Liquid. They've basically read into exactly what I said. Look, we'll take the Blackbeard, we'll take the Blitz. We know they're going to play the Monty. So we bring the Echo, we deal with it with the Yokai, and Anaton, you can see how uncomfortable he's been up there on that warehouse catwalk. He's just been bullied from every side. He manages to pick up the downed Maya, but Nesk manages to find Arcole. All of a sudden, it's 4v2, and Liquid looking super comfortable.
You can see clearly the use of the intel game here. Against a team like KAG, that's going to be very unpredictable, that's going to try to lurk in, that's going to try to be surprising you. The pulse from below to have information consistently on the sides where they're attacking, and then the Yokai drone. Double intel combo onto garage, and what did they give them? 3 kills.
I think Shuri is stuck, unfortunately, so this one is very much an Anaton 1 versus 4, it feels like. Not going to get away with this round, but to give it to Liquid, they've defended really aggressively. They're actually trying to bandit trick as they know that the Monty was right up in their face as well, giving nothing over to the other side and pushing them back at every single turn. It's what you want to see. So, a good first solid round from them. They'll go with that for 1-0.
It's a smart strategy, actually, to give them away garage. That's completely the bait, right? We give you garage, you take it, we're going to flank you with a pulse later on. I like the strategy, and also do that based on the intel of the UK drone. Really good and smart play from Liquid so far.
Yeah, Liquid definitely read into exactly what was going to happen after that first banning phase, and like I say, after when we get towards that round 4 ban, wouldn't surprise me in the slightest to see the Monty then taken away, and all of a sudden you're looking at 3 attacking rounds for Cyclops, and you know, what do they do from there?
Well, hopefully that one's one they'll write off and say, cool, we go again, we had the right idea, but we did get stung a little bit by Maya. The thing that I've really appreciated as well was it's actually Anaton winning the 1 versus 1 into Maya at range with the Monty pistol. We know what he can do with his shield, but doing it at range is asking a little bit much, and he still gets away with it.
Now it's going to be interesting if they keep trying to work the core of the bomb site first, or if they actually try and roam clear and get rid of anyone that may be annoying, and then actually go and start to do the work, right? Right now I'm kind of disappointed that no one was watching the flank for them. Like that's something quite basic.
I think that's something they're going to have to do realistically, Leo, because I talk about top floor on Night Haven quite a lot, and you've got that option as an attacker to just say, you know what, forget about the rest of the map. It's unless you get hit by a nitro from underneath, which isn't that common, you're pretty much good to go. You watch your garage flank. Other than that, you can go straight to side. But like, if we flip that and say, now you're attacking basement, that's really not the case, because if you don't go clear those roamers out, you're going to get hammered time after time.
And it's going to be tough for them if they go and try and spread out again. That's basically what happened there. They spread out. And Shibisu didn't have anything to do in Aqua. He could have been watching that flank. If they go and spread out again against a roaming setup, I'm afraid they're just going to be getting picked one by one. The Monty is their way into the building. They should back him up, get some intel, get someone, get a good entry behind that Monty, get your way in the building to start roam clearing.
Reason why we're in a tech pause, I'm pretty sure, by the way, is probably related to that stick that we see from the Thatcher, and now have that conversation with the admins about, do we replay out that round there? Because naturally, when trying to get in through the main wall on Catwalk, it's hard to do so if the bandit's there tricking it away and you haven't got the Thatcher that would normally help you overcome that. So that's why I think we're in this spot now and just figuring out what to do next before we get things back underway. So we'll update you as we hear more.
Yeah, we will. And the thing is, you know, ultimately, it's one of those situations, you know, it happens, the players will just get themselves back in, and, you know, whether it's at 1-0 or 0-0, they'll just get on with playing the next round. You just play what's in front of you and go from there. But like I think, really, looking at that round, it makes me look at Cyclops there and I think, they've just seen the size of the task that they're up against. Whilst, you know, they've had some options that they would favour on attack, the Monty, the Glass, the way Liquid have dealt with that, you know, has been spot on, really, and I think that signals to them that it's not going to be an easy day.
I think it throws me back to something that I was experiencing when I was playing in APAC, when I was screaming in APAC. It's the kind of small things that APAC teams in scrims maybe won't test about you. You know, you may not face that in scrims. You may not face that pulse flanking you at the right timing, that bait of leaving your garage. You know, maybe they're just playing their rehearsed attacks and they're not used to facing these kind of little challenges. And that, I wouldn't be surprised about it. It's also the reason why coming into this international tournament is a great way for these guys to improve and to get more tested.
Sure. So just go through the last couple of details here before we can get things back underway once more. Question for you as well, Leo. What game are you most excited for today? This one's always fun because, one, you get to cast it, and two, it's an elimination game. But what else are you looking forward to? I
think the Fnatic FaZe game, knowing that there is a world in which Fnatic eliminates a world champion. I think it's kind of unlikely, right? But I think it's, you know, that would be a big surprise for me. And if you just want really, really high quality of Siege, if you want the best teams in the tournament right now, W7M is not playing. So what you're left with is DZ Furia, and I think that's going to be an amazing matchup at the end.
They're the afters, basically, Tim, is what I'm hearing there. We haven't got the best one, so we'll roll out the comedy, the tribute act here, basically, to the best team in the world.
I'm looking forward to that one at the end of the day. Dark Zero Furia is going to be a big one. Over on the B stream as well, there's a game that I'm interested in. That's the
Falcons
Fear-X Falcons.
That's probably like...
Fear-X looks so good, Jesse, but so casual with it as well. They're just playing their game and they know how good they are right now. And I think Falcons are going to struggle. A lot of people will look at that going in and think, yeah, Falcons win that. I really wouldn't be too convinced.
I was actually speaking with Falcons manager yesterday, Frenchie, who used to be a French caster, by the way, just before joining them. And Fear-X was actually the first choice initially. When they saw them beat Space Station, they then reversed to picking Cloud9, and then Cloud9 chickened out, so they reversed back to Fear-X.
Yeah.
And I told him, you know, like on paper, picking Fear-X, yeah, that makes sense for you. And he told me, realistically, we're Falcons. If we don't beat Fear-X, we don't deserve to go to Phase 2. But I wanted to tell him, you know, like the new Fear-X is very different. You're looking at the strong core of Damwon and the best up-and-coming fraggers from Korea in Good Boy, you know. And so when you look at this setup and you look at their performance so far, Fear-X, they've got a 77% win rate in defense. That's almost 8 rounds out of 10. That's completely crazy. They've got some of the best stats in the tournament. Falcons could go out today, not even make it to quarterfinals. No one would have bet on that.
I mean, we look at this, like coming in, we obviously get to cast, we get to watch every game because we're casting a lot, and after you've had a long day of casting, the last thing I do is go and sit down and watch for the 8 hours or so of Siege. You've got to sleep at some point in a 24-hour cycle. We're not total degenerates anymore. And I was really excited to get to casting yesterday, actually see, is all this hype actually really a thing? And it was. Like, I know SSG weren't exactly kind of at their best, but incredibly impressed by the performance. So many teams surprising us, putting up good numbers, showing they've got that technical prowess, especially from APAC, that you wouldn't expect to see. it's been wonderful to see.
We have had word on the game. It is going to be a replayed round, if that's actual issue. So the difference as well that we learned between a replay and a rehost, when we go into a replay, it's completely fresh picks. You could do a different site if you want, whatever operators you want. It's complete replay of the round rather than a rehost where it's early in the round and you've kind of got to do the same things. So a replay will give a bit of freedom. I think, to be honest, we'll probably see very similar stuff. I think we'll still see Liquid go up to that top floor. We'll see when we get back in. But that's what we are waiting on. We'll just get all the lobby rebuilt and resorted and we will be back into this one.
I can't say Nest looks too pleased with the decision, but obviously Liquid don't see what we all see, which
Teams
was that
are always going to argue their own point of view. Of course they are, but, you know.
I mean, Ness, buddy, chill. Like I say, they don't get to see what we see, which was the Thatcher completely stuck, which made things a lot harder for them. Like, sure, they tried to play the round out, as players always should. Like in any sport, you play to the referee's whistle. In football, here you play until you're told to stop playing, and they tried to do the best what they could do with the 4 versus 5. I imagine Liquid feel a little bit hard done by, because they were talking a bit of smack in all chat towards the end of that round, and now they're realising, oh, okay, it doesn't get to stick, and there was a reason for it. Damn, that sucks.
I understand their frustration. In the end, you're Liquid. You're a championship, you know, you're aiming to win championship roster. You're playing against KAG, a team that hasn't qualified for main stage in many different events. You should be confident that you're going to beat them, even if you rehearse to one round.
Totally.
But I understand the argument. I know from a player POV, you know, you're always going to defend your teammates. You're always going to be stand up for them. And Nesk is the leader for that team, so he's always going to argue with the referees for that one. You can't blame him for it.
Something else we figured out here, and we'll get back to things in a moment, I expect.
This is the kind of moment where I'd love to have to. I'd love to have
this
this
is
sound.
where we need
I want to hear what they're saying.
I think you'd hear a number of expletives, so I don't think production are like, no, you're getting nowhere near these comms, guys. Only the timeouts. We'll figure our way through these last couple of bits and then get back into things. Sorry about the delay, guys. I appreciate it's our first round of the day, but you'd rather have it at the start than towards the back end of the day when all the games have worn on. Get it out of the way to begin with.
How have we been finding Rio, Leo?
Rio Leo.
Oh, I'm a poet.
Rio Leo, well, it's been amazing for me so far. I think the weather, especially at the beginning, was crazy. It was like really sun, amazing weather, amazing landscapes.
A little bit cloudy, a little bit rainy the last couple of days, but it seems to be picking back up again now.
I've been locked in just to watch the games, you know.
Too locked in.
I haven't really noticed.
You don't. There's a sky out there.
Yeah, no, I'm too focused on the games right now.
You all feel bad for Dev. Dev landed like a day after all of us, and it was like bad weather.
It was like, yeah, the weather's been really bad in Rio, hasn't it? Like, no, not the first 2 days. He was like, oh, great.
He's like, the ones where I wasn't here, like, yeah, those ones are amazing.
Yeah, they were
and
really
it's been great, it's been rainy. It's like today the sun's starting to come out, it is nice and warm, and I guess blessed for him, they are off today, so he actually gets to enjoy a little bit of the sun, but there's still grey clouds in the sky, so I'm like, it's not flawless yet for him. Tomorrow it'll be nice, and I think tomorrow he's casting, so I have to wait a little bit longer to be able to enjoy himself fully in the sun.
And we've got our blue sky and sun behind us anyway, all the time.
On the backdrop.
That's true.
Yeah, we've got a
We were so confused when we arrived. We had this like doggy drone. We were like, why is there a dog pushing? Why is there a dog drone? Like, why is this a thing? And then you realise, okay, yeah, actually, it's all part of the theme and behind it. I love it. It's class.
Now you just gotta expect Liquid, with the experience they have in each players, to just, you know, reset mentally.
Totally.
Well, it's an interesting question, Leo. You know, from a player's perspective, when you're sat here like this for 5-10 minute break, obviously you've come into the match, you've warmed up, you've gone through your process, whatever that is. Maybe a little bit of target practice or getting in there. How much does this impact on your ability in the server?
That can completely throw you off your game. You know, it's not like if you just lost a clutch or something and you can come back for it. You can have your teammates be like, it's okay. Right now, it's all of the team getting punished, quote unquote, because they have to replay a round that they won. And you can see they're still frustrated. If I'm the coach right now, or if I'm one of the most experienced player in the team, I'm telling everyone to just start focusing on what's going next. You can't argue more. Let's reset mentally. Let's not be frustrated. Let's come in this with the same fresh mind that you come in the match. They reloaded 10 bullets here. Realistically, they can lose this PO1 and be out, and that would be crazy to them. Instead, if they win, they will likely be the first team to qualify to quarterfinals. They will be on 20 bullets. Not many teams can go and beat that right now in today.
No, I think, like you say, the 20 is going to be a fairly safe mark. Obviously, we keep looking at the league tables and we second guess what might happen here and there with each different matchup, and we start getting an idea of maybe, what sort of point totals are going to make teams secure. And as you say, I think 20 is definitely heading in that direction to get the job done today and give themselves a nice little day off tomorrow.
That's it. Same as us, mate. Oh, day off tomorrow?
Well, day off tomorrow.
Sun. Hopefully enjoy the sun. I think it's raining at the start.
I think it's supposed to be a bit rainy and cloudy, but we'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Leo, can I just ask, like, you've come and joined us for a cast. Within 5 minutes, you sat down.
It's because I'm flat-footed. I have a health issue that prevents me.
Have you seen me run? I got the. I went to going up my feet checked out. And I've got what they call a 10-to-2 stance. When you stand like that, left foot points out towards 10, and this one out towards 2, and it's I can't even say what the word is. Plantar fasciitis or something.
Yeah, so
okay.
It's basically where
it's not, but yeah.
So I can't remember exactly how you say it.
Yeah.
People in chat will be like, "Well, I'm a foot expert, and actually I know what it is," and I'll be already questioning you if you're a foot expert.
I think I know what it is, but I don't want to like.
It's where like the inside bridge of your foot isn't like as flat to the ground as like the rest of your foot is, so you're kind of almost like leaning out. And I've also got bowed knees, thanks, Dad. So that doesn't really help. But I've got some running shoes back that I've got rails built into the side of them, and it's so weird to wear because it almost forces you stance in a certain way. And my feet then are much more normal. Otherwise, I'm like this the whole time. It's dead strange. I know what you mean about having feet issues, Leo.
Yeah, that's not the best thing, right? Especially when we stand up a lot for the energy. But
the reason why I actually asked you that, I was trying to lead you down this path of you saying, "Oh, well, I was debating changing into flip-flops," and I was going to be like, "What are those?" But you're still wearing your proper running shoes.
It's because
did you see him get his flip-flops out in the green room?
Yeah, they're like sliders. Yeah.
Yeah, I couldn't believe it. See, he's wearing proper like nice, fancy, like dark brown shoes. You know, looks the part. And then if
Leo
you
always
here,
looks the part, to be honest.
Well, if hang on a minute.
I've got to play the role. I'm the French on the lineup. I need to be well dressed all the time.
on here,
Most one of the fashionable people I know.
If it appeared here wearing flip-flops, I would have just had a meltdown, I swear. It would have been hilarious.
Give me 20 seconds.
Where are they? He's going to get. That's it. Okay, he's actually going to.
Gotta go.
Get his
Yeah, gotta go and get him.
Oh yeah, I'm so in for this. Leo in flip-flops.
I mean, you're right. There's your all about the comfort.
That is very true. I am.
You can't be coming in here like the stuff I've seen you casting in, particularly bottom half. Like
that is
anything that's not visible on camera, whether it be joggers, whether it be
shorts.
We've seen it all.
Nothing, just my underwear at some point. I'm sure. Nah.
I don't remember that one.
Of course, they're French as well.
Obviously, that'd be a French brand. Now I can stand up.
Yeah, there he is. Look at him. Now I can actually do it. What are those? What's going on?
They're amazing flip-flops.
They are. They look very cozy. I'll give you that, mate.
They are super cozy. You should try. Oh, yeah.
Nah, I'm wearing shoes.
Yeah, you're wearing shoes.
I'm doing my job properly, you see.
All right, okay. That's how you welcome me. All right. I won't be coming back, I can tell you guys. I come in here for a funny TriCast, and then we've been filling time for what?
You think this is a joke? This is a funny TriCast? This is deadly serious, mate.
Oh, I can see
we're
that.
We're all business here.
I can see that. You talking about my flip-flops?
Someone's walked past at the camera purely because you are wearing flip-flops.
There's another 5 people have just come in.
That's weird. That was a whole crowd now staring at your shoes, Leo. What's going on?
I'm feeling uncomfortable right now. I might just put my shoes back.
This will be the first and last time he comes through a TriCast.
Yeah. I'm getting bullied on the
Nobody's ever TriCast with a swag, have they? I don't know.
That's weird, actually.
That's weird, isn't it?
That.
Yeah, maybe there is a reason for this.
I'm actually running through my head now as they don't ever actually... This is not a serious point.
I said it
You're
jokingly.
just proving them right.
I said it jokingly, and as I was saying it, I was like...
Hang on a minute.
I think that might be true. Surely Fresh has done.
I was about to say, if anyone was have done more.
I mean, Fresh is coming back. He's definitely done one, and he's coming back for another one today.
That's only because he's recovered from the scars of last time.
But then again, we spend a lot of time with Fresh, so
Yeah.
he probably already knows how to tolerate us.
That is true.
But we've done lots of TriCasts, but I'm not sure that we've had anybody as a returning guest. So maybe that's on us. Maybe that's on Des picking on people's footwear. Who knows?
Mate, to be fair, I don't make a habit of picking on footwear. To be fair, it's not normally something I do. It's just
for me. Just for the French guy.
I love you in a nice fancy shirt, and like you got some nice like pants on as well. And then pants is a real American term for it, isn't it? And then the worst thing is you're wearing these sliders with socks.
Yeah, because I don't want to show you my toes right now.
Why not? Why not right now?
You have to pay for it usually.
I see.
That's not free.
Where can I subscribe?
I'm not going down that road.
I'll take you down that road, Leo.
Drag
you down with me. We've got all our players back in lobby, by the way. We are just filling a bit of time until we get ourselves back into things. So appreciate you sticking with us and having a conversation about Leo's feet is certainly one way to pass the time.
No, I'm just looking at the pro cameras there. It's actually good to see Maya smiling again. I was just,
Oh, it looked like he was about to punch the screen earlier.
Yeah, it's just like, about 2 minutes ago. So I kind of wanted, when I see them reset mentally, once again, like I don't want them to be too pissed about it.
Oh, maybe he's still going. Yeah.
Oh, yeah, he's still going. Okay.
That monitor is shaking right now.
I think once you're in the game, you're in the game. After 1 or 2 rounds won, you'll be fine.
Yeah, that's it.
But you do need, if KAG plays this and win the round, then that's another story.
I'm not giving it towards resets, by the way. I clocked this earlier, and I think our production team also showed it with the cameras, a little close in. It's quite rare that you see someone playing with a picture on their desk. Instead, it's like a plushy toy or something like that, or Joel the Fish, as we all know and love. But here actually having a picture on the desk is really, really cute.
Who would you have a picture of, Des? I'd have
You.
one of you.
Ah! Beat you there!
I'm the third wheel here.
Yes, you are.
I'm definitely the third wheel. I'm just holding. In French, we have a saying. It's called holding the chandelier.
What does that mean?
You know what the chandelier
Oh,
is?
so you're like holding like a candle at dinner?
Yeah,
sort of thing?
you handle the candle. You're holding the candle at dinner.
I like that. I like that way of saying it. We just say third wheel in the UK.
Yeah, you're a third wheel.
Third wheel.
Where does that come from? From like Reliant robbing cars back in the 80s?
I think it's like
or?
a bicycle, isn't it?
Well, no, it's not a bicycle, is it? It's
No,
a
but that's
trike.
my point. If you are on a bicycle,
Yeah.
a third wheel is redundant. You don't need it.
Right. Okay.
So.
I'd be like, well,
You're the third wheel to a couple. They could manage quite well with that. I know that they're a thing, but they could manage quite well with their two wheels, but you're a third wheel. Holding the chandelier.
It's weird that, Leo. What I've heard from him here is you are redundant. That's all he's saying.
Yeah. No, but I understand that I only came here to get bullied today. In this morning, you know. First game of the day, I'm here, technical poses all the way, and just two Englishmen joking on a Frenchman in their native language. Now, that is not fair, guys. That is not fair.
Especially one that sounds like Tim as well.
Hmm?
Especially one that sounds like Tim as well.
Nothing wrong with my accent.
Yeah, his accent
I soften. You want to be grateful. I soften my accent. I soften my accent considerably for you.
Funny enough, I think that made one of your lines, or most of your lines, the most iconic possible was your accent.
Yes.
Yeah, I think it probably.
The infamous laser gate.
Lifting fire canisters.
You're missing out a very key word there, I think, actually.
Yeah, because I'm not
there
going to
is
take that
another word
risk.
in there. Yeah.
I'm not going to take that risk. I've been well media trained, man.
So true.
Oh, I can see that the lobbying from Liquid is working. We can now analyze the admin debating the decision.
I've just been told by production, apparently now KAG are also raising something, which is why the interpreter, Victor, is stood there, our man that does on the draw show is the interpreter at the end of the day for them as well, does a lot of work for us. A big thank you to Victor. Having a conversation about something now that they want to sort out before we can jump back into it.
I will say,
yes,
of the draw show yesterday, the draw shows have been fantastic.
Oh, I've loved it.
Every night. Well done, everybody involved with them.
Thanks, Tim.
It's been an awful lot of fun.
Cheers, mate.
Apart from your bit specifically last night. Everything else was great. Fox and White's great. No, Victor's shirt last night.
Oh, I tell you what, he walked in and I was like, you coming for my job, mate?
Yeah, it was an absolute beauty. It was a real classic. It was really nice.
What's really funny is because during the day as a player manager and that you have to wear all black on set, but like afterwards you had to go and get changed into a full like broadcast outfit, and I was like, here he is, Victor transformed. I loved it.
You can now tell the truth. You actually shared one of your guys' shirt with him, right? Because it's exactly the kind of shirt you wear.
That's it. Well, I was like, that is nice.
You know what's really touching? I've just been told by Tommy, our producer. Victor actually asked for permission to wear more vibrant things. He's like, oh, I want to check it's okay. Like, he's really looking forward to it. And I was like, oh, that's really cute.
He did a great job.
He did a fab job.
He's a fantastic translator, too.
I imagine he's praying today that KAG and Scars don't get sent home because then they get to do it again.
Got a few more shirts lined up.
Oh, I tell you what, I did wonder what all those shirts on our rail and our green room were. They're all Victor's.
Nobody's claiming them. They're all.
Got about 10 ready to go, ironed out, set there, ready to change into at a moment's notice.
Love to see it.
Just in case, you know, Leo decides he's had enough of them and needs to get Victor in instead, we can pull him on. We can talk about some Siege.
Your guys' accent is crazy.
What?
I have to think so hard to understand what you guys are saying.
Mine isn't helped because I speak very fast naturally.
Ah, yeah, that's also a thing.
Whose accent is harder to understand?
Yours.
Really?
Well,
that's interesting.
His accent is the funniest.
He is funny.
I don't know if it's the right call, but it's the one that stands out the most.
It does.
But because you do speak quite fast, it's kind of hard for me to understand everything you're saying.
I can understand that. Tim is the slower speaker, but definitely has the funnier sounds to it. Like you say, it's more recognizable, 100%.
For me, it's just a question of like, whenever I will build my sentence, I will make it sound in a way that you can understand what I'm saying. But most of the time, or actually from time to time, the way I build my sentence isn't English, but at least you understand the purpose.
No, your English is fantastic, Leo. I was excited. I think I've told you this story. I was excited when I was in Paris a while ago, and I was in a store in a shop with my daughter. And we were buying something, and I went up to the store. I've spent a little bit of time in Paris. I don't speak a fantastic amount of French, but a little bit. And I said to the sort of, you know, the girl who was serving, I just said, oh, bonsoir, and then turned to my daughter and said something in English, and she went, you are English? Oh, wow. But your bonsoir, it was so French. And I was very excited by that.
I'm glad you found the one and only French person that's polite in Paris. That's
the funny thing is, normally we're used to speaking in what we consider pretty good French in hotels towels and that, you know, getting prepared
Oh, it's
sentences out.
awful. I'm
And then
certain.
they look at you like you've just grown a third arm or something. It's so weird.
Yeah.
Why would you speak my language when you butcher it?
That's basically what they've said.
Yeah,
The
that's
thing is,
basically
I
the
never
feeling.
really thought about it because obviously, you know, you do speak a bit of French. You speak, you know, you try to put a little bit, you know, put an accent on, you know, pronounce the words correctly. And then somebody explained it fantastically well to me. I'm not sure if it was somebody from Ubisoft or somebody in the city explained it to me fantastically when we were having this conversation. I said, oh, I bet my accent is terrible. And they said, well, how's my accent when I speak English? And I'd never thought about it like that. It's like, whilst, yeah, your English is fantastic, obviously there's still a strong French accent there with it. And so I had never considered it like in reverse, that whilst my French and what I'm saying might actually be okay, it might be quite good the way I'm phrasing something, there's always going to be like a sort of an English accent to it.
Quick update for you on this one. Reason why you've just seen League Ops guy Rob step in as well. They were reviewing the replay, I believe, to assess whether the round should be replayed. So they made a decision, it then got re-reviewed, and that's the stage that we're currently at now. And we're seeing where things stand as to whether or not that first round will still count for Liquid or whether it will not. Being frank, guys, after 25 minutes, I'd say let's just play the round.
Yeah.
Let's get it done. Half an hour to review the outcome of round 1 of a game. Ugh.
I assume the decision has been made, and seeing at Nest correction, I assume that we're going to be replaying that round. I assume so. But
They've checked it, and the reason, as you can see, why Nesk is so animated is because we are replaying the round. So the original decision stands after reviewing the replay. Nesk clearly does not agree. But we're going to play it anyway. So
Like
go back
I
to
said,
the
you know,
all things
it's like I
square.
said, like Leo said, teams are always going to argue for their own point of view. Of course they are. You know, and you've got to remember there's two teams here, both of whom are going to fight for their own point of view and their own perspective. And so, you know, ultimately the admins have got to, you know, come up with a decision independent of that.
The reality of this is that you have 7 rounds to win, and you know that there is a 100% chance that one of these teams is sent back home. So you know one of these is going home, and only 7 rounds, you know, you need. So playing that one round or losing that one round is huge for them. So obviously I understand the argument. At this moment, it's now a question of experience. You've got Nesk, you've got Maya, you've got players that have played for ages, for years in this game. If one team can mentally reset and go into it, it's them. Right now, they're still not. I think they're still not after it right now.
I've got one more question for you before we get into the game proper. What do you make of Jack's accent?
That's a good one. I think it's the easiest one to understand.
You missed the whole conversation
It's
here,
probably,
don't worry. This is on the tail end of something.
It's probably the easiest one to understand out of all 3.
Okay.
I think so.
I've always liked you, Leo.
Yeah, okay.
So the only
I spent more time with
the
it
only
too.
problem with Jack's accent, and it's not really a problem.
Oh, here we go. Straight on the attack, Tim. Who are you?
The only, sorry, should I say the only
quirk of his accent?
The only quirk maybe is probably maybe better. But I mean for people understanding it, if they don't speak, is that Jack doesn't use the letter H.
Neither do the French. So
We
it's fine.
don't. We don't
Oh
do
well,
it.
maybe
we
that's
don't
why
do it
it's
either.
easier because he would say like
Big brains. Here we are.
yeah, they don't really from that area of the country they don't really use the letter H, and they don't like stuff like instead of 40 they'd say 40.
Yeah.
40.
40.
But then you add letters to things, though.
Well, at least. No,
Or you completely transform
try
them.
and sell it
How do you say first or worst?
first.
You say fust.
No, I
Or
don't.
wust. Yes, you definitely do. I will find a clip from this
Just
event.
said first.
You've said it many times.
They're
Actually,
always
school.
like these guys.
What about school, Tim, huh?
School.
Piss off.
See?
You do not say it that way. I can see the corners of your mouth straining to say that.
God, that took some concentration to say.
I'm sorry, guys. Mum and Dad are fighting.
That took some concentration to get it. I was like, you can't see this, but I was absolutely eyeballing Des. Trying to get that out without putting an extra syllable in the middle of it.
Excellent. Well, you'll be pleased to know the game has started. Our bands are back through. Azami, Tubarão, and Blackbeard and Blitz are all off the table, and we're going to start things out again on the second floor. Scoreline 0-0. Thank you for tuning in to the Des, Ace, and Leo podcast, but now it's time for some more Siege.
Let's do some Siege.
Siege. Leo?
Yeah, no, it's, I was actually looking at the stream with the game going on, and I just saw that it was paused again. So I was just like,
"Ow! Please, just start this game. Just play the game, please." That's DS mashing R in game, as you can probably tell.
Is just spamming.
R. Yep, repeatedly. We're ready and good to go. I think.
We think. We're going back in.
Kind of sure. Semi-confident. Microphone issue for the coach of Liquid. Oh yeah. When it rains, it pours.
I think it was inevitable after that break, wasn't it? That there'd be some other issue that we would.
I mean, Diaz, to be fair here, you're not R clearly because your coach is not.
Fortunately, it should, fingers crossed, be a quick fix.
Yes.
If it's just a headset.
It's all good. They've got 3 rounds to fix his headset.
I feel like I've really unearthed a revelation with the whole, like, Fresh doesn't really say H, neither do French people now, and that's why for Leo it's just so
That's
simple.
why it's maybe so easy.
I love it, because every time we speak to, like, some of the Ubisoft team here, I'm thinking about Nelson and Bertrand here in the Ubisoft HQ team. Whenever they come and say hello, it's always "Hello guys," and I'm
Hello,
just
guys.
like, yes, no H in there, and I repeat it back these days.
Did you have a good breakfast? You have a good breakfast? Yes.
Why is that? That's actually so much. That's almost hard to understand coming from you.
If I don't take good care of speaking with a proper accent, then it becomes way harder.
Yeah.
But in any day of the week, I can just reverse back to 100% French accent.
Stop it! I'm being sick.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna stay doing like this. It's like you've got about 80% English accent and 20% French.
Halfway across the channel, and that's how you get that accent. Perfect. Well, jubilation, gents. We're finally back in here. Second floor. Again, thank you for sticking with us through that one. The round replay's out. Again, you can repick here what you play. So we haven't got to play exactly the same lineup as last time around. And we're back out again. Oh, my days. Into a rehost.
Oh, wow. Well, we're back at
I'm actually going to sit down now.
We can analyze 2 things, though.
Yes.
Aniton had thrown off the Monty to go Dokaibi.
For now.
Yeah. For
Could
now.
always attack a repick.
He could always repick.
Yeah.
I'm interested to see if he's going to keep it or not.
I mean, given that experience in the first round, I can get it. It was, the Monty was reasonably easily dealt with.
Yeah, the problem was they just weren't watching their flanks. And then Ask reversed from a pulse to a mute, and then he could not repick that. So he was actually going to play mute there, which would have a very different rule from the pulse that was roaming downstairs before. I'm assuming we're going to see some small changes, but the main bomb site will be the same. We're going to use the yokai drones, we're going to use the Mira as much as intel as possible. A little bit more wall denial to try and burn a little bit more time on the other ring of the bomb site. And then maybe a roamer or 2, because flank watch seems to be a problem. Diaz was the first to join the lobby, and he's just starting to spam.
You know what?
R.
We're having production starting to feed us really interesting factoids now that we can discuss. Do you know why it's so hard for French people to say the letter H? It's because once you turn 13 onwards, it's really hard for your tongue to learn to make new sounds. It takes up to a year of like dedicated practice to get there. So unless you're really willing to sit there for a year straight, 365 days, 24 hours a day going H and hello and things like that, you are screwed is what I'm hearing.
Yeah, 100%. And it's also the same for Spanish. Some of the R's are really tough to pronounce for French people. So you have the difference. I'm going to take the word red in Spanish, for example, rojo. You have 2 different sounds. You have ro, you need to roll your R, and then you have ho that comes from the throat. These kind of things you can only do if you learn Spanish before 13, I guess.
You know what actually tickled me a bit yesterday, because there's a similar thing. Every language has got something like that, a quirk in it. And Japanese has got one where they haven't got an L character, they have an R one, but it's kind of like between R and L. It's really hard to say. But we heard it yesterday when KAG said they wanted to challenge, when Coach DD said they wanted to challenge Liquid. It was like Team Liquid in a way. It was like it was a real merge of the 2 letters, where it sounds like they're slurring like into a weird letter that doesn't really exist. But that's because in Japanese, you don't really get the character to say an L, so it sounds more like an R. Just a little quirk of the language for you that we heard yesterday. I think we are back in the lobby.
I think we're very close.
Don't jinx it. We should stop talking about this, shouldn't we? And I think it'll be okay then.
Fingers crossed.
Diaz is back on his R spam. He's ready to play, get back in the game. Hello, Freshie. He's coming back to rejoin us in the casting booth. Why not, he says. He also says Leo's the better analyst. I don't know why I'd say that out of the blue.
What?
He's a what?
That was a lie.
Oh, Leo's being modest in this. Okay, game is loading back in again. We're pretty much there, I'm pretty sure. Let's find out, see if anything else comes up here in round 1. But otherwise, we should be all clear and good to go. To see again, as that reminder, who knocks out who. You lose this game, you're done. You're going home.
Let's go down into it. We'll get through that banning phase nice and quick. Diaz, we see that you are ready. We see it.
We are well aware.
We're in the lobby, and we're going through the bans. Let's see, we've got Azami and Blackbeard, same as.
Blackbeard
and Blitz.
Same story.
Clearly, anything that would be annoying for KAG to attack, right? Anything that would burn time for them to open the walls. They want the walls to be open as quickly as possible to then start working the site. Makes sense. And it's showing the Monty again.
Now, there's a golden rule here, Leah, that we need to tell you on. It's we made the mistake yesterday of getting excited about Fuse. We don't talk about hover picks. Because they always change last second.
Yeah.
The second you start talking about
They
it.
spent a good 30 seconds explaining the use of Fuse.
He did then use Fuse later on in the next round of that same side.
Attacker repicked with 1 second left to go.
All right, I'm following your golden rule then. I'm not speaking about the attacker operators until the prep phase is done. But
talk about the defenders then, Leo.
Yeah, we can mention that Ask once again. So he removed the pulse. He's likely not to be the rover this time, and they want to have extra wall denial. Or, I'm assuming, extra intel denial with that mute jammer. He still has a C4. He still could theoretically go downstairs and try to be annoying there. We still have also the Yokai drones and the Mira to try and have intel on the other ring of the bomb site. That makes sense. And the Fenrir to try and prevent the late round execute on the side.
I have an interesting question for you. A lot of teams have banned away Kaid. Like Two-Brow being banned here, but Kaid not being banned is quite interesting. Why do you think you take away the Two-Brow here on Nighthaven over just banning away a Kaid?
I think on most of the maps it's been banned, Clubhouse for example mainly, it's because the duel between Bandit and Kaid is extremely strong to switch in between the tricks. You have a Bandit trick, the Bandit trick can't be there anymore, you have the Kaid trick at the same time. And what it allows you to do is burn so much time and actually maybe win rounds just off utility, which is something you always want to have. On this kind of map, it's okay to not have it, to be honest. Especially when the Thatcher is up, the Kaid trick is very, very limited in potential.
Good. All right, well, let's see if they can keep IT wall closed up nice and tight. It was last time around. They managed to get it open up, though, with relative success. KAG had the 2 Selmas, one being on the left, one on the right. They managed to trick out one, but it did open up. In fact, it looks almost exactly like this. This time around, it looks like it might go through no problemo. Evan opened up, mirror out the way.
Good take.
Basically the same as last time around.
And they bring the Grim this time. So no Monty to take the garage side. They will need to work a little bit more for it. I assume this time they will be ready for a flank. And that flank will not happen from what I see right now. Everyone is upstairs.
Just looking at where KAG are forming up around the site, pretty much all still up on the roof. Maybe a little bit of indecision on their part, just getting the drones in, seeing what's ahead of them before deciding exactly where they're going to commit those resources to. But it looks like it's going to be Warehouse, as we've got Sharif moving in along with Black Ray on the Thermite. So definitely going in for that triple wall again. Try and get that breach directly into the A site and apply a bit of pressure to Reset's Nest on that side.
The real point right now is they have garage control, they've got IT control now, is to go in electrical side and also backstab Aqua. You need at least one of these pressure points to be on the back of the defenders if you want to win this. And this is the interesting pick from Liquid. With Ask on a shotgun, he can hold Aqua door, strong, close range with a shotgun, which makes Aqua very tough to get. The only thing they need to focus on now for KAG, with Sharip having control of garage, is take electrical.
Interestingly, Black Ray has moved around. He was originally with Sharip out there towards Warehouse, but he's now moved around to get the bigger opening on the IT side of things. Only 50 seconds left to go, Des, and KAG don't really have any map control here. There's still 3 of them outside of the map.
Yeah, this is a little bit strange, isn't it? Actually, I think the other 2 as well are still scattered to the high winds, so there's not really a strong focus. It looks like they're going for this jungle side take while also pushing into IT. In fact, that's exactly what Black Ray is going to do off to the left of your screen, stepping in here. Sharif also pushes up on Catwalk at the same time, so actually very quickly, they have got some ground here, Tim. Sure, Black Ray gets a trade. In fact, 3 quick kills out of seemingly nowhere. Arcully slaughtering Liquid where they stand. Ask will do what he can. But KAG take round 1 in the matter of, what, 10 seconds?
Yeah, honestly an amazing execution. So exactly like we said, they got in garage really quickly. At 2 minutes left in the round, they already have garage control, they've already reached IT, and they've got a Nomad this time to hold that zone. And now they can rotate 4 players to go and get the rest of the map control, get electrical, get garage, commit all at the same time. Perfect push from everyone at the same time, well synchronized. That's what we were missing from KAG before.
We've seen that a little bit this week, to be fair, Tim, where we've been a bit worried coming into the last 40 seconds. It's like, oh, they've basically got no control, but it's like they have soft control, where they haven't got anyone in the room, but the defenders equally aren't playing in there because they don't know what's going on. They're out of util. They've already had that part of the map cleared, for example. They've already fallen back, and it's with that you see the attackers just suddenly able to explode and have a lot of map control in the space of 2 or 3 seconds, and well, you can see what happens. Defenders just don't have time to react.
No, they've done fantastically, especially considering that they've had to use doorways, particularly. You know, they've not had any sort of major breaches directly on into site. It's all been single doorways that they've been working through. They've had to win the gunfights going in there, and they won almost every single one of them. Liquid really caught on the back foot.
Fair to say replaying that round was worth it, Leo?
Yeah, 100% for KAG anyway. You can see the reaction there. You can see the reaction. The reason for this is KAG is one of the worst attacking teams in the tournament. Any round put in attack here is a huge victory for them because they'll switch to defense and they can close the match after
Do I need
this.
to fact check that, or have you looked at the platform to get that out?
No, actually, That's you can fact check that.
I'll fact check it. VAR decision.
I'm assuming with the entry rate, it's also punishing their attacker side.
You are right, they are the 4th worst attacking team here so far at the tournament. And you're right, their entry rate, 29%.
They're the worst entry team in the tournament.
That's horrific.
This time we've got Anaton on the Deimos, always an operator that I like to watch, especially useful down in basement, plenty of vertical surfaces that you can work through, find those tracks and just spray bullets down from the Vendetta through that soft surface and just bully the defenders around. However, I've just noticed that Nesk on the score pod has just transferred shells up to the top floor. He's going to dip back. I was getting overexcited. He's dipped back down to side.
They're trying to cause problems. They're trying to make KAG slow down. If you've seen here, the first thing that KAG does, go basement, open up the walls, then start working on the roam clear with Deimos. And a slate for vertical play.
Oh, stay standing. Probably assume they got rid of that Deimos here. And would Nesk try and go for it? Surely not, right?
You wouldn't expect so now. If he's aware that they've been up and around that area, I think one of the things you've always got to concern yourself with on Scorpos is a Claymore being put down. He doesn't necessarily know all the operators on the other side and whether there'll be any Claymores to be put on that shell. Doesn't want to lose the flag switching over, but again, KAG just managing to play as a team really well. They're there. If one of them goes down, there's somebody else there in a position. They put in Liquid in really bad spots here. Even if Liquid win a fight, they ultimately end up losing the man.
Not only the trade here, team, the droning as well, the droning aspect of it. You had an active drone all the way in kitchen at the same time as Shurit was making the vertical play, and you had a trade potential with the Lion coming in as soon as the Deimos dropped. Honestly, amazing team play from KAG so far.
Good reset's going to get forced back down to site here. Of course, the power of operators like the Deimos, the Dockerby, the Lion. The scans come on through, but it's pretty easy then just to step straight back down and take that track with you, essentially. So it does help you as attackers get a lot more control on the map. We were speaking about that soft control being forced. That's what they've gained here.
That move from Maya is key here. He's going to want to retake the garage hatch. He's going to want that kill. If he gets it, they win a round.
But he's missed the fight here as well. So 1 versus 1 against the Deimos. Ring around the roses. Second player comes on through, and Maya deletes both. Like that, essentially wins the round for his team. What a play from Maya.
Absolutely fantastic stuff, as you say. Such an important flank there, Leo. Needed to find those shots, and for a second, our hearts were in our mouth as we just weren't sure whether Maya had blown his opportunity, but he gets the job done. It's going to be resets to pop around the corner, and I think Liquid might be a little bit revved up for this one.
I mean, based on the chat, absolutely. Aski's already in there saying 2-0. It's actually 1-1, but in their minds, it should be 2-0.
That was so smart from Maya to actually understand no one was watching that flank of the stairs and push that corridor hallway into garage. You also have the CCTV room next to you where you can also flank from there. It's actually very powerful, that garage flank. It's too bad now with KAG. If you count the very first round that they played in this matchup, that's 2 times that they can't watch their flank properly. The drone work is amazing early on to get that man advantage, but come on guys, let's put some flank watch. You're gonna get 3 kills.
Well, this is the thing as well, it's about consistency, isn't it? Because we, picked up teamwork, you'd picked up the drone in earlier on in the round and how great it was, and then they kind of let themselves down with it towards the end, and they don't have that awareness of where they're going to be pushed from. And so it's about getting that consistently throughout the round, and they could be significantly more dangerous.
Realistically, you had 2 staircases to watch there. You have 2 men that are down. That's an easy flank watch in all way.
Well, that just wasn't quite to be. Down we go into the first floor, control and storage coming through as that third site rotation. Then we'll step into those additional bans that you get at the start of round 4 before we play, I imagine, Tim, that same 3-site rotation once again.
Yeah, I would have thought so. We've spoken about this. Teams just like you say, sort of, repeating what works and just moving on regardless, win or loss. Get themselves switched up immediately. Going to be seeing that garage wall getting opened up by the Thermite. Black Ray. That's just going to prevent a lot of defender rotations around side.
I'm surprised that Liquid is not adapting to this. So as you can see, since the first attacker round, KAG has completely dropped any capture. So you could go and work with more wall denial. Kaid is open. Bandit is open. All of this could actually burn a lot of time for them. We know that KAG struggles to face any problem solving with utility. That's something that in my book Liquid is not abusing enough.
It probably goes back to that Super R ban that we spoke about earlier, right? Sorfan paired up with a KAI pick as well in isolation, not wanting to pick it up there. And the Bandit, we've already seen them deal with that quite well. Soft floor and denial as well. It could waste a little bit of time, but even as an insurance choice here, they've got Shuri playing across on that Twitch. DMR from below if needed, or of course making use of the shot drones. Lots of ability still to clear those things away. Just don't really want to entertain that dance. Maya with another wonderful shot. Make it 3 in a row now, where he's absolutely deleted a member of Cyclops. Started good this game.
Bit of a problem there for Cyclops as well, because of course they're wanting to get that top floor control. They've still got Ask and Nest up there with Maya as well. And it's just going to get worse and worse as Black Ray gets taken down. He's not going to be finished off by the Nitro. He's got cover there. And Anaton manages to find Maya. Maybe sells himself a little bit cheaply there, coming around the corner. Not aware of the cover. They go for another. But this time it's going to be Ask managing to pick up that kill. And he's going to continue battling. He knows that there's a man down around that corner. Sharif has absolutely no option to pick his teammate up right now because he will be challenged if he does.
But look at this, Arcol is coming to join in the window, so they've got the right idea to watch this window and the expectation there'll be a challenge from it. It was a little bit late, but it's worked out for them now. Sharif's gone as well. It all falls by the wayside. Making use of that downed operator really to bait KAG and secure the kills. Great round from Liquid.
Instant crossfire, instant reaction. Ask requires support from his teammate. He comes at the door. One watches the door close to his left. The other one watches the window. And they get all three down. Amazing team play from Liquid here.
Yeah, really good. You've also got to remember as well, that was nowhere near sight, essentially. That was, the entire round was won off-site in an extension on top floor.
Literally, like, if I was the one playing here, you would not have seen me do that. Like, he challenged the window after downing someone. He failed his C4, Maya did. But because he's fueled on confidence, he's going to go and challenge that window again. Realistically here, he should confirm that with the C4. He failed it. And because he fails it, he goes and overextend here. Doesn't need to do it. He's giving them back the man advantage. But then they double commit to it. Nesk holds the door, and at the same time, Ask was watching the window, and he can commit now. But realistically, them fighting so bad upstairs instead of falling back to site just gives you how much confidence they are right now that they can win this out of pure skill.
Key one for me really was for Liquid. It was all pushing out the same doorway, all pushing from the same angle, whereas you look at how KAG had going there. They had, of course, control inside a connector. They had the window control and still couldn't quite stop Liquid from playing that aggressive and securing the kills that they needed. This goes to show, as you said, Tim, they're really riding on that confidence right now, and they are full of beans.
Back up to the top floor they go. We're going to have the Echo brought along again. No mirror this time, so the strategy here is going to have to be slightly different. Of course, the ban coming through at the beginning of round 4 takes that option away from them. How's that going to impact them on this defense?
So you've got to think, how did you lose last time? You tried to play off time. You had 5 defenders effectively stuck into rooms and got completely smashed by crossfires because you didn't hold enough ground. What you want to do right now, switch your Mia off, bring the Valkyrie downstairs, set up Val cameras for the other ring. Look at meeting room, for example. Look at IT. Look at these spots where you can get C4 from below. That's what your Maya will do here. You feed that information of the C4s with the yokai drones. You extend more. You fight for more ground, and you don't give up that many zones like you've done in round 1.
I'm not on this wall, as you remarked earlier, Leo. You've seen that step away from playing on the Kai, the Bandit. So not even going to bother contesting this one. Just give IT up for free. And probably put a lot of focus now onto Garage itself. We know with that Monty on side, Anaton's focus will either be here or be towards top Aqua. Don't expect to see him coming in from the northeast side of things. So knowing that should be the case, that's why you've got Nest 1, sat very close towards Catwalk, and 2, had his Echo drones running around top Aqua, expecting to see the Monty coming in at some point. But as you've just seen, Anaton's working his way in through Garage.
And this is one of the places where we probably see the most impact from that Azami ban. They're taking Catwalk really easily here, and normally you'd have the Azami playing in this corner behind the keeper barricades, and that is your main line of defense to hold on to Warehouse. As it is, KAG have just walked on in there. Liquid, they better have a plan for this because there's 3 of them in complete control, and Glaz is going to start working from that smoke just to see if he can get any line of sight onto anybody inside the room.
I'm surprised there's no IQ switching here at some point from a member of KAG to deal with this, and as it stands, well, they're being punished. The Yokais are doing the work. You've still got the Vault cams up as well. There's Bulletproof. So much information being fed over to Liquid here. There's nothing that KAG can do to surprise them.
As you can see right now, I need to be speaking the Aqua side. Now this is a key moment. If they get that control, if they get that backstab control, they now have Garage, IT, and Aqua to pressure from 3 different points the bomb site. And they could still rotate 1 player out of connector because the breach has been open early in the round. That would be 4 pressure points on the bomb side.
1 minute left to go then. KAG continue to push and prod around Aqua, and they manage to get the job. The flank is cut down as well. There's 2 other guns there, but it's just Anaton on the Monty.
He remains the Monty dueling GOAT, man. You just cannot stop him. Magic stuff to get his team a bit of control here. Still, of course, 2 more players bearing down on him, and his other 2 teammates are hung quite far back here, Tim. This time around, they're not going to lose out. Ness falls down as Blackray finds one. On the flank comes Diaz, though. Do they know about this, Tim? Now that he's shot, they should. And sure enough, Blackray's got it locked down. Anaton, quite literally defining what it means to be a spearhead for your team in that round.
Incredible play with the Monty. And committing there to the Aqua push, I understand what Ask was trying to do. He was trying to be the best because he had his teammate coming up the Aqua stairs. I understand the crossfire trying to face, but you're playing against Anitun on the Monty. I've done that. I've played against that on 300 ping. I can tell you it was not fun. This guy hits every shot with that pistol.
It's terrifying, isn't it? He's done it for years now. I still always think back to the
180 onto the stairs.
For me, it was that drop shot back on Consulate at the Mexico Major all that time ago, and just winning taking through to the next map. I was like, I can't believe he's managed to achieve that.
And the thing is, I suggested from Liquid at the beginning of the game, they've taken Blackbeard, they've taken Blitz. I said they've allowed Anaton the Monty for 3 rounds. I'm assuming that we're going to see that Monty ban coming in round 4. They've gone for the Deimos instead, but Anaton is far more lethal on a Monty generally, as we can see.
I do understand where the Deimos ban comes from. They've just locked, you know, they're only going to use the Monty for the top floor bomb side. I think they've used it only for this one. So now that they're going to go basement and on a heavy room, they think that the Deimos will be more impactful than the Monty. I can understand that. They only have 2 rounds remaining in defense. So
it's almost like conceding the site to start with, isn't it? Yeah.
They've now tried to hold it for 2 rounds. They know that they failed twice. They're not going to go back upstairs. Now it's a moment where they need to hold that room for longer. And they need to go back to site more easily. Now, last time, the drone work was amazing. Right now, you have 0 intel denial. You need to get rid of those drones where they start hunting the roamers.
Opening up that castle barricade, removing the utility from Liquid again. It's just step 1 from KAG. Work your way through, find out where everybody is, what's the setup, and start softening up those positions. Going to be looking to make sure that they get Liquid cleared out of the map, starting with the top floor. Once again, we've seen how many battles we've had up there on that top floor so far. The problems that they've got to face in front of them really are Maya, Ask, and Nesk particularly. Resets is playing on the cargo stairs at the minute, but I don't know whether Ask has been left alone up on the top floor. If he has, it could be a big problem.
I'm a big fan of the Oryx pick. They know that flank watch is a problem from KAG. They know they're not disciplined enough in that aspect, and Ness could go up a certain hatch later in the round if they give up an area and then flank the entire team.
They've seen the Nomad picked on both of the upstairs sites, but on the upstairs site in both rounds, sorry, but of course haven't seen it down here, and sure enough, it's not a thing. The line of the Dockerby is one thing, it does help force those roamers back, but once you've gone through those 2 phone calls and the EE1D, it's not a thing anymore.
Ask is working through, and as I said, I'm just not sure they're aware of him. There is a drone there. I don't think it was being watched. Ask does take it out, but he's just going to drop himself back. He doesn't want to aggress too quickly, but he will move back into the fight. You better believe that, and KAG, they need to be ready for it.
They're stressed now. They know their flank camp that was all the way on that side has been destroyed, and they're afraid of it. Now they have to push downstairs. They have 1 minute left, and at the same time, they don't know about their flank. This is a really good move from Ask.
I think Ness in a good spot as well to be able to cause a bit of bother. He was, of course, a bit higher previously. It's fallen his way back down to Haas, the one who was left out in Narnia, it feels like. Ray out towards meeting has now come down those stairs and is on the first floor. Him and Ness moving together here is the key one. They could pincer in and kill off a couple of players on KAG here and turn this round all the way around. Maya's found one. Liquid springing the trap here, Tim, and they found one so far.
And you can see that KAG, they just can't focus because they're coming out of the walls at them at the minute. Everywhere they turn, everywhere they look, there is somebody on a flank. Ask and Ness have been so mobile around the place, switching it up, have a couple of shots, move back, approach from somewhere else, head back upstairs. Anaton manages to find Maya, but with 24 seconds left to go and no real presence on site yet from KAG, this is going to be tough. Anaton really needs to think about getting in there to extend this timer with a plant, but it's unlikely to be possible because they still have that core of the Liquid defense to deal with. The outer players, Nesk, Ask, have just burnt so much time there that it becomes easy for the players on site in the last 20 seconds.
The roam work here was amazing. The roam work, the fact that Ask didn't go and pass that drone, but just shot it and went straight downstairs, that was just buying 20, 25 seconds of KAG just wondering, are we going to get backstabbed from upstairs? And at the same time, we have 1 minute left and we still haven't cleared the ground floor. For me, this was an amazing play from Liquid here right now, and this is why banning the Deimos was so important, to get that defensive round.
Just seeing the replays there of how dominant Liquid were as you say, Leo, on that roam, just using the map fantastically well. And this is what I always say about Nighthaven Labs. It's such a difficult one for teams who maybe aren't at the absolute peak. If you've got a little bit of a gulf between two teams in that expected performance, it can really show up on a map like Nighthaven because it's so big, there is so much to do, and so much room to be used by a team like Liquid.
I feel like it's in those moments that we can see they're missing a strong IGL sense. You know, you have 1 minute left, you know you're never going to be able to clear everything. You failed that aspect of the round. At this moment, a call needs to be made. Rush side, go for it. You're 3 roamers upstairs, you know it. You can go and commit to side and rush. I know it's likely not a 50-50, but you have a better chance at winning the round committing with this kind of crazy plays later down.
That's what Anderson did as well, right? He hit side, right, I'm just dropping straight away here. Forget about that. Blackray was then like, okay, I'll watch on the flank in case someone comes, but as you say, they're just going to wait out the clock there and punish you from above. It was good from Anderson to find Maya when he tried to challenge the vertical, but that was really all they got. Extremely well played by Liquid, and with how things are going, you feel like they could lock up a 4-2 half here, which would put them in great stead, Tim.
Yeah, absolutely. That's what they'll be looking for out of this first half. As a minimum, really, I'm sure they'd have been always happy with more, but 4-2 does certainly get part of the job done. We can see straight away that Twitch Drone going in and getting some good value. Last time around on this site, there were a lot of fights. Almost the entire round was fought up on the top floor around Electrical and Connector.
Wow.
Got a lot of value.
Lots of work.
Twitch Drone. Fantastic.
I think the key one as well, they've been held back by the mute on a couple of occasions. I think up on that top floor, they've always had the mute jammer down on one of those triple walls looking in towards what would be that top floor site. And it has stopped any Salmas, for example, going off. It's stopped them being able to march on through so easily with the Monty. It's put them at a lot of risk. So Liquid's utility game, I think throughout the entire map so far, has just been fantastic.
Reminding you of this, the best way to beat KAG is to read them. And that's why you see so much intel from these guys. So many bulletproof cameras, the Valkyrie, all the yokai drones, almost every round. That's what they want to know because they know how predictable they are when they have the intel. Now it seems clear, it's a garage take, they take limited control and they start working the site. They understand that they don't need to fully roam clear up top, they want to hit site quickly and just have Shibisu here, holding the garage. Ask recognized that and he goes down to go help the site.
Anaton just looking to bully his way in with the Monty once again. We can see the smokes going out, the plant is going down, and he's dead. Nesk manages to pick up the kill from above, and this is the problem for KAG. Last time they attacked this site, they tried to clear upstairs, they lost all their lives doing it. This time, they've decided to go direct to site, not play into Liquid's game, but by doing so, they just give them that vertical superiority that they can use so well. However, managing to find a couple of kills here now on the top floor, KAG.
Pulled the trigger and found a couple on that top floor. That's what you wanted to see. Nesk still dancing around up there, and Diaz is dug inside a storage, actually being the site player for them here. So Nesk the one somewhat at risk. Still, of course, knowing that he had a cover over where the diffuser was. It has been recovered by Shurip here, and we've got 30 seconds to make something happen. It feels like enough time, Leo.
It's still very winnable from Liquid. Nesk is the key player here. He needs to... Oh, they're committing to actually fishing him.
And they've got rid of him as well. That's it. Now, surely, Diaz, can he clutch up and go big? He's found one. Blackray, I think, missing him out for a second there. And I think if KAG read into this and know where Diaz is, they can get a plant down from afar, but they've got to be careful of that soft wall.
They've got to play for the kill here. It's the only thing they can do. Otherwise, it's a 1v1.
Which is exactly what it is now. C4 up and over as well. Oh, almost into spot, but they can get away with it as long as the cover is there. Our Cully has got to hit such a crucial shot and hit it. He will. KAG end that half 3-3 with a good recovery there in round 6.
Amazing recovery, and you know why? It's because Liquid overcommitted there. They get the kill on the planter. Perfect. You still have vertical play. Why do you try and retake Garage at this point? You're still the winning team here. You've got very control. They only have one player upstairs in Garage. You can hold that ground. But they tried to overcommit. They tried to overtake that area and got punished for it by KAG. Still some of the best gunners in the world. Not sure it was worth the play here. At this point, it's a 3-3 split. I think KAG can be really happy with it. 3 rounds in attack is huge for them.
Well, that's as I said in that round, 4-2 really is the minimum that Liquid are looking for on the defense of Nighthaven, because KAG can now start settling in to play their game a little bit after the side swap. We're going to see the bans coming through. It's Deimos, Dokkaebi, and it's the Electro Bros of Kaid and Bandit that are going to be taken away. So Liquid, at least, are going to be able to work quickly with the hard breaches. They're going to be getting themselves into sight, creating those new angles and lines of sight very quickly. But the bans from KAG I like. Deimos, though, could be just really disruptive to Liquid's attack, to their control. It allows them out onto the roam. They can get a little bit wild here.
But I think the same on the other side, right? The Kaid and the Bandit. We spoke about this yesterday in a few games where we saw it banned away. It was more saying, well, we don't want to get impeded and have to play these mini games in the mid round. We just want to hit you hard and fast and make these rounds move. That is exactly what things like the Deimos and the Dokkaebi also hit a little bit here, because we've seen so many teams enabled by this operator pairing to let you move through the map quickly.
I'm not a big fan of this choice from Liquid. I understand it's a comfortable pick, and I'm assuming they scream this map a lot, banning Kaid and Bandit. Okay, they're comfortable. Do you really think that KAG is the kind of team that will abuse this Bandit and Kaid trick to win the rounds? Do you think it's their strong suit?
Very rarely. Blackray used to play a lot of Bandit back in the day, but I haven't seen him do it for a long time now.
Exactly, so this is my point. The main way KAG plays is around intel, around strong roams, and around big, huge plays, abusing this SME, abusing the UK drones, abusing shifty, cheesy operators, right? Are they really going to abuse Kaid and Bandit against you? That's not really the kind of stuff that you're going to see from them. So I'm assuming this is not a counter ban, more a classic ban from Liquid, and I'm not a big fan of it.
The way I always see it is like you either ban for your weaknesses or ban for their strengths, right? It feels more like banning for their own weaknesses, things they don't want to deal with, rather than wondering about the opposition. And I'll look back to other teams, and I think it was, I want to say it was old school Dark Zero used to always ban away the same two operators in the old banning system. It's a little bit different now, of course, with how things have mixed up. Leo, you look really aghast.
Welcome to KAG. They play IT will open, they play your shield, and they want to challenge you on that staircase.
All right.
Abusing the shield, pick that with Echo, you've got an ACOG against another gun, and I'm not taking that gunfight if I'm Thermite. I'm letting you know. As a Harbridge, I would never go and try to play that.
For Maya, it's as simple as getting into storage and taking it out. In fact, that's already been done from below, so it is gone. Didn't even need to worry about that. Of course, you've got the Flores inside too.
And you've got the Ace, so you can just breach that wall from afar, from the roof, really safely. Though I understand this was an interesting choice. Should you have banned Hibana and Ace? I would have loved to see that. You could mute jammer that shield and made it a little bit harder for people to clear it.
It's going to be important to keep an eye on our colour here. We saw Liquid having to defend the catwalk area without the Azami, without the Kiba barricades. This time it is available for KAG, and of course they are going to be playing it in that area. So how much value can our Cully get up there from that gadget? We know that it can be crucial. We know that it can be critical to the defense. Our Cully needs to make it happen, because he is going to be bullied by Ask on the Monty. He's already heading up there. It's now his job to hold on to this area for as long as possible. Delay, delay, delay.
Really well played sync with the UK drone, as you can see right now. Push from the catwall window, and that's it. You've got one other player that's completely stuck.
They're really stuck here because there's so much pressure building in around them as well. 3 on the stairs, 1 on the outside. Not a lot you can do. And before you can even blink, they could have absolutely bowled them over there while barely stepping a foot into the map, Tim.
Despite the utility that was available to them, despite everything that KAG had stacked up, Liquid just had the answers. They just flooded the area with enough guns that there was nowhere safe for those Cyclops players to move. We saw our Cully bouncing about, just trying to get some cover, but he was being pressured from door, he was being pressured from stairs, he had a Monty staring him down as well. Liquid just committing wholeheartedly to taking that area.
And speaking of commitment, it's the half commitment from KAG that punished him here. If you look at this right now, you've got what? Azami and Frost both holding garage, right? But they're facing all 5 Liquid players from 4 different entry points, punishing them. Who should have been there to help? Shibisu. Why am I saying that? 2 players went in from garage window here. If Shibisu goes to Aquador, he has them turning their back to him. He can literally kill the 2 players going in the window into garage and support his players. If you've got to commit to garage with 2 players and you know the entirety of Liquid is facing you, you choose. Do you commit all the way? And this time Shibisu needs to be active here on that Aquador, punishing garage window, or you reverse back to the bomb site. You give them the area and you play for later in the round around the time.
Small mistake may have cost them a large part. Liquid, though, absolutely dominant in their first attack and could be a sign of things to come. KAG going to step away from that site, as you might expect. Down to the basement we go. Going to stick in that same 3-site rotation, Tim. You're seeing a similar setup again here, where they aren't going to reinforce off that single wall up inside a site. They've got a deployable shield looking out into walls. Exo to challenge through that soft wall that's been opened up for them. So something they quite like doing, Leo, is bringing along those shields and playing them through soft walls.
Absolutely, and this is why I think that the ban of the Kaid of the Bandit doesn't really matter. I mean, look at this. They even opened the wall for you. I mean, they're going an extra step than many other teams. They will go and have these cheesy strategies that I love. They will also, what I was mentioning before, they love having the intel to go and play aggressive. Here we're bringing Yokai, we're bringing Pulse, we're bringing Mir. 3 operators that will give you constant intel of the players. I'm liking this. It's all about now facing Buck and Ram. Lots of vertical play. You need to get some C4 kills here.
No presence on the top floor from KAG at the minute. There are a couple on the mid floor. We've got Chibisu and Arcully up there, but it's going to give Liquid a lot of freedom here. As soon as they recognise that, they've got 7 drones left on the board. They're going to be flying around this map. It's not going to take Liquid long to notice that they've been given an awful lot of the map, and Liquid will quite happily take it. And then they can start forcing the others that are about. Arcully's in cargo. He's playing on and around the stairs. He's not going to take much to push him back towards site. So Liquid going to have a lot of freedom in this round, I think.
Yeah, we're looking at quite a passive round from both teams, right? On one hand, Liquid just wants to make sure they're clearing everything. They've got air jabs, they've got flank drones, and they want to work the vertical play with both Ram and the Buck. At the same time, KAG right now, and I'm not sure this is the right play, they want to be playing towards the late round. They've got the smoke, the Goyo, the Yokai drones to deny the late round execution, and then the C4s to try and get 1 or 2 kills and burn more time.
Crucially, no Twitch to run on through and take out those Goyo canisters early in the round, knowing again that they'll have an impact the longer this goes on. And Liquid have gone for a full map clear here, really trying to force these roamers down, and Chibisu has paid the price by stepping out on the Goyo. Not the end of the world for a Goyo to do that. Once the gadgetry is down, you can afford to go out and be a bit more aggressive with that gun. High rate of fire, good chance to get a headshot. You're against Nesk. Not always going to pay off against him, given the tournament he's been having so far, though, Tim.
No, Maya just trying to use the angles through the hatch there, see if he can catch anybody out moving around below. We've got those nitros coming out that you spoke about, and that's the first.
Exactly.
That's the sort of value that KAG need to be finding out of that utility. If you're going to play Turtle, if you're going to play behind that utility, you've got to get the value. And Anaton manages to do it, taking down Maya, and who else better to take down than the Book, where Liquid are looking to apply that vertical pressure. They've just lost a big chunk of it.
The big one here is Ass, of course. He's already got the drop in. DS is now within the pair of them, trying to go for this standard default plant, but they're losing numbers here is Liquid's problem. Only one more left around the map here, and that's Reset sat around Cargo. They haven't really got the support to make this work, I'm afraid, guys. They could get stuck here.
Reset is the key. If he can backstab and get 1 kill, they can finally execute. Without him backstabbing, they're done.
They've got 1. That's a big one. They shouldn't be getting a kill from this spot, but it's been gifted over by Shurip here. Reset's trying to start his march on down Cargo. This is the big one they need. Him forced back by the smoke here means there are none left to stop Ass. But look at that. The swing comes in, and no, it's a team kill.
And the
DS has gone through his own teammate to try and get the other. Diffuser in hand, and to try and go behind the pillar, but not going to get away with it. Blackray finds him. Resets has dropped, and Anaton is out of there. Wants none of it, but Arcully finds the kill that he needs. These two teams staying neck and neck so far.
Great win conditions here, right? The C4s to get you back that man advantage after you lose Chibisu, and then the smoke and the Yokai play to burn even more time, and then the Goyo canister in the end to prevent you from planting. Exactly the win conditions that we set up early, and it worked perfectly. I will highlight something though. It's been a rough match so far for Chibisu. He was one of the highest prospects for Japan. He used to be one of the biggest players on Fnatic by then when they had that Japanese roster. And so far, that's 3-3 death, and it's also the one that should have helped his teammates when they were losing that garage round. He needs to get back in the game. But so far, KAG, I'm loving the discipline. I'm loving the understanding of the win condition and the commitment to it. It's great to see them being able to frag. It's even better to see them outplay their opponent with strategy.
Seeing that team kill there from, it's unfortunate it happens, but just seeing that, he's swinging a doorway that his teammate is moving through, and it just makes me wonder if Liquid are just boiling over a little bit. There's a lot of energy in the team at the minute. There's a lot of screaming, a lot of volume.
10 seconds to
just
go.
going in like that, it's like everybody wants the kills. It's like there's that bit of almost panic setting in. It's that bit of confusion that's setting in. He was the cover for Ask to plant, of course, but Ask hadn't got into a position to plant at that point. So spraying through him like that basically ends the round for Liquid, and you feel like they just need to bring it down a notch and get back to that sort of level simmer to just get this one seen out.
The pressure is mounting really high right now. The reason for this is you're 3 rounds away from an elimination and 3 rounds away from qualifying with one of the first seeds in quarterfinals. I'm telling you, if you've got 18 or 20 bullets, you're making it to playoff 100%. I'm pretty sure you're going to have one of the best seeds as well. So lots of pressure on this team. Liquid could be eliminated in 3 rounds by an APAC team.
I mean, KAG have done some crazy stuff the last couple of years. Let's not forget, until 2 years ago, they hadn't managed to qualify through to a main stage, and then have done it twice since then, showed us what they can accomplish. And KAT's made some changes, of course, as we've seen, with Shiraneko retiring, our colleague stepping into the lineup, but certainly not one that you can ever ignore. And I always remember teams for the longest time were saying, we just hate playing against KAG. They've always don't know what you're going to get.
They've always got a surprise in the tank. Like you say, any given day they could have had as they have now, you know, kind of a middle tournament, nothing fantastic, and then they just turn up and all of a sudden look like a different team. And right now, KAG are certainly putting
That's
Liquid
the KAG I know.
through it. And the thing is, the confidence is growing. They're getting out of the windows. They're making those challenges. They are playing their own game. And Liquid have got to find a way to prevent that. They've got to find a way to stop that.
Anderson's below, mind you, as well. Watch out with the C4, of course, not available now, and shoots also found resets. Leo.
I don't understand what Liquid is doing. 120, they're not in the building. They are not in the building. They have zero control inside the building. I don't understand the game plan here. I'm assuming they were trying to rush initially with the Ying, but now it's 112 yet. Everybody is aware of it. They've got vertical play. What's the win condition here?
I thought he was going to consider looping that C4 out the window then for a second. They're really trying to make a storage plant work here behind the utility, and sure enough, there we go. That's the charge forward that you need. Maya's in. What a second shot! Shibisu cannot catch a break today, Leo. You spoke about him earlier. He's been deleted yet again by Maya.
My question is, though, where is Ask? Ask has the diffuser and needs to be available. He's now hightailing it around there to work into that space that Maya has created. Arcully taken down as well, and Liquid looking much better. Ask in a position to put this diffuser down any second now. He just needs that little bit of space. He's gone to find it inside the storage while Maya keeps battling, taken down by Anaton, but the diffuser is going down. Ask has really focused on that objective and getting it done in a place that they can hold. Surely Anaton gets 1 of 3 that he needs, but no more. As Ness comes around the pillar, finds his man. And the space that Maya created was everything that Liquid needed.
That felt so reminiscent of a round for the first half. We were like, whoa, KAG, like, you've got no control with only 30 seconds to go, and then suddenly, bam, 2 or 3 kills, right?
That's still a shooter game after all. And to be fair, with the position that they had, they created their own space. The player that was playing in back garage in that hallway was pressured to be playing closer to the side, which gave Maya the space to run in. Realistically though, Maya running in should have been punished from the side on his right? You should have a crossfire there. You should get punished. Sometimes it's just about it, and Shibisu should at least trade him there.
It's a real siege as a TDM game moment, right? Just run and kill.
And Maya is amazing on this, to be honest, but Shibisu should kill that guy once again. If he kills him, we're nowhere near the same point in the round.
Tá, véi, mano, é só manter o jogo mais simples possível, velho. É literalmente só manter o jogo mais simples possível. Toma, tipo assim.
マジで内容いいからしっかり1v1 勝てるように集中してください。気合い入れてこうマジで。オッケー。マジ内容いいから自信持ってなみんな。球も寄せれてるしちゃんと打ち合ってるよ。何ですか宇宙？俺どうしようかな。どうしようかな。よしここから3本取るぞお前ら。気合い入れろマジで。あと。
That feels like such a strange timeout to have because he said so little.
Yeah, I think it's more, from my understanding, it's more vibes check right now. Yeah. I don't think it's heavy.
I'm not gonna lie, DD is the definition of vibes as well. He's such a cool. Every time I saw him on the show yesterday, for example, here now another timeout, he's always pretty happy and just like, chill, it's cool, everyone, don't worry.
Maybe just looking to disrupt the flow of Liquid as well. You know, you look at that round and you think, right, Liquid are maybe hitting the gas a little bit here. Maya with a big play. They've got players who are now stepping up and saying, I'm just going to go in and I'm going to be aggressive. I'm going to get that ground for us. And maybe that tactical timeout, 45 seconds a minute, let them just cool down for a second and try and put a little spanner in the works.
It sounds painful to say, but it actually feels, we spoke about Shibisu a few times. You look across the board onto Liquid, for example, everyone's playing a part. It's a similar story on KAG, but Shibisu is the one right now who's really behind the fold.
Yeah, and he's also key strategic position. He's the one, in the previous round, he's the one responsible for storage there, right? So when a player runs in from garage, he should be able to kill him from the storage doorway. Now, he wasn't there for his teammate, so sure it dies.
Granted, he was having Ying's tossed at him the whole round.
So then he fell back, but then he has a second occasion to help him when Maya vaults into that window. He should be winning the gunfight. He doesn't once again, and that is the main reason why Liquid was able to get that round.
I think we're going to see something different from Liquid on the attack this time. Last time they attacked the top floor, we saw a fantastic flood from them into Warehouse, just absolutely stacked everybody up, recognised they were going to be 5v2, went in, took the ground, brilliant stuff. They don't have the Monty this time. We do have the Capitao, so we'll keep an eye on Ask and see exactly where he goes. I think he will be aimed towards clearing that catwalk, but we might just see a bit more of a multi-directional approach from Liquid this time. Diaz manages to pick up Black Ray somehow.
Yeah, I'm not sure that was worth it. I understand, though, what KAG is trying to do right now. They were going more aggressive, and they have the Vigil to backstab any garage take. And that's the strategy here.
I think he was looking to try and get a C4 onto the stairs there to catch up the players as they walked up, but they've just managed to pre-fire the window and catch him for free.
It's such a default play, to be honest. The nitro out of electrical window onto the stairs. It's, you know, you've got to be expecting that as an attacker. If you get caught out there.
Oh, shoot, he's been killed on the camera. He was on the camera trying to EMP away the he was EMPing away the Flores drone, and his dive was being sat on it. That is unreal. Not good for KAG.
That's rough. They wanted to be more aggressive. I assume they wanted to be more in the face. Maybe the tech timeout was about this, was about regaining confidence. Well, that confidence just went to Liquid.
Oh boy, oh boy. I was going to say, if they can rely on anyone right now, it's got to be Anderson. He's having a fantastic game. Just in the micro plays that we've seen, frequently outplaying Liquid, but can he really do it by himself here against 4 players that are hell-bent, Maya especially, on getting this one done?
It does put the diffuser down cold on the stairs. That's, I was going to say one. I was trying to find positives for KAG, and then Reset says no, there's no positives here.
Shibasu's gonna
goes and finds the kill onto Arcully, which starts to free up the warehouse catwalk. Liquid, with a minute left to go, do need to consider that diffuser, but I think they're likely just going to try and flood sight as soon as they get into position and think about getting those final kills.
They've got time here as well. I mean, they're being so patient about it. There's a bit of a crossfire onto Anderson. He's got to be careful. Reset's coming up behind him. He is now stuck inside of IT, and I'm pretty sure they know the cross has come in. Shibisu, though, finds Myra. I said he might have won before. Now Anderson's getting 3-way pushed in here. Surely he's dead. But no, finds one and escapes. How on earth have they pulled this back? Shibisu, awakened from the dead. 2 kills for himself, and Diaz with it all to do. After all that chat and chat, it doesn't feel like it was worth it. Shibisu with a 3K, and KAG battle back in.
Such a good play. Go to Ecuador, go support the player. You get the kill on one of the guys that went backstabbing, then you rush directly back to the bomb site to recreate a crossfire with Aniton that was stuck into IT there. That's really well done from him. You go and pick one player, and then you go and create a natural crossfire. Really good team play, and finally they can get back in the game.
Literalmente, mano, só manter o jogo padrão, não tem problema. A gente tá calmo. É só, mano, só manter a calma, né? Mano, arrebenta os caras, velho. Bota drone no pé se precisar, é só intel. A gente tava fazendo isso bem já no último round, e é isso. Só calma, mano, a gente consegue, tá ligado? É isso.
É isso, mano. É só jogar na calma.
Tem muito mais, mano. É.
Mano, é 5v3, só splitar o bomb, guys. Só
exato,
isso, mano.
Exato.
Só split o bomb, mano.
Mas não esquece, mano, calma e temos tempo, velho, também. A gente, mano, tem tempo pra usar, tá ligado? Não precisa ser tão rápido.
De dronar soda e... ali embaixo ali, tá ligado? Alguém tava dormindo.
Só bota tudo
Só vai sair nada, Zé. Levanta o mic, tá muito falando.
Beleza, fazer os vertical, pegar vertical.
Não, é semi-soda, é semi-soda.
Exato. Vambora,
Você
galera.
vai inibir o cara do metal depois, né? Esse que a gente vai inibir ele, como é que vai ser?
Mano, só bosta muito ruim, ô, Zé.
Cara,
o
do
metal,
depois o Dias vai pegar blitz e subir nele. Tá de boa a voz agora?
Tá de boa.
Ó, lembra que eu vou fazer um vertical em cima do tempo.
My best guess understanding from what I heard there was Maya saying 3, 2, 1 and we go. I heard Fred, I heard talking about 3. And I imagine then that's what he's saying is like, how on earth have we let Anderson go here?
Yeah.
The fact that he's won this and got away when there's 3 players surrounding him is criminal.
Well, this is what I said when they're in a 4 versus 2 there. I'm expecting Liquid to just flood sight, to think we're in position. We've got 1 warehouse, we've got 2 IT, we can push from top Aqua, and we can just all go at the same time.
You can see how much that 3K meant to Chibisu as well. 1 kill for that round, now up to 4. What a play from him.
But Liquid just seemed to be a little bit fragmented there and kind of give Chibisu the 1v1 on Ecuador, and then Anita, you know, it just, look, it was all going right until it wasn't.
These kind of rounds are the ones that hurt the most, because when you're in your player shoes, you know that that's a round that's going to bring you to the 6th round mark. When you're round 6, it's very different. You know you have match point, you have a lot of confidence. Now, not only did you give up that round, and you're now on equal 5-5, you're not in the lead anymore, but you also rejuvenated the only player that was not awake in the opposite team. And fueling a team like KAG that is extremely based on vibes and energy is really rough for you. And I heard them in the tech timeout. What I got was Calma, Intel, and Sico V3. They know they lost a 5v3 because they weren't calm enough and they didn't have Intel. So now, working the early run is good, but make sure you don't get flanked.
It's the key one I'd say is like, even in the start of the round, the first 2 kills, they got being in all chat, all caps, having a bit of a banter with the other side and having a go at them in the way. It shows that emotional energy is still high. And I think back to the words of Canadian a long time ago saying it's about not being too high or being too low, it's staying in the middle. And maybe right now, a couple of players on Liquid are a little bit too invested in this game, which I know sounds weird to say, but there is a such thing as being over-emotionally invested, and it's starting to impact the gameplay here.
That's when you end up with the bigger losses, isn't it, ultimately? You know, it's the ones that mean the most that are going to hurt the most, and right now, like you said, KAG, energy, vibes, everything are up, and they are ready to do some KAGing, Des. It could be a surprise coming along for everybody.
Are you trying to start a riot in chat right now, Tim, saying that? You can't be saying that and not expecting a big reaction.
It's a very different one from the last round they played basically. This time they're even fighting less and they want to play even more into the late round. They've got double C4s with both Pulse and Valkyrie, but this time Maya has invested into the IQ. Much better, right? Because you're facing three operators that can be denied by IQ. Echo, Pulse, and Valkyrie.
Scanning for electronics.
Slow start here. I mean, DS on the Blitz is the one I've got my eye on in this round. You want to have a bit of impact to move quickly, that's the way to do it. But you are coming up against smokes, but Cloyo canisters, as we've seen from Chibisu, basically the whole half long as the next thing to build up. That's being opened up, and maybe now we're starting to see a bit of a play. Exo going to be the focus, DS being that spearhead. Can he have the kind of impact that we've seen Anderson have before?
Yeah, we're going to see them moving down now, looking to just aggressively take a bit of ground. We want to see Liquid being decisive, getting in there, watch your action, and go and take it, find those kills. These players are more than capable, but look at the denial for KAG. We've spoken about this. Yokai drone, smoke, Goyo, so much there for them to play behind, and they continue to do so, burning more and more time, trying to set that panic in, Leo.
Blitz is the one that needs to be disruptive here. They have understood there's a roamer upstairs. I assume they want to go and get that kill before executing. That's extremely smart, but the Blitz needs to be invested there. They need to be really quick. That's two players that are invested in the roam. And the smoke included here.
Oh, here we go. I mean, DS is just there to be a bit of a distraction, but Neski's gone, and they get a second as well. KAG up to a 4 versus 3. Can they hold on here with only 15 seconds still to play? Maya has recovered the diffuser. Another one falls. Chibisu. No big surprise, to be honest with you, but we're into a 3 versus 3. Still time to go here. 5 seconds. They've got to start sticking now, Tim. It's a 1 versus 3 for Ast. It's all over. Cyclops are to match point and a 1 round away from sending Liquid home.
We've seen once again KAG have stepped up. It's not only big guns, it's outsmarting your opponent. We've not seen from KAG in the years that were coming. They've invested every single time in the international events to learn more, to get more game vision, to be smarter, to play around being disciplined and your utility. Exactly what happened there. Not only did the utility win here, but the reconnaissance that you could send 2 players up top, commit to a room, have vertical play, save them the round.
I feel like Liquid are seriously rattled at this point. That's what it feels like. Everything's quiet and down there. All the shouting, all the bravado, all the energy seems to have kind of leached out of this team, and they're now left quiet, thinking about, hang on, this might actually go the wrong way for us, and it seems to really be affecting them now. KAG are winning gunfights, they're keeping hold of ground, the Liquid seem to be playing, you know, they go with the Blitz down Exo, no, there's the Goyo canisters, we're going to have to back out, we're going to have to now deal with the roamers upstairs, we haven't already dealt with them, we've got to go and pressure there, and it feels like there's, again, just that lack of decisiveness from Liquid. They need to pick a plan, clear out the utility, make sure the path is clear, and see it through.
The only thing this is begging for now, Leo, is a Chibisu 1v3 to close the game out.
No,
that would be the ultimate tagging. Oh, it would be something special.
And that would be a great way for him to gain back his confidence for later in the tournament. Because mind you, once again, if KAG wins this round, we should see them in quarterfinals, in main stage. We haven't seen that in a while. And to be honest, the way they're playing right now, they deserve it.
In we go then. This could be Liquid's last round tournament on home soil here in Rio. They'd better step up, and they'd better step up soon, immediately opening that garage wall. Last time around, we saw the attack focus around Pillar mostly. Maya was able to work a nice backstab into control, get a couple of kills, and it created space. Ultimately, Ask still went for the plant at Pillar after moving through, but Maya had created that space. Can KAG hold on to this site a little better? They need a better understanding of where the gaps are and where their cover and crossfire are coming from, so that they can prevent those gaps being taken advantage of.
The strategy so far is very... what a great kill from Blackbreak. They've got the opening kill. And it's also the worst kind of strategy to lose a player early. They're going for a full roam clear this time. They're not doing a limited take. They need a lot of bodies to manage to do this. They recognize that they need to clear everything now with the man disadvantage. That's rough.
Ness has got to make something big happen here. He's pushing his way in through the back into IT and trying to get control of this top floor. Right idea, but look, KAG are gone. They've left.
Maya again's getting aggressive on the IQ, straight in towards top floor, manages to find the kill onto Arcole. He could once again be the saviour for Liquid on this site. It creates a bit of space. It's forced KAG back. Liquid now have time to build something.
It was a great 2 versus 1 as well. Both players on that top floor, Nesk and Maya, made sure that he was pincered in. His mistake was stopping to get on the drone, thinking, oh, I'm safe here, they won't chase me down. No, they came for you and you paid the price for it. Down to a 4 versus 4, a small misstep, bringing things back to being all square.
Less than a minute to go, and now they have vertical pressure, but they have no vertical operators. They can't really pressure the site now. So that pressure effectively is just burning time for KAG. They have 40 seconds to deny, still 2 C4s. They have everything in their hands right now to close this round.
Nesk is working from above with the Brava shotgun, but as you say, they're very, very limited in terms of opening up too much more verticality. And KAG, they just seem happy to hold on to their positions, but we're going to see Shibisu go down again. He is just going to be hauled up in the middle of site, almost certainly taken out, definitely not revived. 4 versus 3 effectively, but they don't know about Shuri. They walk on in. We're going to see Diaz down, and we might see Liquid out. As it is now a 4 versus 2 Nesk. Will he be the saviour? He starts to fight back. Not on his one.
Anderton
2
below.
kills, and he starts to put the diffuser down.
Anderton's below with his C4. When he finds Nesk, he's got rid of Nesk. There's no time. Cyclops eliminate Team Liquid.
What a game! What a game! They deserve it. They've outplayed Liquid every single time in defense, not only with sheer gameplay, but reconnaissance of where they should flank. Once again, the C4 play from below. Once again, the game vision from Cyclops. They take the win, and they deserve it.
A lack of intel really costing Liquid at the end there. Resets walks into control with no idea that Shurip is hidden away to the right, and Shurip just turns things on its head. Nesk does his best to pull it back in, but again, we see heartbreak for Team Liquid.
The Kaganing has arrived. Anderton, I've got to say, standout player today. I spoke about those micro moments, but the game sense there, in those dying moments to run through basement, get the C4 from below. There was nothing that Liquid could have done to stop that. What a game from Cyclops.
Amazing play from Black Ray to get that opening engagement, but even better understanding of the game to give up that top floor. You're facing operators that can't do anything to you. There was no bug, there was no RAM. Why would you clear top floor then to not use it? So they recognize, let's go back downstairs, let's play strong position, and let's hold onto that bomb site till the very end. Very well played from KAG.
Elevate also won their game. They're up to 17 bullets. Here, KAG jump up to 18. Picture moment for them, as they are all but guaranteed to be through to our live stages.
The thing is, it's just yet another upset, yet another surprise added to a long list for KAG over the years, and they continue to do it tournament after tournament.
What a phenomenal game we've just had. Leo, thank you for joining us as well, but it's your turn, my man, to return back to the desk, because they'll be with you just after this break.
my God, what such an intense and fun match to watch it. If you could describe in only one word this game that you just played, what would it be?
Scary. Yeah.
Why?
Because it was a do or die situation. And yeah, we really wanted to play on the main stage, so we went here, do it, we did it.
And now that's your first time playing in the stage. You know, that's so incredible for KAG.
I mean, it's honestly very exciting to play on main stage because like it's everyone's first time. So like we're very happy. Yeah.
I'm happy for you too. I'm really happy. Also, everyone was expecting Liquid to win this match. What were you guys expecting?
Oh, and we were expecting to win because, you know, we have to win. It was a do or die situation. We have to. Yeah.
Okay. And APAC teams have such a really, you know, different play style, because you never let us know what you guys are doing next. You abuse that shields. And why do you think that works so well for you? Why it fits so well with APAC teams?
The shields, I mean, we have the best Mountain player, we have the best shield player, Anitsun, so like it's gonna really work well for us. And I don't know, maybe they just don't know how to play against us. Maybe, I don't know.
So now you're in stage. What are you doing next? You're going to celebrate today, you know?
Well, today we're just gonna chill. Maybe these guys are gonna hop in the pool. I'm a little bit sick, so I can't. Yeah.
No, stay away, stay away.
Sorry. Yeah, but yeah, it's gonna be, yeah, I'm speechless right now.
Yeah, you guys just made history, so congratulations. Right, Mileage, KAG, you know, I have no words to talk about this game.
I mean, Cully had a lot of them. He had a lot of them in perfect English. At some point, you're thinking, wow, he's speaking better in English than all of us combined.
Victor's out of a job, doesn't need the Japanese translation anymore. Leo's out of a job because I'm going to get him on the desk with me.
He speaks better English than me. He plays better Smoke than I did. So yeah, I guess my day is ruined.
I think.
Did you ever beat Team Liquid?
I don't think I did officially.
And he's
what do you mean officially? Scrims don't count.
Scrims count?
No.
I'm just going to say it outright. Well,
Scrims don't count.
Here it is. We're just going to say it outright, gentlemen. The bombshell has dropped. Team Liquid are eliminated, and this harkens back to what we talked about in our pregame. They loaded all 10 rounds, 4 rounds plus the extended mag, and they lost them all.
Yep.
Maybe having the 9, having one extra bullet to survive tomorrow, but KAG just outplayed them.
They went all in, and I think they can regret it now. I will say this, I am amazed by the quality of Siege of KAG.
Yeah.
We used to see this guy go super aggressive,
so much,
but be extremely individual. And second thing, we used to see them not recognize win condition. They would play too hard in certain moments, never go back to side. They would not play around time and utility. These guys, they've learned from international stage.
I think it's worth saying a big step up in performance from KAG, particularly with regards to that team play, the trading out, and just the game intelligence. You know, you're looking at rounds, even that very last round where they won. We knew the C4 was coming. They knew the C4 was coming. It's so nice, refreshing to see this team. Yes, we'll call them unpredictable. Yes, we'll call them a shield team. But it's nice to see them playing to win conditions and playing with discipline to those win conditions as well. They got it done, honestly.
They understood the format, they played with it, and we also cannot neglect that second part of it in the kind of the macro, the outside of the game itself, is that Liquid played themselves.
I think the problem that I see in Liquid strategy right now is I understand when you look at KAG and you think, okay, in a BO1 I should take them, but it's still a BO1. Whatever happens, it's a huge risk. In my opinion, the better strategy would maybe have been to reload less bullets.
Yeah.
But maybe it's okay if you lose 4 or 5, you go into the final round, you still have your extended mag, and you can beat teams that have less bullets.
Yeah. And I think inside of the game as well for Liquid, I don't think they showed the respect that KAG maybe deserved. Like, it isn't unfair to say that we've seen KAG at a lot of international events over the past 5, 6, 7 years not do particularly well. But in best of ones, they are a different beast. They are dangerous. And obviously, Liquid, I think, struggled with their mental from the early game. They were over-peaking, KAG were punishing them, doubling up, and they never really got back into it. It was always an arm wrestle. And from Liquid's mind, I think they expected to be out in front.
When you watch teams like KAG and Fear X so far, how they've been performing, you're thinking, Well, they're actually playing really well in the game. They're playing the bans very well. So at what point do we say it's not actually the best of one format that's aiding them as much as we think? It's just them being better than we thought they were.
It's hard. It is hard because I'm not taking anything away from this KAG victory in the best of one. I think if we had 3 maps, Liquid would settle themselves back in. I will say that as well.
I think in general, we're going to see this BO3. We're going to see this level when we going to check other maps from them. I want to see them beat a big team on a BO3 to really, make sure they can actually be a strong contender. Right now, they're on the lesser hand of the dark horses.
And we probably will see them in BO3s because they probably make main stage. I don't want to 100% confirm it.
19 bullets, I think they have now.
Yes.
Surely they make
4
it.
teams to overtake them would be crazy.
Yeah, it's all the bullets that they want out of this game, plus an extra bullet because they eliminated Team Liquid. That's a bonus bullet that you get at the end of it. But here's what they look like qualifying. We showed, not qualifying yet, but like winning the game and pretty much putting themselves in the best possible scenario. They're excited, they're hyped, they're jumping around. This is an energy that we have longed to see out of KAG.
We loved that energy from them. It's amazing to see it again. And now we do have the teams at the top of the leaderboard are a huge surprise. 3 out of them are from APAC.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very likely. Obviously, there's still a lot of Siege to be played, and the reason that we can't fully confirm this is things like 7-0s come into play, and the different reloads and cards come into play with eliminators. But it's going to be very hard for teams to get above 16 bullets. So KAG on 19, chilling. Probably through.
So far from Reload, the explanation has been turning everything on its head, right? It's APAC on top, then Brazil, then NA, and then EU that last. When was the time where we could confidently say that, looking at not just one best of one day, but 4 in a row with 10 matches in each day?
Yeah, it's very surprising. I think when you look at this leaderboard, once again, you look at the round difference and you see that the teams at the top of the leaderboard have a negative round difference.
Yeah.
So it's not really for me a testament of how good they are. It's a testament of they were at the right time, at the right moment, and they also reloaded the right amount of bullets at the right moment. Yeah. It's just the reality of it. It's not really for me a testament of how good the team is.
It speaks to the power of the strategy of the teams, determining how many bullets they're going to reload, but also how strong the cards are, particularly extended mag, but also the eliminator cards. Both teams at the top have eliminated teams.
And they understood the format.
I want to mention once again that team roster of KAG, because I feel like they've rebuilt the right way. If you look at it, they kept the core, the two strongest player on KAG were Aniton, with his shield plate and his game vision, and then Black Ray as an entry. And then they've rebuilt around it. Strong up-and-comer that was Shibisu. He still needs to step up a little bit. I think he's the weak link so far in this tournament. We've seen it multiple times. He cost his teams today. So he can step up. He also had an amazing clutch. And I think Arcel is as well. He's doing so much. He's doing so much on his smoke. He's doing so much on buying time. And has an incredible game vision. They've rebuilt around the right way. They still have the aggressiveness, but they understand the game better.
I love how just Leo's been talking the entire time now and throughout the whole cast, and you can tell the amount of energy that we all have because this is unprecedented. Seeing something like this is exactly why we're here. This is why we love this game and are part of it for so many years. However, our Blacklight detail, what is it for our matchup? Gents, please tee it up.
Yes, this one's going to be from me, and I think actually it was in a very, very early round, and it was from Team Liquid, so they didn't win the match. They did get the detail. There was lots of things that we could have pulled out of this game, but this round, for me in particular, this was when Liquid had settled themselves back down. Ask gets a huge kill here, and he baits out, immediately brings a teammate into a crossfire. Notice how he's holding the window, teammate comes in to hold the door. When KAG then have to make their move, because they had to make the move in the 2 versus 4, they switched positions and swung out and got the kill at the same time. It was a really nice bit of a 2vx scenario because the other players of Liquid were not relevant inside that round. Now, there was lots we could have gone on, but yeah, that one for me was really impressive team play. I actually think had Liquid have done more of that, they would have found more success inside of this game, but I think they were maybe a little bit rocked.
They got a bit inside of their own heads. That's what happens in games like this. And I can't wait to see what the rest of the day has to offer because we have potentially a minimum of, one more team that we can eliminate as a minimum, but then up to 5 more. Gentlemen, the overall story has also been IGLs and what they can offer. So let's take a look at the IGLs and the IGL Summit Episode 4 after this break.
You're on border, defense, you're holding Teller's bomb side. You have lost office control, the enemy team controls Armory, Archives, Office and East Stairs. You're facing Deimos, Ram, Ace, Thatcher and Buck. You're free to pick your 5 operators. How do you retake upstairs control?
We need Oryx, I mean, so we can flank up like the CC hatch while we're like walking up like metal.
That's what I was going to say. You have to have something because you literally they have to stare at one staircase.
Yeah.
So yeah, unless you
Maybe a Valkyrie to have intel.
Yeah. Maybe like C4 while like you're walking up or something.
Yeah. C4 metal, like top metal there.
Yeah.
Main thing is you don't all go up. You still got to leave 2 people. So like when you actually,
someone to hold the bomb.
Yeah, when you
maybe
push-
smoke, some warden. I don't know.
Maybe. It's also like timing as well. Like, so like for example, usually teams are on Fountain Invert to Workshop. So like as soon as you're pushing the 90 rotate, you come to the guy that's walking Workshop to like push bathroom. All that kind
Probably
of stuff.
force them to, as they are dropping, to start doing the retake as well.
But that is definitely a hard one. Retaking that one is a hard one.
I mean,
for
the
sure.
two flanking on metal, like you should double flank, but like kind of just like your favorite guns, I guess. Like whatever you want to flank up.
You still got like as well the drops, like if you're holding Workshop, if they didn't make fights everywhere, you can still hold the drop quite easily, and then tell us you can also deny the plant on the journal and bind the wall. So I think you leave 2 people signed and put out a free to flank metal and the CCS.
And the operators. Valkyrie, Oryx, and what more?
I don't really know, to be fair.
Because wait, they're ending bathroom, right?
Yeah.
Because if they're in tellers and you got customs control, you can kind of.
No, they would end bathroom.
Maybe. Huh?
They would end bathroom.
Yeah, no. Unless they're trolling. Unless it's evac call, they might end tellers.
So maybe you put a smoke.
Yeah, smoke as well for the bathroom.
Yeah, for the
Probably
bathroom.
like you probably realistically have like a warden, probably like near the side at least.
Yeah.
So
I mean, if you're doing any setup upstairs, you know, castle is always good on.
Yeah.
And you can maybe castle off bathroom.
And to be honest, someone would be dead already. I think in this scenario.
Yeah.
But yeah.
No, I think you guys give all the key. When they have Armory, Archive, Fontaine, Office, and East Control,
it's too much.
The key is literally you retake East, CC with Valcam and push up metals.
Yeah.
And one holding the side edge.
Very specific.
And after it's border. At the end, if you don't win your gunfights, you just lose the game. So
yeah. That's true.
Unless you have shields.
Oh, I remember this one.
Always good to hear from our IGL roundtable. That was episode 4, and you heard it is I guess a whole idea of a strategy that was put forward by our one and only Alfama, and then he went back in and recorded all those pieces to show them to you. It's so good.
Do you know what I love? It was not Leo's recording in the game. That was good. What I love is that in the IGL roundtable, all of the IGL said, which map do you hate to IGL the most? They all said border, and you've given them a border proposition. Great.
I guess the idea was to have a scenario that's complex enough so that it triggers debate or reactions from them. And I think the overall idea is also useful from anyone in ranked. I think anyone in ranked playing border, you're always facing a situation where you play events, customs or tellers, where you have to retake up top. That way, you have a proper masterclass of 5 of the best IGLs in the world explaining you how to do it.
I like Savage's approach. Just pick shields, bro.
Yeah. That was a really good reference to them beating BDS last year.
Shields.
Triple shields.
Absolutely. Analyst and scenarist at the same time. What's happening here. Very well done. Though, let's take a look at what's happened so far and really the bottom 10 of our standings, because PSG Talon have been eliminated yesterday, right? Scars just a bit ago on the Bean stream. And now Team Liquid, for the 3rd event in a row. This is the 3rd out of 4 events we've had here in Brazil, the 3rd event ever that Liquid has existed within Rainbow Six competitive play, and they do not make the main stage, eliminated by KAG.
It's got to be heartbreaking.
Oh my god. Poor headset.
Look at that, yeah. That is a poor headset.
I mean, I understand his frustration. It must hurt so much after doing so much for Liquid and changing players like the sacrifices they've made.
The thing is we're used to seeing this from Liquid, right? We're used to seeing them eliminate tournaments and ultimately disappoint their own expectations when they're against big teams. You know, we've seen them lose to G2s, to FaZes, to Furious to be eliminated there. This event, they were never supposed to lose to KAG, especially after having made the changes that people had said it needed making for a long time. that's my heart actually goes out to them more than maybe some of the previous losses though.
It always falls apart, consistently falls apart when they are in Brazil. However, what's been the social media reaction for Team Liquid being eliminated here by KAG? We have a specific tweet by Herds, Team Liquid's Papa.
Oh, wow.
That's rough. Rally them all together and send them home.
Anybody who's at this event knows that Furia are just on their Joker arcs right now. They are loving life, just making fun of absolutely everything. So not surprised to see that from Herds whatsoever.
Don't you think it's crazy that Liquid went from beating the world champions yesterday?
They beat FaZe yesterday?
After 738 days of not being able to beat FaZe, they beat them yesterday, the world champions, just to lose to KAG and get eliminated the day after.
It just goes to show how this format can just swing.
It's rough.
It can just swing.
And we said, had they put down 9 bullets instead of 10, then the risk would have been significantly less. Well, they wouldn't have been eliminated. They could still fight to see, live to see another day. It would have been tough, but still.
They could have reloaded 4 and went to qualify for round 5.
Well, again, you never reloaded 4 against and I'm just going to say, against an APAC team, you're not.
They should have done better. But anyways, that's should have, could have. We can always, look, hindsight is 20/20.
True.
And it doesn't matter here when all the cards are on the table. Though our next game, MAT versus Team Secret. We're going to zoom in on our squad, starting off with MAT. And this squad that's been so incredibly fun to watch here. I'm really loving the reformatting of it.
They're experiencing what we call the Fabian effect. That's something that Jack mentioned before. It's whenever Fabian joins the team short term, the impact is instantaneous, incredible so far.
Well, yeah, I mean, it's not even like they needed a bounce. Major champions for the core last year, and then obviously, you know, the unwanted team going well at 6 Invitational as well.
There's a lot that this team can offer, but we want to see what bullets they put down on the table and offered us for it. If there's any card, no, there is not. They're starting with 9 bullets, have put down 5, a much safer situation than what we had.
And they still haven't used the extended mag.
Yeah.
So they're clearly aiming to qualify in round 5. I don't think even if they win, I don't think they will go through with
14 we feel is going to be a bit low.
I think it's going to be, slightly low. So
they have a chicken card too.
Yeah, so eventually what they're aiming for, I'm assuming, is to try and challenge, a good team later down the road tomorrow and trying to qualify that way.
They've been a little bit unfortunate, in fairness, MAT. They've had to play a lot of good teams. They've played it very, very conservatively. You know, obviously they only dropped 1 against Falcons yesterday. Hindsight, like you say, 2020 could have gone all in at that point and extended mags and all that. They're never going to do that. I think they're playing it quite conservatively, but they are a top team. They've had to play a lot of good teams, but they keep coming through these games.
They're just chugging along, right? And that's something that's aiding them. We're seeing the squad that's kind of sitting a bit on the top side of the middle pack, which just means that once everybody's been eliminated, they're going to be very comfortable. But there's a player that's been kind of performing in a different way here.
Yeah, I think for me it's Diffuser.
Oh.
If you have to ask me who's the rookie of the year of 2024, it's Diffuser for me. Yeah. I know in the early round, you know, he won the Manchester Major. I know towards the end of the year, it was kind of rough for him, but it was a collective thing. I think as a player, he stands out to me as one of the most and the best up-and-coming prospects of NA Siege.
Kind of feels like he's playing similarly to how he did in Manchester as well. I think, you know, he's playing very, very well. And again, I can't underestimate this enough. Bringing back 4 out of the 5 people that won that Manchester Major together under this one banner, giving them, you know, some great leadership with Fabian. I'm not saying they're all coaches bad, far from it, but bringing Fabian in, that bounce, you're expecting M8 to do something at this event.
Yeah, I know Fet's probably watching this and really just glazing Diffuser as you're expecting to see. Savage here and the rest of the squad of Team Secret are warming up. They got bananas in hand, and let's take a look at the team also to see how deep they can go, because so far they've been calm under all the fire, and Twister, their coach, has been calming them down when things get a bit too hairy.
It's a very similar story as the one of MAT. It's a very strong team that has played against really tough opponents throughout this tournament and has been punished for it. They played Liquid, they played Loud, they played Furia. 3 of the best teams at this tournament, all Brazil, and yet, look at their ratings, they've been doing well mostly, and they've been quite consistent about it.
Sorry, go on.
They're low on bullets, but it's also because they've played some of the best here.
We're joking about EU sucks and stuff, but Team Secret, I think, given the context of the opponents they've played, have put in some very, very solid performances. And yeah, they're kind of, similarly to MAT, a little bit of a victim in that they've had to play great teams, not being able to really go for it yet.
Now, what have they gone for in this game? How many rounds have been reloaded for it?
Yeah.
A singular bullet, playing it real safe.
Yeah, so again, if you look at it, with the way these 2 teams are facing up, these are 2 top teams that appreciate they might lose to each other.
Yeah.
If they lose, both teams are aiming to put themselves on that 5-6 bullet mark, with then being able to go for the extended mag tomorrow. That's what they're thinking. So this game is important for both of these teams, but it's not going to make or break whether they go through today at all. Certainly for Team Secret, because they'll only win or lose one.
It's also very important to see Jum come back. Jum used to be our Rookie of the Year in Europe, you know? He used to be one of the key players in the team, and so far this tournament, he has an EPS of 68. He's really struggling. He used to be the biggest fragger on the team. He needs to get his shit together.
Jum is a big game player in my mind. I understand what you're saying. Below quality that we expect of him, but you just know tomorrow when Secret have to go through, that's the one where Jum's going to pop up with like 18 kills or something, because he's a little bit like that. It won't bother him whatsoever that he's not the one performing right now.
I mean, we've spilled tears on the program around his performance and how inspiring it's been.
And he's against Fabian.
Exactly, and Fabian has a lot of love and respect for Jum, so there's a lot happening in this game that you can't really tell by just looking on. You can tell which map we're going to be playing on, but it's actually quite simple. We have a graphic to carry us through it all. We're going to go to Clubhouse, a classic map.
Yeah.
The idea so far has been never take the better team to Clubhouse, but I'm not really sure who's the better team in this game.
Right now, it's a favorite for both teams. They're both really, really strong Clubhouse teams. We're about to see some great quality of Siege. I think Naif was the one who was saying it. He's a big believer that going to Clubhouse will determine who's the best team, because it's such a usual map. It's the best team that wins it all the time. I think that's a great determining factor with two of the strongest teams in this tournament.
When I think about Secret on Clubhouse, I think about new era Secret with the creativity that they can have, the rushes, you know. They have found a way in the last year to innovate on Clubhouse. So I'm quite excited to see how they can further innovate with these new operator bans coming in. Can they create a dynamic that allows them to choose 2 or 3 rounds that might get them this victory?
Gentlemen, a safe match between these two, but I'm sure they're going all out in the server. Our casters are set and ready. Please, Ace Des, could you take it away?
Do we have to, Milosh?
Again? I'd like to.
Really? Of course we can, Milosh. That first game was amazing. I'm hoping for every single game today to be an absolute screamer, and this one feels like one of those that it sure could be. I think many probably on the cards, similar thing at M80 have got this one, but you just never know with Secret. Savage could have a savage day and pop off.
There's so many players on both sides of the board here who could really influence the outcome of this one. We'll see whether, or who it is rather, because it will be somebody, that much is for sure. I mean, we've just seen players having huge impacts on the outcome of the game in that last one between Liquid and KAG, and we all know what happened there. Not the same sort of upset on the line here.
Oh, no, because I think the gap between the 2 teams is far smaller.
Yes.
You wouldn't be like, oh, Secret won if they did win this.
And neither of them can get eliminated. Yes. You know, a little bit of a... It's much like yesterday where I said we have these like different approaches. Like Liquid have gone in there, everything on the line, try and get it done today, get it locked out, and then you've got like Secret M8 playing a little bit of a slower, a longer game.
Yeah, they've both got their extended mag cards as well, which they'll roll out tomorrow, no doubt. In this game, it's a little bit safer, probably because you're waiting for tomorrow to see who your opponent is going to be. Of course, we dwindle ourselves down by the end of today. There are far fewer teams going to be sat around that draw room later on today, because 4 will also qualify, 4 will be eliminated, meaning there'll be 12 to do the dance of death with Milosh in the draw room after the conclusion of today's games. Here we go, though, Team Clubhouse. They sit themselves on the desk. It is a classic. We've cast it quite a few times so far at the tournament. Always love seeing a bit of club.
Yeah, it's always good. Like Nave said, you know, it's a map where you go and find out who's really best, because there's no excuses in terms of strats, in terms of frequency that you play. You know, this has been around for a long time. Everybody knows what they're doing on Clubhouse, so we expect nothing less than the best out of these 2 teams. We're going to get into it. Bans are there. Monty and Blitz for M80 and Kaid and Bandit for Secret. So both going with those complementary strategies there of taking 2 operators out of the same sort of mini pool, if you will. So 2 of the shield operators, 2 of the denial operators. We should have walls getting open very quickly. We should have a little bit of aggression.
Should. That's what we expect. Nothing else, it's more about how the teams play this one out. They are quite staple bans, as you say, so I think both teams will be quite used to seeing these Tyler bans coming out now. We spoke about it in our previous match, and also on previous maps that we've seen overall across the last few days. There's been quite a variety in what gets banned away, sometimes being target bans, some being very safe, standard, staple bans. No, one thing's very much for sure, the same as Kangaroo Kenny said when I spoke to him, we're going to see a lot of evolution of these bans over the rest of this year. And as all the IGLs said, it's very, very refreshing. It brings a whole new dynamic to maps and sometimes makes them play out totally different. As we saw on Bank yesterday with double hard breach bans, you can't open up the double wall at the end of Wide Corridor. It adds for some really exciting pieces to the game.
Good luck. Sorry. Gunnar and Hot and Cold both roaming around that top floor, just looking to get a little bit of action on the entry here. Secret are going to have to deal with that. They are stacked up in order to do so. We've got Adrian ready to go in, Dockerby Cole ringing out, drones at their feet. This is good stuff from Secret. They know exactly what they're going into, and M80 feeling the pressure, and they're going to dip away.
Yeah, very much trying to keep themselves safe here. I mean, Adrian was the one holding around in the Grim to pick them out as they work their way down through storage, but both have made it. Mowgli kind of went chasing and realises now, while no one's hanging around, to say that Hot and Cold has overstayed his welcome a bit here, hoping to challenge onto Adrian, and Mowgli has just taken his life for free.
He's got caught out completely unawares there, just wasn't even ready for the fight whatsoever. Also, the one off in stock, Diffuser could be in a little bit of a problem. He's got the hatch open, so the option to drop back, but that's how you deal with a problem. Takes the head off Mowgli's shoulders, Gaveni finds Savage elsewhere, and all of a sudden, M80 go from man down to a man advantage.
It's really funny, actually. I was looking at June then when he jumped onto his cams for a second, then I thought, okay, well, he's got a phone call here, and they've got 2 challenges waiting to happen around the map. That phone call will be a real good time to come out now and make use of it, and it feels a little bit too late to bring this one out, I'm afraid. Sure, it'll get June this kill here, but they could have had 2 players still on side had they used it that little bit sooner. 3 versus 3, and 60 seconds to play. Gaveni still looking to cause some bother here up on this top floor.
Noah moving across, looking to find his man, but Gaveni sees him coming, can't find the shots though. Noah takes him down, and once again, this one just flip-flops back and forward, Des. Team in the advantage, and then the next minute they are on the back foot.
Great
as M80 find themselves now. Noah with a big double. Diffuser and Gaveni and Gunnar taken out.
Kino.
Now is all up to Kino.
2 smokes in back pocket here with only 20 seconds on the clock. He could actually just lock this out and force a lot of struggle. A little bit too late, I'm afraid, there. If it had come out a few seconds prior, it could have been real danger for the attackers of Secret, but they were there a bit too quick for his liking, and a very comfortable closeout from them. Really interesting round, because M80 have looked to challenge them around the map there, but Secret have dealt, even with that losing 2K that they had earlier on, they've responded well, they've used the Dockerby call, they've got the third clean up onto Diffuser, and then had that 2v1 inside a kitchen. Really good team play from both sides so far.
Great tournament from Noah continues in a big triple at the end of that one to really turn things around, because up to that point it was looking like it could be a difficult round for Secret, but picking up a beautiful long shot there onto Kino as well, knowing that he was very possibly going to be strafing across that doorway. Team Secret get themselves the first round, and the rotation continues. M80 not going to go back down to the basement, they will instead head to the gym and bedroom.
Remember, fresh analyst is really passionate about Tier 2. You'll always find him co-streaming or at least following along with what's going on in Tier 2 and Tier 3 competitions. And I remember when Noah first surfaced his head in Tier 1, and I hadn't really been paying attention, job outside of this, didn't really have time to focus on it. I remember saying to him, who is this Noah guy? Like, everyone's really bigging him up. And he's like, you've not heard of Noah? And I was like, no. And he's like, oh, he's like Baby Shoko. I was like, that is a very, very high accolade to put on someone. He wouldn't quite go as far as saying he was going to be the next Shoko, but he was like, this kid's really got something special about him. And truthfully, for the first year or so that we saw him floating around in Tier 1, he struggled to reach the highs that we've seen him achieving in Tier 2, but I think at this tournament, as you say, Tim, he's performed to such a great standard that he's really showing what his capabilities are and what he can do, and I really hope he continues.
Doom going to be straight into the building on the Deimos, looking to cut off that potential rotation. Wall is going to be opened for CCTV. It is the gym and bedroom side, of course. So Secret are going to be looking to get in. Diffuser and Gaveni are the ones that are holding top red and Cash at the minute. They're going to find themselves, I would imagine, getting disrupted at some point. They're going to be pushed and pressured. Also got the IQ of Adrian doing the work here, making sure to find those black eye cameras, take away as much intel as possible from M80.
It's all about this dance out towards the east, isn't it? This Cash CC extension to waste as much time as possible. We've seen some really cool set-piece plays from teams to execute the 2 or 3 players that are out on the roam, not give them any chance to recover. But really, it's about seeing when that trap gets sprung by Secret, are M80 able to recover and get themselves out safely? The fact that you've got Gaveni out here is a pretty good nod towards, yes, you can make use of those keeper barriers to cover your retreat off, but a bit of a problem here, Tim, in that they've already lost a player on site. So there's only now Kino currently actually sat on site itself, and I doubt we're going to see anyone hit the site in isolation, but with 2 kills coming in already, this is looking like another good round for Secret. Hot and Cold picked off from below. He can barely do anything in this game so far, leaving just Gaveni and Diffuser to hold down. Kino giving a bit of support inside of construction too. but it's looking wobbly for M80.
Mowgli doing some great work on the book underneath there, just pressuring that position, and it should start freeing up a little bit of ground here. And as you can see, with the pressure mounting, M80 need to move, they need to relocate, they need to take risks, and Noah is there, arms wide open, waiting to just take that opportunity. Gaveni somehow managing to find a beautiful pistol shot onto Savage, but it's going to be all he does in this round, as who else is there to mop up once again? It's Noah, and Kino is going to be left all alone. 1v4. We saw how it went last time.
I was about to say, last round it was a 1v3, now it's a 1v4. As if the 3 last time wasn't hard enough to face off against. He's got to deal with all of the force of Secret, except for Savage, bearing down on him. Has tried to isolate out a 1v1 and has been successful, but now they know exactly where he is. Joom had a drone at his feet. They know everything Kino's doing, but he's found a second to hit him. Adrian has got to win this, and Joom's joining up to go in for the fight at the same time. Between them both, a little bit of tag damage onto Kino, and Adrian finds him through the smoke. Secret up 2-0. M80, Tim, not looking so hot.
Well, the problem is M80, of course, on defense. You would expect them to be coming out and looking at a 4-2 half, possibly. Secret have already done what they need to do here on attack, getting 2 solid rounds in the bag, and there's still 4 to go. There's a good chance that Secret come out ahead after this first half. It's not to say that we don't see an attacker-sided Clubhouse, but I would be liking Secret to get on the defense and grab at least 2 or 3 rounds here, so they're not far away from what they need to get on the attack.
It's always that story that we speak about, is the 2 halves to a game of Siege, right? What happens when we flick over to the other side and it's Secret who are on the defense? You'd expect to see them being successful. That one, the one in the chamber, by the way, I loved it. I was like, yes, that's what you want to see. And it takes the one shot to at least stop the aggressor, but Secret, as mentioned, have moved with force. They pulled off that set-piece play and have collapsed onto M80. Still, as things start out, Secret are looking good. Curious to see if that continues into that second half, but at least here, Tim. M80 could win 4 rounds on the back here. Yeah, Secret would feel a bit bruised for it, but they'd be happy, I think, walking away with how they've played so far.
Yeah, it's certainly not been terrible by any means. The problem is for them that Secret are coming in and winning these rounds. You know, there was some great play Mulder on the book I picked up. You know, really took away those safe positions from M80, wouldn't allow them to play anywhere in cash or CCTV, and ultimately just put them in really bad spots. Managed to get a kill directly himself from underneath. Just really, really great play, really great use of that utility. Secret drawn in well. You see a number of occasions there, the drone just right ahead of them, right at their feet, ready to go, ready to make an impact on that intel that's coming their way.
You might look at this and think, well, attack timeout after you've had a disastrous start would be the play, but let's not forget as well, we get ourselves into a brief pause of the ban in the next round. Teams come in knowing what it is they want to ban away and when, so it gives the team, of course not Fabian, a chance to step in, but the team themselves can talk about what's going wrong and try and fix those problems rather than talking about, what should we ban away here, guys? I imagine they've already got in their mind what's causing a problem for them and what should be taken offline.
Joom just moving around the corner, the silhouette that we can see, he cannot. No idea that he's got one on main. Maybe he hears the footsteps though, as the steps are taken by Diffuser to just have a little look around the corner. We've got a stalemate brewing here, but ultimately...
Joom shouldn't die here. You're on the Capitale, you've got all the smokes, you've got the fire, you've got everything your team needed to make this happen, including those EMPs to deal with the mute. If he dies here, this is catastrophic for his team.
Yeah, it really is, and the thing is M80 can just wait it out. I was just saying how good the drone in has been. They completely missed Gunner, picks up a freebie onto Savage, Diffuser swings Joom, and just like that, the round crumbles, and M80 are looking good for round 3.
You've lost arguably the 2 operators you can't afford to lose. The Ying and the Capitale gone. That is disaster territory for them. They can start trying to pull something together here, Tim, when you haven't got 5 players to execute downstairs. It's going to feel very, very thin and very, very weak. M80 should be able to hold on.
3 Selma's going to be deployed on that Church wall. It's going to make Church completely unplayable. Once the Twitch gets the mute jammer, which it does, you can send your impact nades out, but the point is the line of sight is there, so you can no longer play safely in that area. See the smoke canisters coming out there from Diffuser. 3 versus 5. M80 still have the numbers, but Secret are starting to take away some of the ground that they can use.
And they can see them all here. It's a case of trying to get through these keeper barriers. Of course, DMR's pretty good for it. Rifles, not so much. At least half a mag into it to make that start moving. Another smoke coming out here as we've got about 30 seconds left to play. Noah finding one. Can they clutch this out, Tim?
They're just going to be seeking around the corner against the down. 3 versus 3. They're holding on though, M80. Hot and cold, Gaveni find one apiece. It's all up to Mowgli. He's off to your right. You see him, Mowgli. You see him. Hot and cold's going to We've all had them, Des. Just doesn't register in that second.
Oh, it could have brought it down to a 1v1, and that would have been very exciting to see how things play out with the mirror being sat behind that mirror window. But Secret almost clawing that one back, and Matey definitely not with the most successful end to that round, but it's a round nonetheless. They finally get themselves on the board, 2-1 to Secret.
A good attempt there at the end. I'm 99. I'm thinking back. I'm 99% certain the Twitch had taken the glass out of that mirror window.
Yeah.
At that point.
That's what I mean. They could see.
I saw the one at the end, and I'm like, but no, that was the one that was looking into side.
Yeah, the thing about that they would be trying to adapt right now, and it's good for us as well. I think we can play a little bit more for the mid rounds too late. For example, we are taking the map.
Have we killed a single of the drones that we know that they're placing? There's one main door every single round. There's one in strip every single round.
I killed the garage ones.
Yeah. Have we killed the one in main door every single round? I'm really afraid that Sean will get killed the last round in main door because they every single round put the drone there. We need to remember the prep we have on them, relax, because that's where I think we're going wrong right now. Okay. The first 2 rounds, we played solo because we're stressed. 5 deep strats, reset, and start over. You guys have the game plan. I don't need a timeout. Come on, guys.
He always says the right words. It's so lovely to hear, isn't it? He said the same thing yesterday. 5 deep breaths every round, reset, calm it down, go in fresh.
Yeah, absolutely that. It's talking about that prep as well. You know, we know where the drones are going to be. We know where they pre-place them. They've got all that down, and they just need to make sure that they're using that knowledge and intel. Gunnar got away with one like that. We saw the drone go through. They just didn't check the corner. It's always difficult in Siege. You know, there's a lot of areas to be checking, to be looking at, but you've got to make sure that you are checking those corners.
I love how they've gone for an ace ban. You look at that and think, one hard breach ban when there's 3 like Hibana's available? Like, why not ban her? It's because Noah has been absolutely frying so far on the ace. 7 kills across those 3 rounds. They don't want any more of that funny business. Off the table, taken away.
This brings a lot more than just the breach.
Totally. The frustration behind that definitely seeping into the M80 side. Fabian hoping to get a bit of a reset on here. Again, they've got a game plan, they've done the prep, they know what they need to be doing. Just haven't quite shown it in those first 2 or 3 rounds. Round 3 definitely more successful than the prior 2. Kashi, see we head into Tim here for round 4, get our 3-site rotation resets. We've got them very much dug in setup coming in towards Catwalk here with the Jaeger and the Wamai on side.
Yeah, it's always fascinating to watch, see whether the attackers will play into that Catwalk setup or do they just work and pressure elsewhere. Given that they've started opening up lower garage straight away with the hard breach gadgets, you'd expect that they are going to look to get in there and control it. You can win this site without taking Catwalk, but it means pushing from the other side. You need to take control of bedroom, move across, open up construction. Even then, it can be tough. That's how powerful a position Catwalk is. Savage is going to open up that jacuzzi wall, so it's at least just giving the option to apply a bit of pressure over there. Whether Secret will put any numbers on that side of the map, we'll see as we go, because they're also opening CCTV. I like this though, giving themselves options there.
What we say about this site, you need to control 2 of east, south or west. Once you've got 2 of them, you can probably pull off an execute. You see teams often stack everyone inside of construction and plant just inside the double wall, or you get Catwalk and you're planting behind default in B, right? You've got options to play with. And where they put their focus and their resources here really should be speaking to M80 about what's going to happen. Where are the drones set up right now? We've got 2 or 3 of them being set up in bedroom. Very fair chance there's going to be a construction here. They're putting a lot of pressure in towards garage. We're opening up walls in there. If we've got a Monty on the door, for example, of course, not going to have it here. Maybe it could be a Blackbeard. Then it shows they're coming in for Catwalk instead. It's just about realizing what the game plan is of Secret and responding in kind and being ready for that hit.
Is just going to be taking this quick peek around the corner. Doesn't want to over-challenge it, doesn't really need to. On the defense, let's not forget, it's more important to keep himself alive and burn that time. That's one of the really key functions of your roamers. If they get a kill, fantastic, but he's still alive. We're a minute 50 in, and Secret, they don't really have a lot of what they need necessarily to get this done, but they are starting to move now. Noah manager to pick up Kino. They've got the construction wall open, so like I said, they've given themselves options, and they're playing into the one that says, do you know what? We don't need to go near all those Jaeger and Wamai gadgets in garage. We're just going to push from construction and we'll try to plant on the wall.
Can't ban out Noah, can you? He's just having one of those days. No matter what operator you put him on, he's going to find a way to cook, and he's done just that. Kino being taken offline. It does mean one of those C4s is removed from the team as well. The second one has just been used. There is no C4 left at Nice Secret here, but we are down to this last 30 seconds, and they've got to make the hit about now.
One starts going down, Savage, he's underway. June manages to pick up Gunner 3 versus 3, but Hot and Cold is there with the trade. Can Savage stick it? Yes, he can. Now trying to hold back from inside the bedroom. It's a Savage triple! Talk about Savage! He's just gone through them for fun!
We said it before the game, is it the day where Savage pops, and it's been the Noah story so far, but to get the diffuser down, turn on a dime and kill off 3 just shows all you need to know. Secret in full command here on the attack of Clubhouse. M80, Tim, looking a little bit like L80 right now, can't find a way into this game.
Savage from you there, Des.
It's true.
Well, he's really struggling, though, especially on the defence, Des. I keep coming back to it, but you've got to be winning these defences on Clubhouse. You know exactly what attacks are coming. You can set yourself up. That's basically what Fabian said. We know what they're going to do. We've got the prep. We know where the drones are going to be. We've got to be more ready for this. But Secret just having answers every single round so far. Really nice finish from Savage at the end there. He had a little bit of a quiet day. I think it was yesterday that we saw him play a little bit quiet compared to day 1 and 2, but coming back with a bit of a vengeance there. Great play for him. Like I said, that early opens up the jacuzzi wall. They apply a little bit of phantom pressure from CCTV wall by opening it with the Hibana, but then ultimately get themselves well established inside of Master, inside of Construction, get the job done. Loving what I'm seeing from Secret. Great stuff from them. Let's not forget, Secret have only lost to Furia so far.
Yeah.
They're having a good tournament.
They are.
The siege that they are playing is really good.
They just lost when it really mattered because the bullets are obviously down where they are. Again, they're relying so much on tomorrow being a big day for them. They'll come out with the extended mag. They'll only go up to 7 here, so they will be quite low down in the table as things stand. Not forgetting again that those below them get eliminated. You're almost riding on other teams not being able to get above 7 here, so you still stay in the tournament. It'd be awful for them to get eliminated because they haven't put up enough bullets today.
Well, you know, playing the format is part of the game as well, and they've come in, they've only reloaded 1 bullet on day 1, 1 bullet on day 2, and those are where they've got their wins. If they'd have gone 2 on each day, then they'd have had a few more now. You know, they've lost against Furia what they gained in day 1 and 2, so that's why we see them at their starting point. Guaranteeing that they're going to get through to tomorrow by only reloading 1 now, it leaves them with that extended mag and a big risk, really, because tomorrow is the roll of the dice. They've got to win it.
C4 comes out, doesn't catch Juman. Almost, I thought Savage was definitely dead to rights. He was placing the exothermic on the wall. Has now done so, but it's jammed out by the jammer. Got to put it in the top corner, I'm afraid, buddy. You can't put it down too low. Again, that jammer gives a nice spherical defense to field there to block away any electronic gadgets nearby. A little bit higher, and it's got the job done. Yes, you can't run him through it, but you should be able to vault over that.
Just makes it a little bit difficult, doesn't it, for that sort of direct, quick entry. But we don't see too much of that at a pro level, to be honest. Jacuzzi wall does get open, but it's not necessarily a case of then using that as your ingress point. With far more commonly, I'd say, see them going in through gym window, for example, once they've got control of CCTV, which, interestingly, Secret aren't really playing for at the minute. They're quite happy to leave Gaveni and Hot and Cold out there just to sit and wait, but the problem with that is it means they can't use the south-sided windows. Noah is now getting to a point, needs to win these fights along with Mowgli, does so. They pick up both. Gaveni gets Savage in the middle of it, but that is big from Secret. They waited almost 2 minutes into the round to push that side of the map, but when they have done, Mowgli, Noah, Adrian have cleared it beautifully.
It just feels like Secret are always one step ahead here. They're lining themselves up now on the south balcony. 2 players going through, 2 into construction, ready for their execute. I imagine, Tim, they're thinking about the kills here rather than trying to risk a plant. Well, they're saying that. Noah could try and get in towards Jim here and get away with it. I think Kino's the only one nearby who can stop him. Sure enough, he's in and looking for a plant on the single wall that we're used to, but Kino stepped out and found one. Mowgli's there for the trade. Gonna get in at least one back in response. It's a 2 versus 1. Gonna running through. Adrian had to win that, but Noah pulled off the plant. Sometimes you look at that moment and think, no, hold F, but he's come off and forced a 2v1. Secret with, again, great team play to close out the round.
Secret just look really comfortable. obviously as a team, smiling, happy, you know, playing with a lot of confidence, a lot of energy today. And M80, they really are on the receiving end of it. Secret look great here. You know, if you ask me, out of all the teams I've covered, who looks like they could win this thing, who's playing well enough to go through and win those big matches, I'd certainly put Secret in that bracket at the minute. Like I say, one game lost against Furia, but it was 7-4. It was still a close affair. They played well, and then they've beaten Loud, they've beaten Liquid. They've not, you know, played easy teams here. They've done really, really well so far.
At least in talking about European teams. I said it about BDS.
They're the best of Europe that I've said.
About BDS and Secret, I've said the same thing where they've made a couple of changes. And for me, the risk in this team was Mowgli coming in. He's been on walls for the longest time. And on that team, Mowgli was often the guy. He reminded me a lot of Nuas, as I said before, on Oxygen, where he'd often be the player, charging forward, really strong on the entry, great with his kills, but would be so far ahead of his team that he would just cost them needless deaths. And he would always get traded on the entry. It would always be a problem. They didn't manage to retain the space that he made for his team. And I said that if we could see Secret, if we could see Twister work this team together and say, right, let's play things a bit more tight here, work as a team and as a unit, things will start to shine. And I think having Noah and Mowgli being the entry for this team right now, it's looking like one of the strongest entry duos that we have got at the tournament.
Noah's currently sat just over 200 on his EPS, Des.
Nice.
Obviously, there's time for that to change as we go on. But as it stands, after 5 rounds, he's at 200. Look at this aggression as well. Secret just dropping straight on in, wanting to catch any roamers out. Look at them go. The Blackbeard chasing them down. They're going to get the kills. Of course they are. Noah, Mowgli, take out Gunner and Hot and Cold, and that is rapid from Team Secret. Within 45 seconds, they've got 2 kills, and so far, every round of this game has gone in favor of the entry kill. That is the 5th round that Team Secret have that entry kill. Will it be the 5th round that they put on the board?
It feels like it should be, Tim. In a 5 versus 3, they haven't let these man advantage situations slip away from them yet. And they've still got so much time to work with. 2 minutes on the clock. You're basically playing the round from scratch here in a default 5 versus 3. Normally you'd say GG in this kind of scenario. And there's a Blackbeard bearing down on you. Doom on main stairs here. Kino's got no choice but to back away in towards side, and it's feeling miserable. Diffuser also falling by the wayside. Noah is taking no prisoners today.
No, this is ridiculous for Noah. It's absolutely unstoppable.
I did not expect a performance like this. But again, many length towards M80.
You'd almost call it a live game, but it's not, because he does it game after game after game at the minute.
He's like our 5th highest rated player at the tournament so far.
This is what I mean. He's just, you know, the consistency is crazy as well. His team can just, you know, have that confidence to rely on him. Doom's going to take a little bit of damage from Kino there, but we've seen Kino left all alone down in the basement before. This time he's got Gaveni with him, but I fear for M80, Des, that the outcome is likely to be the same.
They lose here, Tim. Let's not forget, they could get eliminated come the end of today. If teams below them manage to jump up a little bit, this could get real scary. Almost kind of saved in a way that Liquid and Scars have gone home before them, and it may be teams below them getting knocked out ahead of them, but it's certainly not guaranteed. It's going to make for a very, very tense affair when we see how things stack up by the end of the day. Still in this 5 versus 2, Secret, it feels victory is all but inevitable.
Kino just roaming around, seeing if he can find anybody at the bottom of main stairs, but won't be able to connect. Pressure mounting. Gaveni stands up well though, manages to pick up an important kill onto Noah, but it's not going to be enough as he gets himself down. Savage and Adrian are there for 1 apiece, and that's going to be Team Secret 5-1, and currently steamrolling the North Americans.
I so often say there's 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim, and maybe, just maybe, M80 shows some real attacking prowess here, but it is looking
We're back
rough.
against the wall.
Here we are.
It's up to us how we deal with that. I think that so far, we have kind of been observers in our own game. We've just kind of sat back, let our things happen to us. Very little team play. The only people that can change that around is the fucking 5 of you. I can't do anything from here. You know exactly what they're gonna do. Sort that out. Go together, talk. Like, the energy is dead graveyard right now.
Yeah.
Because we're fucking shitting our pants. We're nervous. What do we have to lose?
Nothing.
Yeah, we're fucking everything to
We're
gain.
just-
6 rounds, get ourselves back into this shit, actually make the main stage. That would be fucking nice. This is now or never.
Yeah, let's go, boys.
A tough loss for M80 to take. If it does happen, it will put them down onto 4 bullets. And it starts, you know, putting those big question marks up, basically like Fabian has said there, as to whether they then get onto the main stage or not. You know, we saw them have some adversity against Falcons yesterday. Falcons, they were way ahead, and Falcons had a really good run back at them. But they were able to turn it around, show some resilience, lock it down. That's exactly the spirit that they need right now, because Secret are running away with this. And if M80 don't do something quickly, the only concern I have for M80 is sometimes we just see these games where there's nothing they can do about it, because whatever they try, Noah.
Just take the first 2 letters of his name.
Yes.
No.
Exactly.
Just no. I mean, what I always love is hearing into that tactic them we had earlier, and then also at that halfway mark too. You kind of get an insight into the team and the dynamic and the energy. Even when Fabian's calling for the energy, it's still relatively muted responses, right? And I've long said for ages now, the reason why big teams sometimes collapse when they're needed most is you wake up on a given day and your energy can just be a little bit off. Maybe you had a bit of a rough sleep, for example. Maybe something's happened that morning that's thrown you off. And the smallest dip in communication, the drop in energy can be enough that you lose a big game like this. And it's why, for the longest time, during a very, very dominant period, you see Brazilian teams winning everything and screaming the house down before a game, during a game, after a game. The energy was always high. You had no time to feel low or feel particularly flat, but for M80, that is exactly how it looks right now. Of course, we don't hear their comms during a round, but it does feel like they're standing there and waiting to be beaten. As Fabian said, an observer in their own game, and it continues. They've tried for a 2 versus 1 play there and still lost out.
Observe that. Observe Doom taking down your Deimos. That is a huge loss of utility for M80. It's going to make it much more difficult for them to chase down anybody of Secret who decides to stay out in the map. Doom right now gets aggressive on main door again, just deals with them too easily. They were talking about the droning of Secret. Where's M80's droning? Where's M80's droning? Iana just walking on in there into the waiting arms of Doom. It's the freest kill he's going to have all day. 5 versus 3, and M80 have nobody else to blame but themselves.
7 drones out in the field as well, Tim. You haven't really got an excuse, as you say, for a lack of information or drones here to make use of. And Doom, a player that, again, we'll touch on, has had a really rough tournament so far.
He just dropped a hatch 10 feet away from there.
Yeah. It just makes it look a bit easy. Doom, at least so far in this round, marching through a couple of players. A 5 versus 3. We've been here before, Tim. M80 are going to try and make this work. They're focusing on dirt and they're focusing on kitchen for an execute. But I think Secret are going to have something to say about that, Tim. 2 or 3 players now all squaring up onto that doorway, giving nothing over.
Well, this is the beauty for Secret. They've wasted a minute 45 before M80 are coming towards site, and guess what they've got now? A load of Goyo canisters to play behind, so they're going to waste even more time, and the situation just gets more and more dire for M80. 3 versus 5 is bad enough on its own. 3 versus 5 with 20 seconds left to go before you can push it is going to be an even bigger problem, so they really need to aggress forward here and take the bull by the horns, get a couple of kills.
Savage down to a single bullet of HP. Firebolt coming on through, but not finding the man. They're trying to take him out as best they can. And sure enough, Adrian's gone. A second one follows. They're pushing as a team, Tim. They're down to a 2 versus 2. And Mowgli and Savage have barely got any HP to speak with here. But here we go. It's Mowgli off to the side and finds one. Stuck in here against the shield. Who comes out on top? Of course, it's going to be Mowgli. Kino put in the dirt. 6-1 to Secret.
What a shot onto the blitz from Mowgli there. Absolutely beautiful stuff. Secret a little bit rattled in the middle of the round there when the pressure started mounting from M80, but they dug their heels in and showed they've got that resilience too. Locked out the round. Beautiful stuff from Secret. M80, they did the right thing. They hit the button. They had the aggression in the mid-round, and they really started doing it. I was worried they were going to leave it too long. Like I said, 3 versus 5 is tough. 3 versus 5 with 20 seconds is even worse. They didn't do that. They went in and gave themselves time, gave themselves an opportunity, and they found the kills as well. But it just wasn't enough against what is looking like a great Secret team today.
Looking hard to beat, and as I said, it starts to worry a bit for M80. At least as things stand, it's not the end of the world. There are teams that currently sit below them on the number of bullets, and I believe only one team could possibly be eliminated as it stands, based on number of bullets, because we have to see at least 4 teams going home. 3 have already been sent, and they've currently got FaZe, SSG, G2, BDS all sat below them. In fact, BDS will be above them after this game. So there are potentially 3 teams here that if they don't have things go their way today, or even if they do, could still see themselves going ahead or even home ahead of M80. We got a Raura show at least here, Tim. That's something from Diffuser.
Yeah, Raura is going to be brought along. For any of you that haven't seen her, she can apply panels, sort of similar to Castle Barricade. Can apply them at range to doors only, and they will close all the way down to the ground. They will lift up a little bit if a drone wants to go through. They're very generous like that. They'll let the drones through. But they are activated by a panel up at the top. You've got to be close enough to it. It's proximity based, so once you're close enough as an attacker or a defender, you can shoot that target, it'll open the panel. But the main use of Raura is to create space, cut off rotations, and give yourself a little bit of safety, an area that you can work in, that you can build into, prevent that line of sight for the defenders.
Speaking of the line of defense here, Tim, it's exactly what they've got. You might have got rid of the jacuzzi wall itself, but there is another wall reinforced waiting for you. We've got the angle from Jim being crossed off, so that's got to be dealt with. It's why you've got Giovanni on side, but he is out of impacts here. Not even able to step inside and blow this out because Jim is sat defending inside of Jim, so still a number of puzzles here for M80 to work their way through. Secret just stalling them out a little bit.
Going to be pushing up the main stairs here. The aggression is coming. This is better from M8. Kino manages to take down Adrian. Losing Diffuser wasn't ideal. And up he steps again. I said, Des, you can do whatever you want sometimes. And Secret will just say Noah. He comes in, gets a big double, and again flips the round. M80, we're building good momentum up the main stairs. But it just isn't enough as the Warden comes around the corner. The perfect op to go against the Blitz. Finds 2 kills, and it's 3 versus 2.
It's just unforgivable though, Tim. How can they get that so wrong? They had the advantage. They had the flash on the player on half stairs. Miscommunication galore. The second player that was in behind the Blitz had no idea what was going on. Still managed to get a kill, but both got completely sideswiped by Secret after that. Surely they hold on here. 2 C4s to play behind. This is theirs for the taking.
Giovanni at the minute has managed to get himself inside a shower. He's just going to hold his position and hope for a rotate. Coming up main stairs, hot and cold, gets caught out. They hear him coming. Joom goes down at the same time, but it leaves Giovanni 1v2. Diffuser down on main stairs. It's not looking good. He uses the environmental ingredient in front of him, the fire extinguisher, to pop the smoke, to give him some cover. It's not enough. He was trying to bait them out, and who else? Noah is going to close it out in an emphatic Team Secret win, 7-1.
It might only be 1 bullet for Secret. It puts them up to 7, but it sets them up well for tomorrow. For M80, they career down the standings here, Tim, down towards that death zone at the bottom. But most importantly for Secret, such a fantastic performance. Noah we can chat about all day. 15 kills to his name, but for me, it was the micro plays throughout, the constant 2v1s, even at the end then. A 3-2-1 countdown, we swing together, we punish Giovanni. Every step of the way, M80 were met with absolute resistance from this team. Great play, and I'm sure we're going to see more from both sides as we press on.
Yeah, absolutely fantastic. So Team Secret were absolutely electric.
All right, break is ready. Let's go through when we come back. The desk will break it down for you.
7-1. What a great score for you, Team Secret. But you know what I want to hear from you right now? Why is Secret playing so conservative in reload? You guys are not reloading that many bullets. You also didn't use the extended mag card yet. You keep it for tomorrow. What is the strategy behind it?
The strategy is we don't know the format. So at the beginning it was like very hard, you know, like for example Falcons, they know the format, they just bet, and if they lose they pick first, if they win they're on the top. For us it wasn't the same, like we bet small because we're playing good teams, you know, and now we're on this position, like we have to beat good teams, and tomorrow it's going to be the same, you know, we're going to bet a lot but it's going to be a good team, so it's do or die. So there is no strategy, it's just about we are playing good teams, you know.
Yeah, but now seeing the results, back then, would you like to come back in time and just reload as many bullets as you could? Now, you were doing really great.
Yeah, thank you. Yeah, I don't know why MIT picked Club, to be honest. They are terrible on it. And like, it's our home, you know, like we are so good on it. And for example, like you said, we put 5 attacks. So after this, it was an easy game for us.
Yeah, I was going to talk about that. Club, it's a more defense map, and you guys somehow managed to get a lot of attacks round. So I guess that made it easier for you, right?
Yeah, I'm here to revenge my friends on Falcons, you know. They lost yesterday against them. They are my friends. And now, you know, it's Club, it's our home. We know how they play, you know, they just want to flank us, you know. So we just wait like this. One is coming, okay, 5v4. Another one is coming, okay, 5v3, you know. It was very easy to me.
Just waiting them to put on their faces on your aim and just shoot. Okay, fair. Now you guys have the rest of the day to, you know, just chill or practice. What are you guys doing?
I think we're going to study the format again. Maybe we're going to find a new rule, we don't know. We're going to do all the mathematics stuff, you know, to see how many we have to bet, if we have to all in, you know, this kind of stuff. And after maybe we go to the pool, I don't know. Have a good time, because maybe we are out tomorrow, we don't know.
Yeah, I just think that you need to use the extended mag tomorrow. I think. Well, let's see. Let's see. But go to.
We have to, obviously, but it's more about which team are we gonna pick, you know, because we need to see the end of the day to see the result.
Draft show.
Yeah, and we will see.
Are you like? I don't know how to say this in English, but thinking, who it's going to choose us? Are you afraid of the team that it's going to choose you?
No, like we are not afraid because, of course, we use the chicken card, but because we wanted a lot to play against Furia, you know, we prepared the game. Unlucky we lost because they play better than us. But tomorrow, you know, like it's going to be against a good team again. But for example, MIT is considered a good team. We 7-1 them, so no pressure, you know. We can beat anyone.
Yeah, they can beat anyone. You don't need to be pressured, Milesh.
No, I'm under zero pressure whatsoever. I have my friends here with me. They give me a massage. It's always relaxing.
That's true.
It's good that, you know, I can just relax and take my top off for a round.
What?
No, that's another thing.
You want to do that on camera?
No, but that means we go to the pool at some point in time. Gentlemen, it is a victory. Team Secret absolutely smashed through M8.
And do you know what? We maybe set this up that obviously this was 2 good teams. Both teams knew that they were clearly able to lose against one another. It was pretty well matched. The top teams at this event generally have been playing against the top teams, but I don't think we expected the nature of just how dominant Secret were going to be, Leo.
Yeah, I think in general there was too much movement from M80 in defense. They gave so many people, they gave so many entry engagement to Secret on one side, and then I have to say Secret in perfect control of the pace all the time. Like they literally demolished them whenever they were rushing or whether they were playing slow. In control the whole time.
There's been a lot of conversation this event about mechanics and IQ, and for one, it's not a hot take here when I say I think Mowgli's mechanics far outweigh his game IQ. If Mowgli's saying, I'm just going to stand and wait and I know exactly what you're going to do, then for M80 you're probably doing something a little bit wrong. But yeah, no, you know, Secret have played against some tricky opponents. Brazilians mainly.
Yeah.
They've put in good performances despite the results maybe not going their way, and I think that showed in this game.
For me, this is the biggest story. They use this event with 2 new members to gain as much experience as possible. They've now played Loud, they've played Liquid, they've played Furia, and they've played M80, and they've beat 3 out of those 4 teams. You know, they're putting up an amazing show. They are not being rewarded with the bullets because Twister is not using the bullets the right way, but that's fine. If they reload everything with the extended mag at around 5 and they beat the team, they will still qualify to main stage. And I will be honest here, they're one of the most deserving team at this tournament after the performance they've showed throughout every single day.
I think Mowgli's playing it a little bit dumb there.
Yeah,
I will be honest.
Twister knows the rule.
With the opponents that Secret have had to face against, playing conservative with your bullet count was always going to be the best way, so you could attack day 5, where you can hopefully get against a team that's not going so hot and play your extended mag. That's exactly what Secret are going to do. The only difference is, I think they won't get to pick their opponent. I think there'll be people on less bullet counts than them, so they'll be getting picked.
Because the middle of the pack is so crowded right now, a difference of 1 or 2 bullets can just shake things up completely. However, Noah is one of the players on Team Secret we've seen really standing up to what's needed here, Leo.
I think one of the biggest thing with this guy, look at the statistic. This is literally throughout the tournament. He's got an EPA score of 121. Incredible KD as well, and also playing not necessarily on the biggest frags. You know, he's been a lot playing Ace, for example. So far, I think he's my best up-and-comer in Europe for last year. He went once again, and I will say this, from stage 1 being the worst rated player in the league to being our best fragger in Europe, or one of the best fragger in Europe. It's incredibly good to see him blossom like this.
And I think what underpins that is, having spoken to everybody that has worked with Noah, is his work ethic. He just wants to win, and he will do anything to do that and to improve himself, but also the team. Again, we're seeing it. You know, the proof is in the pudding.
I feel so happy that I can actually be proud of an EU team at round 4 of the tournament.
Actually, Falcons did beat Fearax.
So we're on the up.
We're back.
We're on the up.
We're climbing.
To bring us back
we're
down,
climbing.
But, you know.
Let's take 2 more. We're climbing back.
Right now.
Okay, well, technically, Fabian is leading the charge here in M80, even as a coach. So let's see the status of M80, because much like their previous opponents, Team Secret, they also have an extended MAC card that they can play.
Yeah, so, I mean, obviously, bullets are the big thing that matters, right? So, for M80, they wagered 5. They reloaded 5. They've gone down to 4 now. What they're going to have to do is they're going to have to try and target a team that has at least 8 bullet count in the draft show tonight and reload and play the extended mag so that they can get up to 14 plus their 4 would be 18, maybe a couple more.
With Secret only reloading 1 bullet in this matchup and only gaining 1, I actually think that M80 losing this might be good for them to pick a weaker opponent in the critical round 5.
Get the first.
It might actually be good for them to have lost this, and it could be all part of Fabian's saving strat plan.
Actually, that's
saving struts, saving bullets.
Yeah, you know, it all makes sense.
Anyway, this is exactly why we live for this, because you can theorycraft all day, every day. But we don't have much time for that, because it's time for a blacklight detail for this matchup of the day. Gentlemen, what have you selected?
Well, they had a pre-placed drone. Secret had a pre-placed drone inside Master, and they wanted to control the roam. As soon as they know there is a roamer stuck in Master, triple breach from Office Hatch to go and rush him, and look at what Joom is doing, sacrificing himself with Blackbird, going to go and pitch him. He's pushing this player away, and boom, double free kills, and that's how you gain a 5v2. Now look, instant reaction from Mowgli. Let's put the gas tank down, make it explode, burn the staircase, no one can retake. Not only did they be smart with the information, they commit to it, gain 2 kills, and they use the destructible elements of the new CJX to prevent anyone from going up the stairs and reflank.
Secret are one of my favorite teams in all of Rainbow Six Siege to watch play, and the reason for it is very often they will identify, like we've just seen, 1 kill, and it's all 5 without hesitation, and it's just like, oh well, that guy's unlucky because he's getting run down by 5 of them, including a shield.
Well, it's an incredibly fun match that we had here, at least witnessing how Secret are dismantling, how well they're playing, given that there's been so many expectations put on them as dark horses over the past, year and a half now, if not more, different iterations of the squad. Gentlemen, thank you so much. We still have, of course, 2 more games to go. 2 eliminations are also on the line. We'll take a break, but at the end of that, if you ever wanted to see what sort of national team could be built to compete in a hypothetical national Rainbow Six tournament, well, Mr. Alfaman Maria actually went around to ask who would be part of the set teams. Take a look.
Eye out for contact.
Available now.
right now we have the map veto thing happening here between Loud and BDS. Come on, camera, show them what you're doing. Now we have the the official person from Blast that stays with the tablet and asks each team what map they want to ban. What they are doing right now. Now we have GDN, that it's the coach for Loud here in the left, and Lilo, the coach for BDS, right in front of me. Now they're going to choose the side. Also, the teams are able to choose which side they want to start, if attacking or defending.
Okay, guys, please double check everything is correct. All right. Thank you very much, guys. Thank you.
Now fist bump, good luck. Let's have a great game. Good luck. Stroker, come talk to us about the map veto.
Why are you speaking English?
Yeah, well, we are Brazilians, but now we are speaking English. Okay. What do you think of the veto? Which map?
Skyscraper.
Okay.
Yeah.
And why Skyscraper?
Because we're the best team on Skyscraper. I don't know why they picked this map. I don't know why. We're gonna win.
Okay. But maybe they have something, like some secret that they know about you, some, I don't know.
Yeah, maybe, but the bans, I think it will be better for us because we have a secret too.
And you can tell me now?
No.
That wouldn't be a secret anymore, right?
Yeah. We have to wait.
Okay, now I'm gonna find why they picked Skyscraper.
Okay.
Same moment. Come on, you. Yeah. Quick. Loud just told me that they have the best Skyscraper, so why did you guys choose it?
Because we actually don't think they have the best Skyscraper. We're gonna see on the server who got the best one.
Okay, do you know something about them that we don't know?
I don't want to badmouth them.
Okay, so you think your BDS is going to win, right?
Yeah, we watched Sky yesterday. They played in the tournament, so we'll see. We are a brand new team. We haven't showed it, so it's going to be an interesting map.
What will be the score of the match?
I don't want to jinx us. I don't want to take this one. Please don't make me do this. Please, no.
Okay, that's fine. Good game. Go with your team to practice.
Thank you.
Good game. Okay, so what do we have right now? Both teams think they have the best Skyscraper. Now let's find out.
We are finding out indeed, Maria. Hey, you! Come on over and just kind of grab
She grabbed it like a schoolboy.
He definitely did those.
He had the band on and everything, yeah.
He's playing nice with his friends. 1-0 up for BDS here on the attacking side on Skyscraper.
That is a Maru shotgun, by the way. I don't want to end up casting this, but it looks like a play is just about to happen.
Let the analyst cast it.
No, not at all. I mean, a Maru shotgun. Oh, it's gone.
Oh, come on, guys. We wanted to see the Maru shotgun.
Okay. Anyway, the ban phase is quite, if we're not going to see it, quite intriguing to see a ban phase because I don't think a lot of viewers, they see the bans, we talk about the bans, but they don't see the ban phases. You will have gone to them when you was a player. I went to them when I was a coach. I used to love doing them with Shas, for example. Yeah. Because Shas would stand there, say Leo is the admin and he's doing the ban. Me and you were banning. If Shas, he would be stood like this and he would go, yeah, Milos bans Oregon. Milos, you ban Oregon, don't you? Yeah. Milos bans Oregon, and we'll start attacking. Milos, you want defense in overtime, right? And Shas would start playing mind games with the other team like that in the ban phase. It was very clever. That's when the competition starts.
From being on the other side, it was terrifying. There is really a mind game in the ban phase because if you know the guy in front of you knows everything you're gonna ban, it's already it's already putting you in the defensive state. Yeah.
And how many times has it been where the actual coach is kind of bullshitting you just to kind of lure you into something? I know. I've talked to Shas. I've spent countless hours on Discord with this man. I know what's going on in his head. However, I want to know what's going on in other people's heads when it comes to building a national team to represent Brazil in a hypothetical national Siege tournament.
Hey guys, welcome back to another episode of Pick Your National Team. Here I'm with Maria, so we're going to pick the best Brazilian team on Siege. All right, Maria.
Eu sou brasileira, so let's pick the Brazilian ones. Okay, I will have to start with Felipe Pox because, we've been talking about him being a nice IGL and awesome IGL, so I go with him from Furia. Then KDS, I think, from FaZe Clan. I'm between Dots, Dash, and Lobin from W7M, but I think I might go with Lobin or with Vopes, because he's my friend, so I will go with Vopes. And then I have Liquid. I will go with Nask. It's too cliche to say that. And probably with, I don't know, Pettis or Bassetto from Loud. Because, I mean, they're good guys, they're fun, so Pettis.
Maria is just flexing on us right now because she picked one Brazilian player from every single team, every different team, because they just have so much talent, you know. So we've got KDS, we've got Felipox, we've got Volps, we've got some really strong names out there, honestly. That would be a strong contender for any World Cup.
For a World Cup. You break my heart when you say that. There was a scheduled Siege World Cup that was happening. I was part of the announcement. I went in, I recorded it with Skok. For those who remember, shout out to Skok and kind of the French talent that built Siege in France in that way. But we never got it. Maybe with these ideas.
Maybe I'm just building this content to pressure Ubisoft to give us a World Cup. Who knows? Who knows?
Do you know what? The fact there wasn't one is probably quite good for the French talent because they would have been first rounded anyway.
Actually, I would have loved to play.
Leo would have been playing.
Oh, we don't know. Maybe I would not have made the cut. Who knows?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay, fair enough.
Right,
he would have been on talent anyway.
You've never been a player anyway.
He wasn't technically on the G2 roster also.
He was just an analyst. Like he was the assistant of the coach. Like how much impact did he have?
Anyways, let's
you
move
can do
on.
The next desk on your own. It's not a problem.
Cloud9 versus G2. And this is a completely different G2 one we used to have back when Jack was technically on the roster. C9 also completely different to what it was back in those days. We saw them yesterday. Kobe ended up losing the 1v1, but it didn't matter. The team is looking good.
Yeah, they're looking good. They're currently high up in the standings is what I would say, Milosh. This team is a team that kind of got put together, I would say, to kind of fill that 10th NAL slot out. In terms of, if you look at the storyline of some of these teams, obviously Dream, Packer both represented entirely different teams at the 6th Invitational, and also Kobe as well, actually, not to forget about him. But it's kind of a mishmash of people that are really trying to, I would say, establish themselves in Tier 1. These aren't necessarily your North American Tier 1 household names, maybe outside of Dream. But that being said, they're currently looking very, very good, and they have a great opportunity to continue establishing themselves.
Well, for that, we'll have to take a look at their status to see if they loaded anything and how much really are they loading in 2 bullets out of their 14, Leo.
Yeah, I actually disagree with Jack. I don't think they look good at all. I think the only reason they're here and they have 14
I said
bullets,
look good in the standings.
Yeah, they look good in the leaderboard. They don't look good in general. I will say this, they're one of the weakest teams in this tournament, and the only reason they have so many bullets and the only reason why they reload only 2 is because they know they should not be able to win another match, and they're just banking on the fact that they're going to have enough bullets to go through.
And it's worth saying they are limited by their opponent's bullet reserve. Obviously, they could only go 2 against G2 because G2 only had with 2.
Yeah.
G2 bullets.
I
made that one up.
If anything, that did give G2 a bit of an advantage here to play yesterday in the draft and go for a pick that might be more preferable to them. I'm wondering what G2 has seen within Cloud9 that they could play for today.
Yeah, the reason I'm saying they're one of the weakest teams in the tournament is if you look at their match history, you understand what I mean. They've played against PSG Talon, and they struggled. They struggled really hard. They only won 7-5. If you go further, they actually, I think they lose to another team. They've also played one of the weakest ones as well.
Liquid.
It was Liquid, right?
Yeah.
And it was a 2-7. It was a huge defeat, a huge loss. And then they also played another team that was one of the weakest, and they only won 8-7. That was Scars. So the only reason they've got so many bullets is because they farm bullets on the weakest opponent in this tournament.
They're making it rain on everybody as their history here in Reload.
I mean, that's the thing. It really does show, because Cloud9 started the day in the top 2 in terms of the reload amounts of bullets. It shows the strength of that extended mag card. Not just of the card, but of converting that card into a victory. Yes, and it was an 8-7 victory, but they got it done. They got the reloads done. And I think that's what you're saying, Leo, is that even their 2 games that they've won, it was 7-5 against PSG Talon, who didn't look great, and it was 8-7 against Scars, who haven't looked great.
They struggle against the weakest teams, and they completely lose it against normal teams like Liquid that are now eliminated, by the way. So they've effectively played the only 3 teams that are eliminated in this tournament. They've effectively had, on paper, the easiest run ever, and that's why I think they were the perfect farm bullet, or bullet farm if you wish, for G2. The perfect target to regain so many bullets.
And now time is running out as G2 look to at least survive. I mean, they made it into day 4 just by an inch, and today maybe they can go into day 5 with some sort of hope.
I mean, what do you do when you're backed into a corner? You've got to come out swinging. And I think we expected that, to be honest, from G2 yesterday.
Yeah.
It was another terrible performance that flattered the stick. It was not good enough. It's not good enough from the players of, you know, that represent this organization, that have so many fans, that are a big hope for European Siege. But they get another chance because Loira won a 1v1.
And gentlemen, if there's any moment where you can rely on G2 to really explode is when their back is against the wall. They have loaded in 8 bullets.
Now, this is the maximum they could do, obviously, because they've already used the extended mag. So that's why they went with a team that had more than 8.
Yep.
Now, they reloaded 8. If they go at 10, they can go further in round 5 and try to hope to gain enough bullets to make it to main stage. Basically, on paper, they can still save themselves. And they're against one of the weakest opponents to do it. The perfect way to get back into the tournament.
Yeah, G2 have to win. It's an elimination game for them. It's as simple as that. But also, this is going to be interesting in the draw show tonight. They have to play against an opponent tomorrow that has as many bullets as possible to win.
That's why they
still have their chicken card, so they might have to play it tonight against a traditionally weak team to go against an opponent that has 8 bullets to attack them tomorrow.
Well, you know, this is kind of the macro of what could potentially happen tonight should they even win and really get out of this rut that they're in. But they've had a lot of changes over time, specifically around who's IGLing and leading this team. Is there another one?
Yeah, it's crazy talking about the G2 IGLs. I will say, because previously we've always known Alamar was their IGL. When Alamar was their IGL, this is their attack win rate under different IGLs. When Alamar was their IGL, I would say it was organized chaos. 33% attack win rate. It was exciting to watch, but it was inconsistent. For 6 Invitational, they brought Uno into that IGL, and it went from organized chaos to kind of, I would say, default traditional Siege. They got themselves to a 51% attack win rate. It looked really good. I actually thought SI, G2 were very, very encouraging. Now Loira is IGLing, and we don't have a lot of information because they've been very tight-lipped onto why. And I wouldn't even call it organized chaos. It's just chaos on G2's attacks. 17% win rate on their attacks.
I would argue that it's because Uno right now is probably, I think, the worst rated player across this tournament. I don't know what's happened. He was rejuvenated last year. At the end of the year, he had the best stats of his career. And right now, in every single matchup, he's been dropping the ball. In one of them, he was 1-14.
That was a great timed yawn.
Oh, no.
You know, he's been sleeping at the...
He's been sleeping.
He's been sleeping at the wheel.
James Bond moment too, 007.
Exactly, and knowing this guy, I've teamed with this guy for more than a year. I know his work ethic. I know he wants it. He's one of the best competitors in the world. I know how this means so much to him. So I'm hoping he gets back in it against, again, Cloud9. He should be right now smashing them. It's his moment to gain back confidence.
Well, we're gonna have to see what map that'll have to materialize on, because well, Dream is Sexy is on the other team. He can definitely bring it in. Nighthaven Labs is where we go to as G2 have taken Consulate off the board, gents.
Yeah, they're going to Nighthaven, which I think is a pretty decent team for Cloud9. I know that Packer loved to IGL on this one. Even when things were not working with M80, they love to play that map. In general, I think they're quite easygoing with this one. The problem is G2 starting attack.
Keep taking my points here, Leo. That's exactly what I was going to say.
That's my transition to you.
If you look at this map, Vito, it was Skyscraper, Consulate, on Nighthaven, all difficult maps to attack in their own right for different reasons. But what I would say is Nighthaven lends itself. I think when the IGL Summit had, you know, they were talking about it, they were saying it's very similar to Clubhouse, but maybe a little bit smaller. It's very much on synergy to breach walls, to go at the same time, to put pressure on different pressure points at the same time. That doesn't play into G2's strong suit, and they're already particularly struggling on their attack. If there is a time, because as much as the leaderboards are showing Cloud9 at the top and G2 at the bottom, if there's a time for G2 to really kick on, they need to be good here.
It needs to happen. It's do or die for G2. Should they lose this game, it's done. That's it. They're out. They barely survived by invoking a dual card yesterday. That was an automatic one. We'll see what happens in this matchup. Our casters are ready to go. Des Ace, I mean, we got G2 on here. There's a lot of copium behind them, but maybe C9 can also break that dream.
I've been inhaling that copium during the breaks and trying to get ready for this one because, my God, G2 are going to need it. But actually, the ban's gone pretty well for them because Cloud9 have gone against every map that G2 are good on. Thinking G2 would go to Concert in the middle for both of them, but have then gone to Labs. It could be a surprise because Cloud9 played this a couple of days ago. G2 know what they're doing it by now.
I think it's largely down to G2. If they don't play better and show us something different than they have so far, they're going home.
Well, let's not dilly-dally. Gents, all yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. Yes, it's Elimination Tuesday, once again.
Is it?
Tuesday? Wednesday? Tuesday. It's Tuesday, yeah. Days of the week disappear like no tomorrow over here, I swear. Time just goes faster in Rio. I can't believe we're nearly at the end of this stage already.
I know, it's absolutely flown around, to be fair. We've been, how long have we been here now? Nearly a week?
About a week? 5 days? 6 days?
I don't even know anymore.
A number of days. We just can't give you the exact number right now. Split straight down the middle on who wins this one. I think, understandably, there's still a lot of G2 fans out there, but those who've got any kind of rationality in their thought process probably know that based on how they've played so far, Cloud9 are probably the ones coming away with the win. We'll see if that proves to be right or not, and see if G2 have figured things out after 4 days. They were saying, no, our boot camp's been great. We're not sure what's going on. They haven't been able to fix it yet. But let's see if them diverting away at the last minute from Consulate to go to Nighthaven catches Cloud9 by surprise. First ban coming in, going to be the Monty and the Kai to follow from G2.
See if they double down on that like we have seen previously with the Bandit and Blackbeard or Blitz. They do indeed. So we're going to see again that co-op banning where operators are being taken out from the same pool, if you will, from shields, from denial. Just trying to make specific tasks easier or more difficult, depending on which way around you look at it. G2 on the attack then, they're going to be looking to get things open nice and easy, nice and quick, not too much of a problem there. Not going to be able to use the Monty to bully their way up onto the warehouse catwalk necessarily, so that's something that they're going to have to consider, is how do they get control. We saw earlier in the Liquid game how vital that area can be. Both teams being able to win big rounds based on having control of that. As it is, we're going to start off down in the basement. Cloud9 taking us all the way to the bottom.
I just want to touch on this actually, that game passing that just came up. I was speaking to the UB team earlier, like obviously we know that there's a real cool sponsor to have first and foremost, but I was like, what do we get from it? And there's like a bunch of skins that you get as well. If you haven't played the game before, it's even more so for you guys. You haven't got you get all the operators, you get a bunch of skins, loads of benefits, the battle pass is included as well. So if you are thinking about playing Siege after watching some of this, it's a great time to go and grab it on Game Pass. And being fair, Tim, a lot of other games on there as well. I've been waxing lyrical about Claire Obscure.
No, you've been going on about it. It's not one that I've played, but having Game Pass already, I'm like, yeah.
I'm one of those people.
I'm going to get home and play that.
The thing is, I played it on Game Pass, loved it that much, then went away and actually bought the game as well. Like,
okay.
And I'm not the only person to have done that, because it's that good that you're like, I want to support the devs on this. It's such a good game.
Definitely going to be having a look at it, but like you say, if you've not picked up Siege, or maybe if you've got Siege and not got all the operators or something, Game Pass, getting it done.
Oh. Bit of a sting coming in, gets away, no problem. Alamauda scaring away Silent there, running around on the Fenrir, drops the hatch away to safety. Not a bad spot to be in, at least keeping himself alive. And no one there to capitalise on the below, but again for G2, it's about getting the full map clear done quickly here, which is what the Blitz enables. And of course, Doki to lock things down with that Nomad, making sure no one's going to hit them on the flank as the round progresses.
Kitty just going to be circling around there inside of control, trying to keep that control of the upper floor above site. Packer is supporting inside of storage for the time being, going to be bullied by the Blitz. Doki manages to pick up Kitty. It is a direct trade actually, but Alamau on the Blitz picks up Packer, and that gives G2 the vertical control that they want. They've got the Ram of Loira to come in and start doing some work now, start opening things up. Hopefully for G2, Doki has been able to use those air jabs before being taken out, so the flanks will be safe, but I'm not too sure that will have been the case.
We saw him get at least one down, which is something. At least he's had a chance to use what the operator's there for. I like how they're somewhat simplifying this here, G2 as well. You know, Uno, you know, he's having a pretty bad tournament as far as fragging is going. Put him on the dope, make him all about the util instead. No way does Alamau lose this. Surely not. Will eventually win it out, but Kobe almost had his number there. But like I was saying, make the phone call, then let Alamau at the front with these shields charge through a couple of players. It's working well for them in round one. C9 so far unable to hold on. Uno's getting the plant down, and it's 4 versus 1. It feels like this one should be closed out for them. Diffuser is down, and Silent has got to do something real special if he wants to keep G2 at bay. Not going to happen. Round 1 to G2.
Yep, quite a gulf between the two teams in that first round, I thought. G2 looking pretty comfortable. Whether that will continue or not, we will see, but I liked Alamau's blitz play across that mid-floor, supported by Doki, getting rid of the 2 operators that were in there. It was the Legion and the Warden that were playing around control and storage, trying to keep that verticality in place for Cloud9, but as soon as they went, you saw that pressure really mounting up on the players inside of site, especially here when Alamau takes down Kobe. That's pretty much round round one at that point. Great round from Almar on the shield.
Absolutely, and I'd be surprised if they now try and double down and do the same thing again, but you might see some elements of it sticking around. Things like the Dokkaebi, as I mentioned, maybe even seeing the Blitz being brought along in isolation, but don't think they'll go for the same thing now that C9 have seen it. They'll know what to expect. What I did like about it was for G2, it was a case of clearing up that top floor really quickly with Alamau, then backing back outside the building, and then trying to clear the ground floor. So rather than sticking inside the building and checking out areas like Aqua that they might not have droned, they just kept it very simple, making sure that those roamers had been forced backwards, and then at least had the idea of locking things down with the Nomad of Doki. As you mentioned, he went down before he had a chance to use all those air jabs. Not the end of the world, to be fair to them. We are going back towards that Blitz here, but doubling down a bit with the ability to execute and flash out this other side with leaning in towards the Ying. Still, no Warden on the other side for now.
Interesting site choices, of course. Not going up to the top floor straight away, Cloud9. I don't actually hate it. I talk about the top floor on that quite a lot, and how it's a little bit restrictive for the defenders, because much like the top floor of Cafe, you don't have that roam game to play. Extensions are not really, you know, sort of easy to come by. You can get out into connector a little bit, I guess, or, you know, play somebody out towards meeting, but that's about as far as you can go without getting somebody underneath with a nitro, which is a tough one to find here on our table maps. So Cloud9 certainly swerving that for the time being, going to control and storage instead, which leaves G2 to get that RT wall straight away opened up. Alamau's doing what he can, but he's not going to have the same success this time. Packer manages to find him. Gitty shuts down Dream, unfortunately, and in a flurry of kills, the only important thing is we come out the other end of it in a 3v3.
Not the dream to put down a teammate, unfortunately, but it's happened, and we move on. We keep on going from there. The critical thing is, Tim, we've got rid of the two key operators on this G2 side that I was speaking about. You've seen Alamau go down, you've seen Doki go down, now you're seeing another trade come on through, but without the Ying or without the Blitz on side, there's a lot of teeth that are taken out of this G2 side. A lot now turns on towards Laura to do a bit of magic. Uno there almost getting picked off by Silent. Being rounded on from the other angle. Laura's gone down here. It's all down to Uno. A tough tournament so far, but can he do it in the 1v2?
Just going to take out the Fnatic there. It's going to give away his position, but he manages to get a cheap one as Silent. Just trying to get down the hatch there. Gets caught out by Uno, and all of a sudden, this becomes really winnable.
I'm really confused, Tim. I thought on day 4 there were no more 1v1s. We've got half a round still to play here for these two to show down what they can do. Uno in a spot with the drone at least to figure out what's going on. It's down to Packer to keep himself hidden away here. It's going to look very reminiscent of a lot of those 1v1 rounds that we had yesterday.
I think if Uno's confident that he's not in storage, he might go for the plant behind Pillar here. That's exactly what he's doing, straight in. The barbed wire is not going to help the situation, but Packer
no C4.
is not moving quickly enough, really. Sprays a few bullets through the wall. It does put Uno off. Is he going to relocate after taking out the bulletproof cam, or is he going to go for the kill? 40 seconds left to go. He's got plenty of options. Packer is going to have to push forward, and does. Uno's going to stick this. Packer's got an absolute freebie, surely, but no, he kind of hesitates going in. It gives Uno a chance to fight. They both take shots. Packer still gets the job done, but there was a second there where you wondered if he'd missed his chance.
Oh, it came down to it all, and they both knew exactly where the other was, and it's Packer that can hit the shots when it matters most. C9 on the board. But my God, did it really come down to the wire to see who walks away on top. G2 started getting a couple of these rounds. I'll give it to them in this round there. You've just seen in the replay, one of the key mistakes, they didn't clear that top floor first. Although they were trying to aggress in quite early on the ground floor, they were punished from above. We've seen that a couple of times today, Tim, on this map no less as well. But you do need to get in and force players away from those vertical angles. Otherwise, you just know you're facing off against bullets. Shields might help, are only going to help you for so long, and they can't protect everybody on the team.
Up to the top floor we go then. Cloud9 will continue on after a successful defense with their rotation. A good finish to the round from Packer, although it almost wasn't, but he gets the job done. That's all his team can ask of him. We're going to have the Azami of Kobe. He's going to be playing, I would say, almost certainly on the warehouse catwalk. We can see 3 lots of barbed wire out to help support as well. Keep a barricade, so utility, as I suggested, being completely and utterly stacked around warehouse and the catwalk to try and keep hold of it for as long as possible. G2, do they go in and clear that, or do they just work from maybe Aqua connector? Try and push from those sides. It will be difficult if they don't manage to get control of that warehouse, though.
Yeah, really trying to slow G2 down, I think, with the Azami and the castle doubling up. That architect operators that we spoke about, Mira also joining them in the same class. Just making things a bit more tricky for the attackers. And I think when things have been a bit chaotic the last couple of rounds, what you do want to do is take G2 away from that. Foot being on the accelerator, slow them down a little bit, try and get more control of the round, and things like laser gates are also going to help with that. So a bit more of a pause to take here for G2. They've got to play this one a bit more structured. And with things like Doki on the Flores, with all those Roteros to chew through, 2 of them already being gone, it's probably not a bad thing to say that. Alamau is working his way here down the back. Oh, could have had a freebie, but Uno's beating him to it, Tim.
Uno just watching that rotation there. He'd already opened up connector wall earlier. It's a common one, but he's used it well. Packer just straying across there and getting himself taken out. I think he was unknowingly between a rock and a hard place, though, realistically. Alamau was very, very much in position on the other side to take him down if Uno didn't. Alamau, is he going to push forward from the connector side, or is he going to relocate? At the minute, it looks like he's headed underneath to try and... I don't know whether...
Don't forget he's got nades here as well.
He's
So although
looking for an opportunity to flush out any roamers underneath, or like you say, just, you know, blow a bit of a hole in the floor and send those nades.
It'll be hard to knock a kill, but of course playing underneath the hatch here, as you can see, he can at least force players away from the pillar spot. Quite a power position inside of this site. So as long as his team can line up on this door, you still got to chew through the smoke nades first of Silent. Once they're gone, he's probably in a pretty good space here to be a little bit of a nuisance, or if anyone dares drop away through this hatch, well, guess what? Alamau's also there to do a bit of work.
Problem for G2 is it's all a little bit one-dimensional at the minute. There's no pressure towards Warehouse, there's no pressure towards Aqua. Uno does help relieve a little bit of that pressure by taking down Dream now. 5 versus 3, they can start using the numbers. They can just flood site, which is exactly what they're doing. And at least if they come away with trades, they win the round. Lyra picks up Silent, 4 versus 1. Kobe doing everything he can, but that is very little as Lyra takes him down. G2 win round 3, it's 2-1.
And the beautiful thing about that round, Tim, is it's the first time this event, it feels like G2 are a team. They played as a unit there. Yes, it was a little bit one-dimensional. It was very focused on pushing into that east side of the top floor, but they did it as a unit. 2 or 3 players hanging around connector, for example. 1 focusing on electric so they couldn't get flanked. Alamau expecting a drop to come in from below, but also had nades to force players around. And C9 just funneled one after the other onto pillar to go for a challenge in towards connector and paid the price for it. Really good round from G2. Cloud9 looking a little bit undone themselves here, Tim.
Yeah, they definitely need to find something to
Not surprised to see the blitz gone, by the way.
No, not after Alamau's success on it, particularly back in round 1. Alamau having a good game so far.
And straight into a timeout for C9. Let's have a listen.
Open up and they're just going to float George. I think we need to switch it to here so we can't ram Tool, so we can be able to play in storage as well. You know what I'm saying? So we need to flip this here. George should actually, I think he should play Captain Loki to make him on the E-Box door and Aqua right here, these 2. Can you tell him to do these 2? George, you see that? Here. Yeah, do it right here and here, because I don't want them to get, they're just going to fly top forward. That's what they notice, because he's going to fall off. So I want to fight that a little bit longer, and then we should be good with that.
What about for the storage for the Minge?
For the Minge, I mean, I think we can still run the same thing back, because they just tried doing a rush. They're going to do a normal push now. And I think the mirror is still good for in the Minge as well.
Okay. What's the code, shit? Okay.
What?
All right, there you go. More focus on the micro. We've remarked on this
very
site
strategic
this week.
input there.
It's been really interesting how you've heard, like Fabian earlier on, was more about energy levels. We've heard people talking more about strategical parts of the game, where they're forgetting core fundamentals in some places. Here, it was more about changing around a particular strat. And the remarks on the same things that we spoke about earlier. G2 did rush in those first 2 rounds. They've tried to move quickly. That last round, C9 tried to slow things down, but G2 have shown they can play into a slow competition as well. That's not a problem for them. Both sides of their game are looking good so far, so it's all on C9 to be the ones to change things up a little bit here. And sure enough, Silent, or George, is straight across onto that Capcan.
Round 4, here we go. Back down to the basement. Last time around, G2 had a lot of success clearing out the roam of Cloud9, particularly the 2 players that were in control and storage. If that's something that they're going to go for again to prevent that vertical access from Lyra on the RAM, they need to make sure that they are keeping a hold of that area. Losing 2 bodies up there just puts too much pressure down on site, especially when the floorboards start getting ripped up as well. So those are going to be some key gunfights for you to watch out for.
Probably a bit more than that. It's again about slowing things down and touch on the architect of the castle early. You've got the Goyo to slow it down, the goo mines laid, the Capcan traps. It's one of those where you look at Capcan and go, oh, well, you just destroy them. It's all well and good. You spot one, you know that there's another 4 somewhere around the map, and you've got to double drone every single door. Check it's there before and after, make sure it's cleared out if it is, before you can start a march on 4. We've seen so many teams get tripped up, quite literally, in the late round by the cut cams when they've been ignored and forgotten about, and it can be what ends rounds. I'll never forget, I want to say it was old school Rogue that had 3 enemy players run into a doorway on Bank, and I think it killed 2 of them with a triple stack of Capcan traps. It was beautiful to see. This goes to show that not checking them out and finding out where they all are can sting you at any point in the round. Goa canister being popped inside a sight, mind you. G2 at least starting to think about what an execute could look like here. We're only 60 seconds in, but you've got Uno sat on the main breach, waiting to cause a bit of bother. Elsewhere around the map, Doki's going hunting, and it's found Kobilax.
Kobe's give himself away a little bit easy there, you feel. He sprayed through the window knowing that that's where the Deimos is, but then he's just still kept himself on the other side of a soft wall.
Doki surely can't be calling people bots after how this week has gone. I don't think G2's really in a position to be talking too much smack right now.
That's the worst time to hear it, though, isn't it? When you know, somebody gets in the chat and you look and they're bottom of the table. It's like, I know a Doki isn't in this case, but
critical damage to the mental.
You're just like, oh god. But no, Kobe's give himself away a little bit there. He's kept himself behind a soft surface, knowing that Doki's going to have the vendetta. He's given him every opportunity to do exactly what he did. It's a fantastic opening kill from Doki. Interestingly, the first 3 rounds, they've all gone in the direction of the person who's got the entry kill. It's been really powerful so far for these teams. Nobody overturning that man deficit. So G2 just take a big advantage in this round.
And Doki immediately cancelling off his track there. It was onto the Goyo who's downstairs. Of course, of no use to G2 because Dream's on site, but to the enemy team, knowing where Doki is every few seconds, yeah, that can really come back to bite you. Cancels it off and has one more track to go, and they want someone who's upstairs. In fact, why has he gone for the Deimos again? He's gone for Goyo again. Not too sure about that one, Tim. Would have gone more for someone on the upstairs right now, but they at least know that he's on site, and they can get the execute off.
Uno's going to be getting this diffuser down almost certainly. Going to stick it. No, Silent has something to say about it, but it doesn't matter because G2 have used the plant to draw Cloud9 out into bad spots. They've got the cover in place. And that is the round done. Nicely executed from G2. Doesn't always matter if you lose your planter, so long as you get the kills.
Well, they knew it was make or break for them today, G2, and they've really come up in force. Up 3-1 on this attack in half. C9 are struggling to find a way through right now. They've not been able to beat out any of the comps that G2 have thrown at them, the slower ones, the quicker ones, and everything in between. They're crumbling before them no matter what it is they seem to bring along. Kobe, honestly, here, right place, turn around, shoot back. You know that you're not going to get away from the Deimos there with all that softball between you and he. You paid the price for it. A great round from G2 once again.
Round 5 then. Only 2 more chances for Cloud9 to get some rounds on the board before the side switch here. And G2, they're looking like a little bit of a different team to the one we've seen for the last few days. There's, like you say, working together, you know, finding those kills, pushing enemies into each other's line of fire. Looking good for them.
They've definitely got it all to do tomorrow, mind you. They'll take the 8 bullets from this game, as you can see at the top of your screen. They move up to 10 when they win this game. Big thing is, going into tomorrow, that puts you quite high up the table. And there'll be some teams at the bottom. We think about FaZe that are down there at the minute, and of course M80 are down there. Fabian, I can imagine, is looking at that and salivating at the prospect of battering G2 and knocking them out to go through to the next round himself.
Let's not forget, though, G2 are professional escape artists.
They are. They love an LCQ.
And over and over and over and over again over the last year.
Do indeed. If there's a time to come into form, well, today had to be the one. See how things, of course, transpire going into tomorrow, so can't count Cloud9 out. They'll still be on 12, even if they lose this game, as they've only put up 2 bullets for this game. They'll go to 16 if they win, down to 12 if they lose. Of course, they can only put up a max of 2, Tim, because that's all G2 have got in their own chamber.
Yeah, exactly that. This is the thing, by playing those teams at the bottom, it's kind of a checks and balance situation. It stops you just picking the teams that are down at the bottom, maybe not doing as well, because you're limited in terms then of what you can gain yourself. So it does just prevent a little bit of picking out those quote-unquote easier opposition if you want to be gaining yourself more and pushing yourself up the table. Alamo manager to take down Kitty. This time he gets his reward on the knock. Last time he was a couple of seconds behind the pace and Uno did the favour for him, but this time the knock secures it. 5 versus 4 and G2 taking some slow but convincing map control with Alamo.
They are for sure. It doesn't matter if the blitzer on the nook at this point. He's getting in there and doing some work. Stepping back in towards site here. Force back these players off Cloud9. Of course, the track is onto the Azami. Only Doki can spot out what was going on from earlier, but at least know roughly where he is. Communicated to the rest of the team, hey, here's where he is. Be mindful of that. Maybe we catch him coming down Aqua, or put all the focus onto the site itself and start shooting through those smoke grenades that you can now see coming out. Is he going for Dream there? I believe he is. And it's going to force Dream to move, and sure enough, Loira was there waiting to catch him. He's moved away, and they've capitalized with 2 kills inside of sight, Tim. And now they're looking around like, I guess we plant right now. Let's go for it.
Yeah, G2's teamwork, we keep talking about it, but it's been so much better. Just the way they've maneuvered Cloud9 into difficult positions for themselves has been absolutely brilliant. Uno is going to stick the plant there. It's now a case of get out of the window and hold this in post. Uno manages to take down both. Big finish to the round from Uno. G2 take another, and it is looking good for the attack of Nighthaven.
It's looking a bit pedestrian, really, isn't it, Tim? In a way, it feels like the comments that we heard from Fabian during the M80 game is like, we're kind of observers in our own game here. We're waiting for things to happen. We aren't the ones making things happen. And although we've seen a couple of trades coming out of Cloud9 throughout the half so far, it has largely been them getting stuck into these 1vx's. Again, the play onto Dream was beautiful. He was sat inside of storage, put the Flores drone at his feet. He's forced to step in front of the doorway. He's got nowhere else to go. And Loira's there ready to pick up the pieces. You're then looking at it, and there's 3 G2 players inside of sight. No one on C9 anywhere to be seen. And it feels just a bit too easy for G2 today. Of course, they're playing well, can't take it away from them. It must be a real nice feeling to see them playing to this level, given how things have been going over the last few days. But Cloud9 are very much rolling over here and letting G2 take the map as they please.
Up to the top floor then for the final defense from Cloud9. G2 last time very much focused, a one-dimensional push out into connector. It worked fantastically well for them to just bully their way in. They got a couple of kills and then flooded the site with numbers, and it was all she wrote essentially. Cloud9 could not stand up to the pressure that came from that side. We'll keep an eye on G2. Do they mix that up a little bit this time? Do they go for a little bit of control elsewhere? We can see Cloud9 are trying to take the fight to them, trying to get aggressive on a doorway there. Kobe just looking to get that best foot forward. A good start into the round for Cloud9. As I said, every single one of the 5 rounds so far that has continued, they've all gone in the same direction of the entry kill, 4 of which have gone to G2. So it's super important, critical almost, that Cloud9 get themselves a good start with an entry kill.
But look at how fast G2 are moving here as well. Alamau already was straight inside connector, getting rid of one of the mirror windows. You've also then had someone challenge on towards the catwalk window. Kobelak's almost being caught out and is pushed back across from there, keeping himself alive at least for now. And Doki, I think, has got a good sniff on what's going on upstairs at the same time. So even though we're about 45 seconds into the round, G2 are already applying loads of pressure, and there's a bit of a freebie. Down goes Paka, almost taking down Loira, but for now, he stays standing.
I feel like Paka sold himself a little bit there. He just kind of stood behind that window. He was lucky not to go down as Loira was shooting the barricade out. Loira does take a good chunk of damage along the way, but dropping the mute, he's going to be more than happy with that. 5 versus 4, G2 now can start thinking about site itself and how and where they are going to work their way in. 2 still up on the rooftop. Uno working in through connector. There's going to be some direct pressure into site very, very soon.
Yeah, I think it was very much Paka trying to catch Loira off guard by being not what you'd expect him to be. How often do you see someone stood right in front of a window when they've got a shotgun? Sure, maybe. But at that point, he's hoping to catch him off guard and very nearly did. Let's not take it away. He came very close to bringing down Loira there. Loira just hit the shots when required before the second shotgun shell could come firing on out. Doki's had this drone here now for the last minute or so. They know exactly what Kobe's up to. And of course, all this information flowing across the G2 team. Of course, Doki also being on the Deimos with 3 tracks still in back pocket. They look ready and poised to push in here, Tim.
Yeah, Alamau is currently repositioning himself underneath, I think, to apply some pressure into Warehouse. That's exactly where he's going to go. Uno continues a good game here with another kill taken down by Dream, but he's already done the damage. 3 versus 1 as Blaz manages to find that trade. Silent takes down Alamau. It's up to Blaz and Loira. Silent could do this. 1v3 becomes a 1v1.
Not quite sure where the last man is, though, and it's Loira with nothing but a bullet to his name is the problem here, Tim. Silent could close this one out. He's got to swing and get the pre-fire. Finds just that! 1v3 for Silent. It gives Cloud9 something to cheer about at the end of this half, but they're still down 4-2.
That's it. It's a great time to hit a 1v3 there, coming into the second half, just to boost that energy a little bit in the team, give a bit of belief before you move on to the attack. It's not going to be an easy half coming up for Cloud9, but they've at least rallied well at the end. But overall, the main talking point through that half has got to be G2's improvement. Much better than we've seen over the last couple of days. Great teamwork together, putting Cloud9 in really difficult positions and looking much the better for it.
Doki and Kobe going at it in all chat a little bit here whilst we go through our next ban phase. Might see the double shield and double electrification taken off here again, same as we saw back in that first half. Of course, the roles reversed here. C9 on the attack, ban away the defenders. G2 on the defense, ban away the attackers. And sure enough, it's Kaid and Bandit, followed by the Monty and the Blitz.
Swapping! That could have been decisive, that early fight. The damage that Loira took made it an easier finish for Silent come the end, and it just goes to show you don't always know exactly how things are going to impact later on in the round. Round 7.
I'm just like, come on! And then straight into all chat to talk shit to Doki. It's the way it should be. Excellent. Well, G2 up 4-2. They move on to the defense here. We'll see if C9 have got some teeth that they can show here on the attack, or if G2 can close this out in the same decisive fashion they largely did back in that first half. If not for that 1 versus 3 there at the end from Silent, we'll be looking down the barrel of a 5-1 to G2, Tim.
Yeah, G2 have certainly had the better of it, and like you say, 5-1 wouldn't have been a surprising scoreline. Round 7, G2 start on the defense. They start up on the top floor. Uno picking up a Thorn. We don't see too much Thorn play. The Razor Bleams, of course, they're more intended for sort of area denial, and I'd say almost a little bit of intel, really. It's not about catching people out on their way into a room, for example. Quite difficult to get kills with them because of the fuse time on them. It's more about, where do you think they're going to plant? Pop one down there, because when they go in, they're then going to have to leave because they can't stick around. Where are they going to maybe put an exothermic charge on a wall? Can you put one that's going to impact on that? These are the sorts of things that you're thinking with your Razor Blooms, but also put them on doorways. You're going to get a little signal. You might hear them detonate, much like a goo mine. You're going to get an idea somebody's coming from that direction, so it can give you a little bit of intel.
Good update, by the way, from the...
Oh, Kobe!
Okay.
Slams Alamo!
He did not want to give me room to speak then. I was going to say, over on the other stream, in case you haven't been following along, Loud were against BDS, and I can confirm, mute now if you don't want to hear it. Loud beat BDS 7-3. Not yet eliminating BDS, but pushing them further down the table. Again, eyeing up a matchup for tomorrow here to get some big bullets on the table so they can still qualify for our live stages. Of course, all the focus right now is on this game, but it certainly spices things up over there. Are you checking because of your fantasy team by any chance?
I was just having a look at what's going on.
I'm fair enough, you sure? That's the only reason? You don't normally rush to look at what's been going on. You've definitely got one in your fantasy team.
I can't remember. I might have. I think I do.
Now you're going to go and check that. I knew you were keen to. But all right then, yes, G2 have lost out the smoke early on, which is the real stinger here. And I think Kobe's building in confidence here. He's now got himself at least a break even, 6-6 on the scoreline. Enjoys slamming Doki, one out Alamar's turn in this round. We've got this vertical control now in their hands and starting to look at what they can apply downwards. But I think for T9, just trying to find their way to avoid all this vertical pressure. I think it's 2 players on the upstairs here, 2 on the downstairs. You've got Uno who's been scattered out towards Aqua right now. These long gunfights coming in, and Loira brings down Silence.
4 versus 4 then as G2 managed to fight back. It's been a long round so far. Cloud9 getting that opening kill and then not really being able to sort of cement or get any progress from there. But here we go. They've got themselves in and around sight. Find 2 kills, 2 versus 3. But here comes Blaz with a big double on the shotty. Kills one, pumps, kills the second. Simple as that.
And toss an aid in there to try and give him room to swing into side, but no, Uno's there ready with a shotgun and sends him sky high. Onwards he marches. Doki again is straight in the ult chat asking who got tapped, and it was the ace, it was Dream. Of course, who else is going to beat him? Dream is the ace player on this team.
Doki very keen to continue the
Kobe onslaught, I'll call it.
The mental side of the game that's going on. 5 versus 2 on the scoreboard. G2 looking comfortable on the defense as well. Seeing that first round there, there was certainly a possibility for Cloud9 to win. They got themselves in, got a couple of kills. You know, Blaz steps out and gets a big double with a shotgun. Yeah, beautiful stuff. But there's definitely room for Cloud9 there to take something out of that round. But given G2's attitude, their energy through it, the way Blaz wins that out, I honestly think, seeing that now, Cloud9 have really got their work cut out on the attack.
It's a strange world, Tim, and I never thought I'd be talking about it when Uno is one of the kill leaders for his team in this game.
He's having a great game.
He is. And what I loved is in the early rounds, when he would get a killer, they would come away with something off the back of him playing well. All praise on him as well. We spoke about this for a few teams over the last few days. I think it was June that we remarked he hit that awesome 3K yesterday, and his team was straight in there, coaches in there praising him, saying, go on, June, go on, lad. Just backing him up and making sure you're reinforcing that positivity. To be fair, mate, you're also a brilliant hype man.
You need the hype man. You need him in there. You need somebody who's just going to really, like you say, you know, as an individual player, if they know they've had a good tournament or a bad tournament, you know, and it's not all about kills and deaths on the board. There's a lot of other work that goes into it, but they'll know if they feel that they're not, you know, contributing enough. So yeah, absolutely. You know, part of that is going to come into, you know, how do my teammates feel about that? And you know, if you have a good game and get the praise heaped on, you're going to feel much better and you're going to play better for it.
I'm a little bit confused as to why the Animus wall is soft. Of course, it was left that way by G2 with some holes in for them to be able to challenge backwards. Doubt they'll be trying to reinforce it too late here. I imagine it's going to stay soft, almost inviting C9 in, but that could be the bait they're trying to set for them.
Just looking across the G2 players, we've got Lyra all the way up on the top floor. Inside of servers at the minute, he's going to be hunted down by Corby. This is the head-to-head we might start seeing very soon if Corby moves across the top floor. The drone goes out, so Lyra should be getting found, but will no doubt try to keep himself off the radar as much as possible. And as Corby looks to head downstairs, I'm not too sure that they're ready to challenge on top floor. Lyra might have a real opportunity here.
I think it's Blaz who's been running around here, but of course, if they find the drop away, it could be trying to secure the hatch. So as that roamer up on the top floor drops away, well, he runs into a difficult spot. As you say there, they don't know. If they look up to the hatch, they'll see his feet, though, Tim. That could be the danger here.
It's going to be who sees who first. They've got the vault cams out, going to be feeding intel back in as well. The vertical work will start, but I'm a little bit concerned for Cloud9 in that because I'm just not sure that they're quite ready for it. They're getting the boogie drones out, but not everybody has yet been found and dealt with on those upper floors. Lyra is still there. He's still waiting. This could be a serious freebie for him.
All it's got to do is for Kobe to step in, and he is toast. At this point, maybe just evading it by a matter of pixels. Look, doesn't even seem on the reverse. Like ships in the night, they pass each other and nothing will come of it until Lyra starts making his move, and sure enough does just that. Does Kobe know he's got this one locked down? He's ready on the go, and sure enough finds it for free. At the same time, Gidea's got Alamau, and the round will surely explode into chaos.
Certainly looks that way as Uno gets taken down. This is all Cloud9, a flawless round, and what a response to G2 coming in and getting a good first defense. Cloud9 say, we've got a little bit of bite left in us on the attack. Flawless it is, and they go 3-5 on the scoreboard. G2 back to the drawing board for the basement.
It's a key one, this, I think. We often speak about the impact of round 9. G2 come away as the winner. They're up 6-3, and that's quite a lead to have, you'd expect. And fancy them to take something during those last 3 rounds to get the game over the line and win up to 7 rounds. For C9, though, they win this one. We're back up to 5-4. You're in touching distance at that point, and that is when the pressure starts to build on G2. Could be a close one, but really it's a domination in that round that really did it for me, Tim. I mean, Kobe's had another fantastic round there, and I can't imagine that's particularly great for Doki Spencer.
Honestly, that Lyra play it's well managed by Cloud9. On a different day, he gets 2 or 3 there. He drops down, gets Corby, he's using their verticals against them. Different day, slightly different angle. Maybe Corby moves a little bit further over towards that door. We're looking at a different outcome, but that's not what happened, and Cloud9 took full advantage of it. Well played to them. Going to be looking at control and storage. So Cloud9, they're going to be wanting that top floor control. Pretty similar to what they did last time. They didn't necessarily control the top floor, but they did get the vertical work going. They had that vertical superiority to use against G2. They're going to want some more of the same.
very heavy Intel focused, well, Intel denial focus coming out from G2. Also Intel on the other side with the Dokkaebi being brought along. Looking more at the Mute and Mozzie here coming out from Uno and Alamau. Just wanting to slow things down here on the C9 side because for the most part there, they had the freedom to walk through the map as they pleased. And when they said go, there was very little getting in the way of them. They had the Intel they needed. They caught out 3 or 4 players on G2 incredibly quickly and closed things out into the flawless that we saw from there. So I think G2 just wanted to regain a little bit of control here. Slow things down with the Intel denial. Of course, bring on those trap operators and lean in towards Doki running around in this army to help lock up and shore down some areas of the map, all with the intent of making sure C9 can't just explode in all at the same time and do real damage.
This is going to be getting the Heartbreak gadget onto connector wall, which is going to put a little bit of pressure onto Lyra, who's up there in servers once again. He's actually upstairs, I was going to say on his own, but Alamau has moved to join him now. He's up at the top of lobby stairs on the Mozzie, and just in contrast to how we saw Liquid play this defensively, for example, earlier, where they had 3 upstairs trying to hold on to it. They really, you know, were heavily weighted up there, whereas G2 have chosen not to do the same. But they're finding the kills. And Uno with the latest 2, and it's 5 versus 2, and G2 still have that top floor control. Little that Cloud9 can do. Surely G2 don't answer flawless to flawless there.
Yes, they do, Tim. Yes, they do. Very comfortable round. Admittedly, Packer on the Blackbeard going down early. You lose the spearhead of your attack there. Him going down, super easy without any contest on the other side was a bit of a faux pas, I think. Maybe didn't realize what he was stepping into, but think about what we spoke about, Tim. That Intel denial focus, just giving nothing over to the other side. They had at least an idea on where Blaz was after he got the first kill, but no response to the future ones. Really good round from G2. Now we go into our next bands here to round things out. We're going to see a Blackbeard coming out as our third shield, Tim. Not too sure we will. Deimos being taken away. That's kind of like a nod towards Kobe. He'll take that as a bit of respect.
Yeah, you know, ultimately we know how powerful an operator Deimos is. We've already seen a kill directly resulting from one of his tracks. Doki, you know, taken down through the kitchen wall. But I just don't know that Cloud9 are going to find enough impact from it. Sorry, from using it. I lost track of my words there. I don't think they're going to find enough impact from using the Deimos. That's not the whole problem that they've had. You know, they haven't been winning the gunfights. They've been understanding where people are on their own, going in to try and deal with them a lot of the time, you know, and not being able to do so. So I think that's probably more of the issue for Cloud9 rather than being able to, you know, track down one individual.
Also, Kobe, of course, went across to playing on the Dokkaebis. They still have other options. Like, sure, it doesn't put a lovely red ping on top of someone's head, but it does call the entire team and let you know where they are. As long as you've got ears that are functional, you're pretty good for that operator.
I think from G2's perspective, the Deimos ban, you know, it gives them a big edge towards this top floor site. They're thinking we're not going to have anybody underneath spraying through the floor at us, unless they bring a book, for example, which is pretty rare when you're playing onto this site. So again, it just gives G2 another little tool there, another little option to just keep themselves inside. They don't need to worry about that.
We spoke about it in the previous round here, but G2 have now got this 3-round advantage. It's why it was so pivotal for C9 to get something in that last round, but now G2 can play a full 3-site rotation. They've only got to be right once. C9 can't be wrong at all. Misdroning a player, a single side swipe from a member of G2. Well-placed C4 can be enough to end C9's hopes of winning this game here, and G2 will go up to 10 bullets. C9 drop down to 12. I think with 12, it's not going to be enough for them to qualify at the end of today, so they will be forced to play in tomorrow's game as well. Not forgetting that, as we've already remarked, teams like M80 are dropping way down near the bottom of that leaderboard. For tomorrow, they'll challenge someone high up who's got a lot of bullets, like C9, and pop their extended mag to hopefully fly up the table and qualify.
This is it. You know, G2 going on to 10 is really big for them. It puts them up into around 9th position, so it really puts them in the mix coming in for tomorrow. They've got to get one more round yet, though. The job is not done. Still 5 versus 5, nearly halfway through this one.
Swings.
Cloud9 have not yet been able to find anybody and won't, as Doki gets aggressive onto the breach, takes down Gitty. That's going to be the Nomad gone, and that is the first blow to C9 in round 10.
It's a little bit one-dimensional there, Tim. They've only got a player sat on the IT breach. There is no one trying to push in towards catwalk door. There's no one with the prospect of bolting in through catwalk window or working their way up through garage. I'm not entirely sure what Gitty was looking for there. To win a 1 versus 1 and give his team what exactly? Not a lot, because there were 2 or 3 players all dancing around IT from G2, ready to step in if Doki did fall. So all they've done here is lose themselves a Nomad for no real reason.
Cloud9 have managed to get that wall open, which is nice for them. It's going to make it much more difficult for G2 to play inside the A site, but I'm just wondering if they've got the intel, Des, and it seems like they don't. A double kill from Loira, a few others along the way, and G2 close it out at the first time of asking. They've looked so much better today.
Very, very confident today for sure. C9 definitely not at the races compared to what we've seen them be able to achieve previously, but I think for G2, it's going to be a big motivation booster just to remind themselves they can play as a team. They can play this fast style, they can play the slow style, they can defend well. Uno can frag out. He was top rated in this game for the team as well. It's been a good team performance and hopefully puts them in good stead going into tomorrow.
21 kills between Uno and Loira really did help catapult G2 over the line. Don't forget, yesterday G2 came as close as they could to being eliminated, winning out that 1v1 and coming back to fight another day. Loira did it then, he's done it again today, and G2 will move into day 5.
Well, that's all that game wraps up. Next one is an elimination game. Can't wait to see it. But before then, we'll go to a break. And when we come back, the desk will break down what they've just seen.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
feeling?
Good, I'm good. Finally got a win, so yeah, feeling good.
If G2 had lost this game, you guys will be taking the plane back to Europe. But you're still alive.
Yep.
But I guess that makes you, like, it pushes you to show more game just before maybe the arena, you know, the stage.
Yep. Well, you say that, but we've literally shown nothing so far. We've been playing absolutely awful. So, if we need to show a couple of maps to make the main stage, fair enough. I don't care. So yeah, I'm just happy we got a win today for me and the guys.
Cool. And by the results we have seen in Reload, I must ask you, what is not working? What is happening to G2?
I'm not really sure I have the full answer for you because, like, before here we were in Sao Paulo, we had the bootcamp with the Furia facility, and we had honestly one of my best bootcamps in my whole career.
How it went? Tell us more about it.
Yeah, it was fantastic. Like, the facility was great. Like, we were playing great, which is the most important part. So coming to the event and playing really bad is like a big shock. Like, maybe the fans are thinking, this is classic G2, but to us, we actually came to this tournament and we thought, like, holy shit, guys, like, we're actually going to do so good here. I'm not going to say we're going to win it, but we're going to really do a good showing. So to be playing really poorly is hurting us like a lot, like our egos and stuff. So that hurts. But as to a reason why, I don't know. I think communication's been a big problem. We haven't been communicating so well. The strats and things, we've been doing the right things, but like at different times. So we're all out of sync and a complete mess. Today it wasn't. We had great comms. Everyone was calm. Which was fantastic, and I think the results showed. Like, maybe the team was bad we played against, but you know, it's his first step in the building block. So I'm feeling confident for tomorrow, and let's see if we can make main stage. Yeah.
You guys were having a blast time, you know, just having fun.
Yeah. We literally said before the game, like, guys, if we lose the game, whatever. Like, this game means nothing because we've already disappointed ourselves in the previous games. So let's go out here, show the world like the real G2, have some fun. We did that. The tournament continues tomorrow. So yeah.
Now, I need to know, what is worse? Watching Loida play the duel, the 1v1, in your life depends on it, or you have to play this game and if you lose, you're out?
To be honest, like, this is not me being a bad teammate or a bad person, but I'm saying, like, I literally didn't care if Loida won or lost that 1v1 yesterday. And I made that very clear to Loida before he played it. I said, Loida, if you lose this, I don't care. It's not on you. Like, we have lost the tournament for ourselves already. It shouldn't be on one guy to save us. So if he lost yesterday, I wouldn't have been angry about him. I would have said, like, guys, we lost the tournament as a team, you know. So thankfully he saved us. He's Loida Demon for a reason. He wants to play in front of the Brazilian crowd. So we have him to thank for today, big time. And I think we helped him today. Like, we showed up today and we proved to him that we are still, you know, the players that he knows we are. So I'm really happy for him. Yeah.
Great, thank you. And also congrats, Doki. Tomorrow we might see a different G2. Who knows, Milosh?
Who knows indeed? I mean, at some point it'll be a different team with a different IGL, right?
Doki's face there. You're like, oh. That was the G2 more that we know and love, I would say.
Yeah, it's good to see them, I don't want to say back. It's good to see them in action in some way.
It's felt like utter chaos. I don't know if you felt it. You know, I certainly felt that. It's felt like utter chaos until this game right now, where it feels like actually G2 were controlling the rounds. They were controlling the pace, the tempo of the rounds, what they were doing, how they were doing it, when their trigger points were. I set the stall out. I said, look, this is not necessarily a good veto because G2 are going to have to start attack, and that's been their big weakness. Well, I think what Doki said in the interview is actually it's been the communication that's been the weakness. It's been the right calls, but at the wrong time. And actually, they got that right today, and their attacks looked great coming out there on Nighthaven.
We've seen the best out of G2. We've seen great individual moments, that Blaz moment eventually with the shotgun saving that round, for example. So big individual moments. We've seen Alemao take space with Knock and get multiple kills. That was one of his biggest strengths. We've seen the strength since Uno was IGLing. Maybe Loira was the one calling still, but we've seen the strength of a traditional methodical siege that we were missing from G2 in the previous rounds. So we're seeing all of the strengths that we needed to see from G2 that probably showed up during that bootcamp, but didn't show up earlier on in the rounds. And like we've mentioned before, playing Cloud9 was probably one of the weakest opponents in this matchup, in this tournament, was the best way to get back in shape, get back in confidence, gain a lot of bullets, and pray for tomorrow to beat the last team they will face and qualify to the main stage.
The question is it too little, too late? That's a question for us to answer later. However, Uno is our highlight player for this post desk, and why?
He deserves that. He deserves that because, you know, like we said before, he was the one that dropped to James Bond before. He was the one that then dropped another 1 and 7 in the round after. He was the one that we found utterly destroyed coming out of these matchups yesterday, being super unhappy about his performance. This is the overall around the tournament, obviously. But today he had an amazing double digits. I think
Was
he
it
went
11?
10, yeah, I think 11 and 4 or 10 and 4. He had some really good plays. So obviously, when you take into contrast compared to the other days, he's been amazing so far at this match, and it's good to see him back.
It really is a player with a lot of pedigree. Uno is, and World Championships, the whole shebang. He's done it all. He's been there 1,000,001 times. However, is it enough to save G2? Let's take a look at our bullet standings, kind of take a look at I would say 20 teams, but actually we've eliminated 3 of our squads. See, Liquid, Scars, and PSG Talon are out. Loud are top in the charts with 22, as you see G2 with 2 bullets. Jack, what do you make of it?
Yeah, obviously they just gained 8 because they just won this game. So that's pretty good for them. They will be up there on 10. I think actually realistically there's still a lot riding on this Space Station and FaZe games. But looking down there, you've got M80, PDS, who obviously lost today. They're going to be getting probably the first couple of picks tomorrow. Now, as we get into tomorrow, for most of these teams that have already played, you start in about thinking, how can I maximize the return I get? Yeah. And the limiting factor is your opponent's bullet reserve or 8. So you're looking at any opponents that are left back in, and Cloud9 are going to be a big, juicy stake for all of these teams because they're going to want to feast on them. Because Cloud9 have got 12. Teams that pick will want Cloud9 because they can put the full 8 in and then maybe an extended mag. Because tomorrow, you've got to get into that top 4 if you're not in it today.
We might be in the first scenario where teams chicken out of a matchup, of a challenge, because the team doesn't have enough bullets. Yes, for example, M80 could be picking me. I could be seriously thinking I beat them easily, but I don't want to play them because they only have 4 bullets.
Exactly.
And you can be baited out by teams that put you in a situation like that where even though you might be safe the first time because you played the chicken card, it might hit you the time right after where you're forced into a fight with a team that doesn't really give you as many bullets. Your fate will not be in your hands at that point.
There might be some really tactical picks going on where you're trying to bait out chicken cards so they can't play against your opponents and all that type of stuff as well.
And as a reminder right now, W7M is not playing today. They've been the best team at this event. They're getting a bye and they're going to get the average amount of bullets that people won today without the cards taken into account. This means that theoretically, they might not make it to main stage and they might be forced to play one of the worst opponents possible because they will have the most amount of bullets out of the teams left in round 5.
To say that everybody's shaking in their boots would be an understatement. However, our blacklight detail for this matchup. Gentlemen, what do you have for me?
We needed to highlight Silent there because I think he had one of the most important rounds to keep Cloud9 in the race. He was with Varden, solo on site, and he manages to isolate players one by one. As you can see here, Alemao is rushing, and actually he's overpicking here. He doesn't need to pick there. Nobody is ready to retrade him. Silent gets the pick, then gets Blast that tried to trade, but way too late. Look at where Loira is. Loira is rappelling on a roof. Why is Alemao picking, and why is Blast trying to trade when the third player is still on the roof? Now, that for me is Silent playing very well. Yeah, that's G2 giving 1v1s in a scenario like, come on guys, they're one of the most experienced team in the world. Like, why are you doing this?
As much as G2 can impress us and obviously go and win the game, they'll always have one troll in them.
One G2 moment.
It was one G2 moment, but to be fair, great clutch because he identified the 1v1s exactly, perfectly as he should have done.
Positioning is key, and you saw it playing around the reinforcements and to keep a barrier on top of it. It was beautiful to witness. Well, G2 survived to play on tomorrow against whom? We don't know just yet. That'll be for the draft show at the end of today. Hope you're enjoying those. Hope you're enjoying the show in general. We will take a break. However, FaZe Clan won in Boston. They lifted that hammer, and Vita King is now a real king of Siege. Let's ask him what he thinks about all of that.
You know how they say, it's not the destination, it's the journey?
And the journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. And you know what?
They're right.
Meu nickname é VitaKing e eu sou player da FaZe Clan. Eu acho que a gente domina a liga porque, como a gente joga em casa, é mais tranquilo, a gente consegue jogar mais confortável, não tem tanta pressão de fora e a gente consegue se adaptar muito bem aqui contra os times brasileiros. Acho que é o nosso maior diferencial também, que a gente tem jogadores muito bons. E é isso. Acho que a parte mais difícil de ganhar no Brasil, às vezes, é quando a gente está muito pressionado para classificar para algum campeonato internacional. Mas na maioria das vezes a gente está muito bem otimizado, a gente está bem tranquilo. Tanto que com essa line aí a gente conseguiu classificar para todos os campeonatos fora. Então acho que não tem uma parte tão difícil assim. Acho que às vezes a gente se pressiona demais e esse pode ser um dos grandes problemas, assim, mas não é tanto. Perder em São Paulo foi muito difícil, ainda mais que era o maior campeonato do jogo. Eu acho que a gente não soube jogar sob a pressão ali, a gente estava com a partida praticamente nas nossas mãos ali, a gente acabou entregando. Mas eu acho que também serviu muita experiência para a gente se tornar o time que a gente é hoje. A gente ter conseguido ganhar o último Mundial e acho que a gente mudou muito a mentalidade depois desse campeonato e a gente hoje em dia é outro time. Como a gente perdeu em São Paulo, querendo ou não, foi um campeonato muito triste pra gente, mas a gente conseguiu crescer muito durante o ano todo para conseguir ganhar Boston. A gente estava muito bem e acho que as peças começaram a se encaixar ali durante o campeonato. A gente viu que era para ver ali em cima da hora algumas coisas, mas a gente conseguia se adaptar muito bem e foi isso. O sentimento ali na hora foi de alívio, porque como a gente perdeu o outro campeonato entregando meio que a partida, então o sentimento ali foi meio que de alívio, assim, tanto que quando a gente ganhou eu nem comemorei tanto, eu tava mais aliviado, mas depois eu até me emocionei com a equipe, a gente comemorou bastante depois, mas a primeira sensação foi de alívio. Então acho que os outros times pensam que a gente é querendo ou não, o melhor time do mundo atualmente e que vai ser um jogo sempre difícil contra a gente e acho que é isso. Eu acho que eu sou o melhor jogador atualmente na minha função, né? Acho que meu time, assim, em determinadas funções, cada um é o melhor jogador do mundo atualmente. Eu acho que isso faz com que meu time tenha confiança em determinadas horas e também dá uma motivação a mais ali, tá comemorando, falando besteira para os outros ali também. Acho que alguns adversários acabam sentindo a pressão ali durante a partida. E é isso. Atualmente a gente é o melhor time, eu acredito que a gente vai conseguir vencer mais um campeonato aí. E é isso.
Cool under fire. That is VitaKing, an actual king here in Siege, not just in name, lifting the hammer back in Boston. Of course, they weren't able to do it as a squad, FaZe Clan that is, back in Sao Paulo, which is a year and a bit ago at the Invitational 2024, one of the most incredible esports events in the history of esports in general, not just in Rainbow Six. And here, today, they might be on the verge of elimination. They could also eliminate on the other side. It all depends on what sort of cards and plays are actually put forward. Let's talk about the rosters then directly into FaZe Clan. Do they have what it takes to make it to day 5 and past that?
They obviously have what it takes. They are the world champions, come on. But one thing I will notice though, you only have a single, a few players.
KDS has got smaller.
Yeah, KDS has got smaller, that's what I was thinking. You only have him actually that's on positive on KD, which is crazy to me. You only have one player that is positive in kills. And overall, the roster as one is not positive in kills. That's just how much they've struggled against W7M, against Liquid.
They've played some difficult teams.
They've played some really rough teams, and BDS.
Well, let's see what they have invoked for this game. An extended mag has been put forward, which means 6 extra bullets to top on top of their 3, and of course, compared to their opponent Fnatic. Jack, please explain it to me.
Yeah, look, it's kind of go hard and go home. They went big against Team Liquid yesterday. They'd not lost to them in how many days, Leo?
738.
They'd not lost to their opponents yesterday in 738 days. Great memory. They lost. That put them down to 3 bullets. Our world champions were on 3 bullets. They got very early pick. They picked, therefore, a weak opponent in their eyes, in Fnatic, who had 6, and then they've extended mag, because they need to get as many as possible. Even with that 12, they're potentially not playing for today. They're playing for tomorrow.
I was about to say the same, right? You've got teams on 19 bullets, teams on 22 bullets. Do you really think with 15 you're making it to quarterfinals? I'm not sure. So right now, they're not fighting for qualification. They're fighting for survival, and no one expected that from FaZe.
And it's a difficult spot to be in here where the world champions can always be gamed. This is kind of the way the format works, of course, which means you have to use all of your crew to understand how it functions and what's the best situation for you to be in. But it's in the hopes that Fnatic have something to fire back at FaZe Clan. Let's take a look at their roster and see what Fnatic, our EU squad, has to offer. Of course, led by Deepak, we've seen as major champion. They have the opportunity to make it again. Can it happen?
I think it can happen, but looking at this particular graphic here, when you're looking at this 5 players, who are the ones that you're expecting to be the best performers? It's certainly not the 2 rookies on their team. This is the first ever international event for Sarks, for Jaxu, and for Jex. In fact, this is the first Tier 1 games, really, that Jaxu has ever played. Sarks was obviously a rookie at Stage 2 last year. Actually, it's maybe Grubby and Deepak that are maybe letting this Fnatic roster down, and I think expectations-wise, they were expected to be quite weak inside of this tournament. They only got that 1-7-0 against weak opposition, and they've lost to everybody else so far.
So let's see, what have they been able to load up for this game? It's, again, an extended mag for those extra 6 bullets. They do or die.
They don't really have a choice, do they? They need to go heavy on this. They need to have a big amount of bullets if they want to make it further. And doing it against the world champions is a risky strategy. They had a choice in the end, Jack.
I was about to say, do they have a choice?
6-9.
I personally think they had a choice.
Yeah, I mean, look, Fnatic they were sitting there with 6 bullets. They're against the world champions. They absolutely could have reloaded a little bit less in terms of their bullet count and made it so that they were fighting out on day 5. They've chose not to, and I think that speaks to what Fnatic are doing in terms of their team. They look internally at themselves, and they want to have confidence in themselves.
This question about who gets eliminated in this game is actually a pretty simple one. We're going to talk about kind of the risky reload that Fnatic have gone for here.
Yeah, so all of these teams, Fnatic, BDS, Team Secret, and Dark Zero, all started on 6 bullets today. In fact, 3 of them EU teams. They all were playing against decent opposition, and it was only Fnatic that have gone for it. The other 3 teams, in terms of BDS, Team Secret, and Dark Zero, decided to only reload 1 bullet. Obviously, for Team Secret, they won. We're wondering why they did that. They, won against M80. But BDS, they lost up against Loud. Dark Zero still to play. Fnatic are the ones that have booked that trend and said, we're going for it today.
Out of all the remaining teams, they're the team that I least expected to be that aggressive because they were going against the world champions. On the other hand, FaZe have been struggling so far this event. They're not looking as comfortable.
He's chugging.
Yeah, he's chugging.
But actually, just workshopping that really quickly for a second. Let's say the impossible happens and Fnatic beat FaZe. They go up in bullet count. They've already used their chicken card. They might have to play against a team with virtually no bullets tomorrow. It might have been a really irresponsible risk.
But what do? We took a look at kind of that bullet count for everybody, all of the teams, and that middle is just so tight and compact. You have to risk it. You have to risk it. You keep playing it slow. You get eliminated tomorrow. It's that easy.
But if you're playing tomorrow again for only 2 or 3 bullets that you can reload, it might not have been worth it.
There's the standings one more time.
Again, let's just theorycraft this right now. Fnatic have gone for it. They go high. They get to whatever it was, 13, 14. And then they have to play against, let's say for argument's sake, M80. They can then go for a maximum of 4. That is it. No chicken card. They can't avoid them.
I will say, all the way at the bottom of the standings is Space Station Gaming with 2 bullets. Now, Space Station will be playing pretty much at the same time as FaZe Fnatic is happening against Wildcard, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
and what happens is, if Space Station Gaming are eliminated, today we qualify 5 teams instead of the 4, which means tomorrow we would only have 3 to go through, which means things might be decided earlier than you think.
Actually, they're playing last, which means that a team will get qualified after their game. I don't know who still. It will be somewhere around Falcons Elevate, I assume.
Yeah, Fnatic will go up to 15 bullets should they win.
Yeah, so we're gonna be having huge supporters of Space Station tonight when they're playing their game, or against them rather.
Yeah, of course, this FaZe Fnatic game, as we're saying, is an elimination matchup. However, you chop it down. Yeah, Jack,
it's all so dynamic. It changes matchup on matchup on matchup on match. Tomorrow's going to be even worse for it, by the way.
Well, tomorrow we'll be down to only one stream, so we can focus on everything. And speaking of focusing, let's take a look at our map for this series. Again, elimination. I'm going to keep hammering it in between these two squads and another Nighthaven Labs. Variety is the spice of life, right? Right now, the only spice we're getting is just salt on top.
Jamais 203, never 2 without 3. There's always the same. We had the same.
Much French going on.
We're going to Nighthaven Labs once again, and I'm again not sure it's favoring Fnatic. I think it's one of the best FaZe maps overall. It's, again, I think similar to Clubhouse, it's the kind of map that has a certain ceiling where the best team will win. It's very strategic, very step-by-step. Everybody knows how you should play that map. Yeah. It's just a matter of who's the best team in the moment.
It's always interesting because it's very easy to say, like, you know, Nighthaven is a hard map to attack. But then actually, once you see, you start rolling a couple of attacks together, it puts so much pressure on the other side. And again, it's a best of one. So it's all going to be on those first 6 rounds. That's what we've seen so far, has been the story of Nighthaven. The first 6 rounds have really dictated it.
All I will say is I'm super excited to see the new Kanto, Jaxu, playing against FaZe, the world champions, because we haven't spoken enough about this guy. He's the 2nd best rated player in this tournament. As a newcomer, first games into Tier 1, by the way.
He's probably one of the only genuine rookies that's been given a shot in a long time in EU.
It's Baby Shark and Jaxu, basically.
There's a lot of fresh talent in EU. I just hope they don't all go to NA. We're drying out at this point. Let's have a chat to our own talents here on the other end of the camera. Dez and Ace now face Fnatic elimination game. Who would have thought that the world champs could be out now?
No one's thinking that, Milosh. Come on, be real. FaZe are winning this team, right?
I mean, yeah.
You could have said the same. You could have said the same for KAG.
Right? I don't know. I'm slightly nervous, to be fair. Just because so much is on the line, like, it will be mental. But not out of tune with the most previous SI winners getting knocked out of the next tournament and simply not doing well. So
stranger things have happened
today. Liquid are not here. G2 barely hanging on 2 days in a row. I mean, who's at the top? Furex, KAG are pretty much qualified at this point. Things are just mental, and that's what we live for. And I'm not going to dilly-dally much longer. Again, send it back to you for FaZe vs Fnatic.
Thank you very much, Milosh. And Tim, I feel like we're an F short of a triple here. We've got FaZe, we've got Fnatic. The last thing I feel like we really need...
more, really, don't we?
Is a Fresh. I think Fresh will be coming to join us for a TriCast over here for this game, because why the hell not? It's a game to be done. I know that he's quite a fan of Fnatic, but FaZe, sadly, are the opponent that stands before them. A big ask them to take them down on Nighthaven Labs, no less. It is FaZe's most played map over the last 6 months. It feels like you're asking an awful lot. Fnatic, however, haven't played it at all over the last year, so it's a bit of an unknown for FaZe to come and face off against this Fnatic team on it. Hello, Freshie. How are you doing?
Welcome.
You're not on yet, mate. Production really don't like you.
Oh, okay.
Now they like you. There you
now I'm on. Okay, hello.
They decided they didn't
I'm
like
here.
you for a few seconds and then thought, actually, nah, he's all right, this guy. You got the Brits together, mate.
What do you think about Fnatic on Nighthaven, Fresh?
He has no idea. Hasn't seen it before.
I'm sure they're going to have a great time on the beach tomorrow.
There we go.
Nah, I don't know. The whole thing with Fnatic, with them even reloading as many as they can, going for the extended mag, they're going big or going home, quite literally.
Well, we were talking about this before coming on. We were saying, obviously, the alternative would have been just, you know, go small, survive till tomorrow, and then go all in tomorrow. But I guess you're going to have to do it at some point, and you're going to lose a few teams today. Your matchup's not going to be easy tomorrow, so...
Yeah, but if you low down the table, you get to pick out one of those teams like Cloud9 that are sat on 12 points, that are still in the mix. Well, given how Cloud9 played today, you'd probably fancy Fnatic to win that game.
It's not going to be lower down the table, though, because either they win, and they're going to be sat on 15, above Cloud9.
No, this is what I'm saying, if they reloaded
had
one.
They gone, oh, okay, sorry, yeah.
Had they gone a bit lower. Tune into the conversation late there, mate. You're done with me.
Sorry.
It's all right, mate.
I'm not used to casting, that's all it is.
You've got to be switched on, mate. Switched on is the server ready for this game. FaZe versus Fnatic. No big surprise to see 79% of you back in the Brazilian side to bring down Fnatic. The Fnatic has started a bit struggled at points, but as remarked, Jaxu, our 2nd highest rated player, a true rookie, starting to shine bright. Is it enough to carry them through against the world champions? It feels like the answer should be no, but there have been stranger things happen in Siege.
There have been stranger things, like I said, happened today. Everybody would have thought that Team Liquid would have been going through. They did not. Eliminated earlier by none other than KAG. Could be in a similar position here. Bans start coming on through. I think we're going to see pretty much what we've been seeing consistently through the day on Nighthaven, which is going to be double shield, double electric.
I think so, especially. I think from Fnatic point of view, they're looking at Vitaking. He is a terrific shield player. Obviously, it's going to be the Monty straight away, and we'll see what the next ban's going to be. Will it be a shield? Sure. Yes, it will. Blitz. So that only leaves open the Blackbeard. Now, of course, the Cade and the Mute ban. Nighthaven's very much similar to Clubhouse. Walls are so important on on every single attack. You need to be getting as many walls as possible open. Get rid of the Cade, get rid of the Mute. Means they can only be bandit tricking. And of course, the benefit of that, you can kill somebody when they're bandit tricking.
Well, you can fail sometimes and get C4 trying to get through. We've seen a few teams really muck it up at points, but I think you are very right there, Fresh. We're seeing Deepak already in round 1, jumping straight onto playing that bandit. We're kicking things off in the basement. A bit of a twist away from what we've seen so far, Tim. Most teams starting up on that second floor when coming.
Yeah, it seems to be becoming a 50-50. The last game with G2, it was the same. The first site that we saw was down in the basement. Personally, I'm sort of leaning towards the same as I say on Cafe, not quite as strongly, but I prefer the basement, much like I prefer the kitchen on Cafe to the top floor. I'm not a fan of the top floor on Cafe. I'm not a big fan of the top floor here on Nighthaven. The more that we see it, the more I see teams are just restricted by the lack of movement up there, the lack of
This is all waffle.
you know,
what he's really scared of here is heights, is what I'm hearing.
Nah, there's certainly been a switch though, because when this map first came out, like you say, it was the top floor. Teams didn't really roam on the basement, whereas they certainly will roam now. If you go direct, then obviously they've got the vertical to use back against you. And then with the top floor, teams have figured out how to attack that top floor and breaching, you know, 2 walls, and you can basically pinch through.
Who did KDS get tapped by the way?
I don't know. KDS has just taken a ton of damage there, especially on your Hibana. That's like the last thing you want. There's several things that you'd like to be breaching here, whether it be hatches, whether it be that double wall. You want to be getting something going on to open things up on this site, and losing KDS would be a big blow.
Good remark on Jegs, has not had the best tournament for himself so far. Again, all the praise has been layered onto Jaxu. The other J doing much more, and sure enough, it starts out that way. Cyber in with the entry and the Vigil offline.
Hope FaZe have got enough flashes.
I think they could do with
Can you imagine if there was still 3 on each operator?
Literally brought nothing else. They've got 10 flashes. Groovy is going to take down Vita King. Jaxu finds Handy. And the fight back is on from Fnatic, managing to pick 2 up. And that leaves us with FaZe having to just rethink things a little bit here. We've still got 2 players from Fnatic out on the roam as well. Groovy on vending stairs, which is kind of a semi-roam, but Sark's all the way up in electrical, and with short in terms of numbers, FaZe might struggle to go and find him and track him down here.
Yeah, but however, the positioning is good. Cyber's up there on the top floor. KDS is cutting off the rotations back down. If they can identify and win these 1v1s, especially with that Dokkaebi call just coming out, they can level up the man count, and you'll see Cyber do that 3 versus 3.
Not too bad now, is it, hey? But KDS is a bullet from death at the same time. Won't take much to go his way to see him get knocked over. Of course, had a hangout for now, focusing on the hatch inside a garage. All 3 members of FaZe gathered around this part of the map, and you can see Fnatic just responding in kind, moving most of their players down in the basement, out towards EXO, just kind of giving ground over to FaZe here, but wanted to collapse on them when they start their push forward, and a C4 in back pocket for Deepak.
That Dokkaebi hack is going to be huge. There's 2 bulletproof cameras on the side of Fnatic that FaZe now will get access to, and they can pinpoint the locations of the defenders.
You see Vita King on it as well inside a tank, keeping a close eye on what's happening. Of course, going to get shot out, I'd imagine. Indeed, taken out, so not too available to them anymore, but it has forced, of course, intel to now be taken away from Fnatic as well.
Yeah, FaZe in a position to start pushing on into site here. They've dropped the hatch, but they are facing up against those Goyo canisters, and that could be a real problem for them. Only 30 seconds left to go.
Oh,
have 10 to 15 seconds left. And burn time. Cyber somehow winning out and reacting. A fight he should have had no business coming out on top of. Cyber gets another Souls for the finish, and FaZe managed to get it done.
I'm buzzing because he's in my fantasy team. It's a great start. 4 kills for Cyber in round 1. But my God, you can't be letting that one slip away from you. Jaxi, for all the praise we've piled on him fresh, has crumbled there.
Yeah, he absolutely crumbled. He had the jump on Cyber. He was up the stairs. He saw him first, and Cyber managed to get that flick. And I will say, from Fnatic's point of view, as Tim goes to check his fantasy team, from Fnatic's point of view,
he's fuming that
I think what they needed to do was collapse onto Cyber or collapse onto the plant going down, not try and do both at the same time. And yeah, I've got a lot of praise for Jaxu. I've seen him up close and personal. You know, I think he's a great player, and finally getting a chance. But you need to be getting that kill.
What do you think we just discovered fresh, based on our pose then?
I have no idea.
He's also got Cyber in his fantasy.
Oh, you've both got Cyber.
Get in!
Big dogs all around.
Up to the top floor we go then, round 2. Fnatic just going to continue the rotation, as I've discussed a number of times, something that we see much more commonly from teams now. Don't worry about going back to a site they've lost, just move on with it, get on to the next one. Top floor, so we're going to see less of a map presence from Fnatic. As I've said previously, I kind of feel like defensive teams have fewer options up here than they do somewhere like basement. They're going to be playing their extensions, very limited, maybe Aqua, maybe Interconnector, but probably not. It's going to mean that they're largely on side.
The problem with this top floor is very similar to Clubhouse CCTV top floor, is that once that main wall gets opened, which is the IT wall, that's the one that Handy's going towards so far and FaZe King will be focusing on. Once this wall is open, the attackers can then focus on either Garage and then Top Fish, or Garage and then coming in from the meeting side across. Either way, you have a pinch. As defenders, you have nowhere to rotate to. You've just got to stay as sitting ducks, basically.
Here we go. We spoke about the power potential of this bandit. Oh, not too ideal there. The power potential of this bandit. C4 possibly being heading that way is also going to have some impact, but of course shocked out by the electric. Now a neutral element within the game will of course destroy any defender utility at the same time. As you've seen there, it's going to have no impact.
Yeah, it's nervous from Fnatic. You know, Jax, who's playing the previous round, was nervous. It's nervous there from Deepak going early with the C4 before he needed to.
Have that RT wall open then, so good access in towards site for FaZe already. The question is, where are they going to stack up? Souls is moving in towards Connector at the minute, past meeting, so they are trying to surround, get at least a couple of angles of pressure here at least. Warehouse, of course, always a big point for contention. Depends whether they go for it or not. At the minute, FaZe haven't sort of committed any utility over towards that side. It's all IT, electrical, Connector.
Sarks was feeling a little bit cheeky then, I think, but knew for himself that once the C4 had come out, a drone was no doubt to follow at some point. They'd know where he was, and he's basically dead to rights. Has got away and got a kill onto Souls. Not bad. Jaxu a second, shaking off the nerves of last round to bring things into a 5v3 for Fnatic. But we've been here before, Fresh.
Yeah, that's going to be the big thing for Fnatic. Can they hold out? Can they go and find more kills? And that's exactly what will happen. Turn it into a 4 versus 2. And it's all going to be a one-sided push now for Handy going in through IT.
It's happening again. They're starting to crumble right towards the end of the round. Still got a numbers advantage for now. KDS yet to find himself on the scoreboard in this game. Both players from FaZe gathered here inside of IT. Diffuser is off in Connector, so they've got some work to do here. Can either opt to back out and recover the Diffuser or push in and look for kills. Looking at where Handy's stepping across to, it feels like recovering the Diffuser might be on the cards.
Yeah, Jegs, Jaxu and Deepak all inside of the A site at the minute, playing quite closely to each other, but at least with an opportunity to play off each other's deaths if FaZe manage to get in and find a shot. 25 seconds left to go. That's not going to help them. Deepak manages to pick up a big kill onto KDS. That's Diffuser down again. 15 seconds. Handy just needs to play for kills here. Has to push in, but the bullets are raining in from every side. It's Deepak. Moves his position onto Catwalk. Finds the final kill. And Fnatic level up 1-1.
Yeah, that round was realistically over as soon as that big double kill happened. The first one coming out of Sarks, the second one coming out of Jaxu. And I really liked how they changed the angles of engagement out there onto the meet inside breach. It was really, really nice in Connector. They got that 5 versus 3. I did worry a little bit when they pushed out of the breach to try and find more, because I thought, hey, they're giving the opening, but they got the round done in the end, all stacking up inside of Command.
Down to the base we go then for round 3. You're going to see that repeat coming out. I think for FaZe, the end of that round, a little bit probably stuck and a bit static as well. Not quite sure. Do we go for the Diffuser here? Do we push in and go for kills? You had Handy stepping out. You had the smokes going down elsewhere. It was a little bit disjointed, but still early game as well. Let's not forget. Still plenty of time to shake off their own nerves here. FaZe, yes, Cyber started out strong. The rest, really waiting to see them play into this game a bit more.
For what it's worth, Fnatic have actually controlled both of the rounds. It was only a big Cyber play that actually got it over the line the last time for FaZe. I think if you, each team from FaZe's point of view, were going back down to the basement. They want to be clearing the roam out much more effectively, not ending up in man disadvantage. For Fnatic, I think just know when to get aggressive, I think is the big one. And also for Jegs, don't give away your life as a freebie, because he gave it away in the last round. He was the opening pick on that Boss G.
Jegs on the vigil this time, up on that top floor, a basement site again. So Fnatic trying to stretch the play, trying to waste as much time as they can from FaZe. Just give them a little mini game, a little puzzle to work through. Where is the vigil? Of course, the effect of that vigil cloak is kind of spherical, so you can pick it up from a floor below, wherever your drone is. it can be difficult sometimes to just pinpoint exactly where they're located.
Cyber's changed off the book this time, going onto the IQ, and of course we've seen already at this tournament how well IQs can deal with Vigil. So what they'll benefit in being able to find the Vigil with Cyber, they'll actually lose from the verticality that they don't have on the book anymore.
Haven't even brought along the impact charges to help out on that as well, one thing worth noting, but instead they've gone in towards the Ram. Also got to pay respect towards the Valkyrie of Sarks coming out here. Imagine that is what has triggered the change away. Almost won't be surprised at some level to see that banned away as the next defending operator at the end of this round. Deepek's going to fall on the Goyo. Spoke about this before, not the end of the world to lose, but I think losing the Goo Mines of the Legion, that's more of a problem. Jaxu also falling down. FaZe in full control of this round. Jegs might start the fight back, but these two players here, Tim, are stuck at the bottom of Aqua with nowhere to go. Cyber into a double, Plant going down. This one is done and dusted unless Sarks can work some magic.
Yeah, it's going to be too little too late from Fnatic. They're not sure FaZe exactly where Sarks is, so he gets the first, but he's not going to get any more because now they're aware of his position. The diffuser's down. FaZe are too smart a team to give him any opportunity in this. They know they don't need to. He finds the first, but the other two, King Souls, have separated. They are just going to wait for him to have to go in. They're going to play the clock. As soon as he needs to go near that diffuser, they'll go and have a look. They've got the vertical, and this is going to be a difficult one for Sarks. Nothing he could do. King closes it out, and Jegs on the Vigil, a little bit quiet in that round. It's always the risk when you're out on a roam on an operator like that you just get left out in the cold and you leave it too long to try and make that impact.
How many times have you done that in ranked when you're playing Vigil yourself, Tim?
Oh, so many times.
You're out miles away from the site and everyone's dead in sight.
All them times that I've
He's usually the guy in sight that's getting taken out. And handle one on Vigil, nowhere near.
That sounds a lot more like White.
In fairness, for FaZe Clan, they ignored the top floor. They went in the mid floor. They won their fights. They didn't even need to trade anything out. You know, if you look where they're going, they're attacking into the middle floor of the map there. They really separated the top floor roamers, the basement, you know, the site bunkers, and they cleared the roam out from the middle floor, which is not necessarily conventional, but it works perfectly that round.
Good, comfortable round. The Bandit is being the interesting ban for me. I honestly thought we'd see the Valkyrie coming away, but clearly know they're going back on towards these sites, expecting to see more Bandit tricking coming out, and just simply don't want to deal with it. It means they haven't got to worry about bringing along the Maverick in this case, can instead play more towards their own comp. But granted, if you see a Valkyrie again, there's probably also going to be seeing Cyber back on the IQ.
You like the Bandit ban, I like the Twitch ban. Twitch ban straight away coming out of Fnatic, and obviously that means they can play two key operators now for their defenses. First and foremost, the Mirror. There's no risk against the Mirror windows other than Ash charges, of course, and Kelly charges. And you can also play the Goyo, which is something they've tried playing on the basement that hasn't worked particularly well so far.
So just going to give them that availability. This time it looks like it's a process of slowing down FaZe as much as they can. They've got the FNATs, they've got the Goo Mines, they've got that denial. Take away the drones with the Mozzie. Just starve FaZe both of intel and of time and make them have to take risks, make them have to go in and take those gunfights.
Good on Handy here as well, running around on that Deimos, paired up with the Lion. It could be a Dokkaebi, either or, work pretty well. Great hunting and forcing these members of Fnatic back, and I imagine at this point they're a little bit fed up of seeing the amount of roam play coming out from Fnatic. Jegs consistently getting out around the map, trying to be a spot of bother, not really doing too well in that endeavour, but I think just paying some respect. They don't want to find themselves getting blindsided by members of Fnatic who are creeping up stairways, hiding away in corners, basically trying to make FaZe's like life a living hell, sorry.
With this bomb site as attackers, you've got to try and control the top floor and the bottom floor. You've got to keep defenders out of vertical lines of sight, basically, of the bomb site. You want them anywhere else but directly above and below the bomb site. That's why you're seeing FaZe put some pressure on breaching onto this IT wall, because it's directly above that B bomb site.
Cyber is currently stood on the breach as well, looking potentially to push in through IT and apply some direct pressure. There's at least 3 members of Fnatic up on that top floor, so a real investment of utility up there. Mirror windows, everything to try and support them. They are aware of Cyber's position. Grube manages to catch him on the swing. Deepek finds KDS as well, and all of a sudden Fnatic 5 versus 3 and a solid start to the round.
What do you make of that one, Freshie?
I think Fnatic are actually really going aggressive as much as they possibly can. They're certainly not giving FaZe any respect as, you know, with respect to gunfights themselves. Fnatic want to be in as many as possible. They win both of them, and they change FaZe's attack entirely. FaZe just now have to go for it and try and go together. Because they can't set themselves up for an execute, they don't have the manpower to do so.
Which is funny, really, because with having the Deimos and the line on side, as I was speaking about the round start, you'd expect them to have some good control over what's happening out on their own, but instead they've been pushed back almost doubly forcefully what you would expect. And Fnatic have shut that down before it can even really get started. Plenty of hard recovery effort to go through now. Fnatic can just step back, play as a group here. We've only got 45 seconds to work with, and there's still a lot they can use with the now. Gumar's behind them, of course, got C4s they can use at the same time.
And here's the big thing. If FaZe go to the bomb site, Fnatic can retake the top floor. If FaZe keep people upstairs when they go for the execute, Fnatic can flood from the bomb site. Plant's going down, though.
30 seconds.
Do they know?
He's going to hold on to it. Backs off because Jaxu is in position to deal with it. As you said, quite rightly, Fresh, Fnatic have got all the positions and all the answers that they need. 2 versus 4 as they manage to pick up Sarks, but again, it looks like it's going to be too little too late for FaZe. Victor King manages to find one. Jaxu onto Handy. 3 versus 1 now. Victor King with it all to do. Gets the diffuser, but with 4 seconds, he doesn't have a hope for this one.
No, Handy really needed to win that fight against Jaxu, or just not get sucked into the gunfight, but by dying to him, Storage is completely off bounds to them. It's a shame because Handy had a real good fight of control, taking out one of the flanking players coming on through. It was a great read into what he knew Fnatic was going to employ next, but I think Jaxu again just in a brilliant position there and gave nothing to FaZe.
That's the big problem. As soon as you plant in, that's then, what, a 2 versus 5 in terms of guns up. You've got to hold both entrances into sight. You've got to hold the vertical above and getting pressured from the vertical. You've got to hold C4s from below, all kinds of utility. And especially when you've got Handy there, you know, holding into the other site itself, somebody's going to come from somewhere that will deny that plant, and that's exactly what happened.
Well, Fnatic bring things up to 2 apiece. FaZe start to sweat at this point a little bit. It's not the end of the world, dropping down 2 rounds on your attacking half, but it could easily become 3-3 and suddenly you never know what's coming.
I think from a FaZe point of view, the one thing they really need to control is Fnatic's aggression. When Fnatic have won rounds, it's come at the cost of big double kills coming out of nowhere, where they wouldn't necessarily expect Fnatic to go and get aggressive. Once they start controlling that, and they did start playing the Lie and the Deimos, the Dokkaebi, if they can get a grip on that, they can really proceed with these attacks.
They've tried to do that, right? In the previous round, we spoke about the Deimos and the Lion coming along as a pairing, and they still got absolutely wiped out by Fnatic, swinging onto really what were entry points into the build and giving them almost no room. This round, stepping away from that a little bit, instead trusting in the trusty old shield of Blackbeard to be their spearhead into the map, Tim.
I think a 3-3 would be fine for FaZe. Fnatic, it's a map that they don't normally play. Get them on the attack here, and I think we maybe start to see them struggle a little bit more. That's when they've really got a problem solved, and FaZe can choose the gunfights that they take a little bit more. So it's not, I don't think, going to be an easy second half for FaZe. Fnatic, sorry. I think a 4-2 is going to be more what they're looking for. They're going to have FaZe working immediately towards that RT wall. We have the Tubarão come out, though. The Zoto canister will prevent that breach at least for a little while.
Fnatic have brought 4 C4s on this strategy, which I kind of like, apart from the fact that Fnatic have been dreadful so far in their 4 defenses with C4s. We've seen a lot of them thrown out, and none of them connect. But good job, because Groovy can just hit the headshots.
Get onto a Blackbeard, no less, as well.
There's one C4 gone.
It's really not the dream that you want. Because again, that was the spearhead in this attack, and now instead going to have to lean into Souls either exploding forward on the Ash, not what he's known for, or something special coming out of Cyber playing on this Grim, but neither feel like a massive reality you can lean on. Handy at least getting a kill back. Groovy, the assailant of Vidder King, taken off the map.
4 versus 4 then as Fnatic just try to absorb some of this pressure for the time being. Again, FaZe all kind of stacking up from that same side. It's IT, it's going to be towards Connector once the Ash of Souls starts moving. That's the side that he's on. No real pressure at the minute towards Warehouse or towards Top Aqua, and that allows Fnatic to just front up that one problem to focus on it. This is better. KDS, get up those Warehouse stairs, take over Catwalk, and give Fnatic something else to think about.
They invested so much in getting IT control as well. They're completely out of Grimbees. They were all deployed by Cyber just to get control of this small slither of the map. Souls, as you can see on the other screen, by the way, is lurking out towards meeting Cyber, but he's got to come a little bit quicker to capitalize on this. Cyber has got rid of Jegs. That will open things up. For now, it's a bit of a stalemate whilst we watch the Tubarão hold that wall down from the Ace. Deepex steps out and gets one, but now he's cut down 2. We're into a 2 versus 2. Sarks and Jaxu to hold on.
45 seconds left to go. It could be a length of time to hold, but Sarks manages to pick up souls. Handy, he's making a smart choice here, I think, in getting Cyber back on his feet. Doesn't want to have himself in that 1v2. He's got the time to do it, and a little bit of safety there. Sarks with the rotation, just a second too late. Misses his man going out of the window. 20 seconds left to go, and Handy, it swings again after picking up Cyber. He finds a kill, and all of a sudden, it's all up to Sarks. 1 versus 2. He knows that there's one. He's going to drop it through IT, but that will be his undoing.
The biggest benefit from Fnatic for them winning their defensive rounds has been that aggression, but not in that round again. It started very much when Grubbu sat safe behind his Fenrir gadget, swings out, makes himself a freebie on the breach, and then again in that late round. Fnatic twice in the late round messing it up. Guys, they've got to attack into you. They've got to get the plant down. You don't have to peek them. Jaxu was in a 1 versus 1. Sarks was in a 1 versus 1. Just hold, because they've got to come into you. Jaxu didn't, lost the 1 versus 1, makes it 1 versus 2, and they lose it from that.
Second round this half now, where you'd look at it and say Fnatic could have won. They could have been up 4-1 here, if not for a Cyber 4K, and frankly, bottling here what felt like a very winnable situation. That kill onto Souls meant that Sarks was going dark. They had no idea where he was going to be. Handy winning that 1v1 was what completely changed how it played out. And Sarks, to be fair to him, I think he played the end of that 1 versus 2 pretty well, was trying to isolate out of 1 versus 1, but Handy, he's far too experienced. He gave nothing until Cyber arrived, and you saw how things closed out. I think it's more of a experience thing from FaZe here is really showing in these big clutch situations that Fnatic simply don't have the experience of playing out.
Yeah, I think they know that as much as they can test Fnatic, take it into the late round, test them, make them nervous, make them make the first move, and then punish them. You know, that's exactly what they're doing. Like you say, Fnatic could be 4-1 up if they'd have just played that late round effectively, and you kind of accept it a little bit because it's a couple of rookies, but let's remember, their tournament is on the line. If they lose this, they will be eliminated.
Final defensive round coming up for Fnatic then. You feel like this is a must-win, surely. Fresh 3-2 down. They need to at least get an even split before they go onto the attack, because this isn't going to get any easier in the second half.
And they're going back down to the basement. They're doing a roam again, and they've lost it 2 times now.
Look at the investment from FaZe though, right? Again, Dockerby, Lion, they know that Fnatic are playing aggressive. They know that Fnatic's whole goal is trip them up in the early rounds. They don't have the tools or the resources to invest in a really good execute later in the round. It's paid off sometimes, a lot of times it hasn't, and that's why we find ourselves at a spot where Fnatic is staring down the barrel of a 4-2 half here. Not a good spot to be in. This ET1D coming out and phone call, it follows.
Yeah, this is where the pressure's now going to mount for Fnatic. Ruby inside a kitchen, he's going to have to move himself or he's going to be taken out. Cyber is getting himself inside of the building. Handy's on support just to watch for any of those rotates. They're looking to get Fnatic moving as much as possible, and this is why. As soon as Ruby moves, Cyber's there. FaZe have got all the angles covered, and there we see Jaxu. They've no idea that they've been pinged out. It's dangerous. The shadow gives him away, and Cyber takes him down. 4 versus 3, and FaZe are starting to look like they've really found their feet on Nighthaven.
And once again, we've got exactly the same problem. DPEG is on site. His 2 roamers are isolated away from him with FaZe Clan in the middle because they keep entering on that middle floor. They're not worried about the top floor whatsoever. Jegs can do whatever he wants on the Boss G, but he's nowhere near the action.
They've really tried hard to make this work time and time again, but Jegs has not been able to find any success on this vigil. Almost to a degree that FaZe aren't super worried about it. Of course, it only takes it to slip the net here and find a couple of players before everything's turned back. But here we go, he's under fire already, as you can see. And FaZe are starting to close in around him. 1 in front, 1 towards the right. Another round where he's simply offering nothing, unfortunately.
Absolutely beautiful stuff from Cyber there. Just hitting the wall with the skeleton key. That's close. He could be on for an ace here. He's looking for it. That much is for sure. 1 versus 3. DPEG is there. Handy will snatch it away from Cyber. But FaZe won't care. They get another round, 4-2 on the attack, and they are sitting pretty to keep themselves in this all the way to day 5.
Bad decision, really bad decision to go back down to the basement. It's where FaZe have looked the most convincing. Certainly the second time they attacked it, and again on the third time. I think, compounded by another bad decision. They banned the Twitch. I thought it was going to be good. But they didn't play behind it. Banning the Dokumi would have been a lot better.
Well, Maria's down in the playing area to go and find out what's going on down there. Maria, what have you got for us?
Hey, hello. So I'm here in the player booth. Now we have the tactical pause called by Fnatic, and the mood here is very intense. The players are now only starting to react to it. So I saw the Deepak's face at something. It was happening on the round, and it was like, oh man, you know, something is going wrong for Fnatic right now. While FaZe Clan is just very concentrated, but not all smiles. So yeah, the air is very dense right now, and I will be nervous too playing because, you know, our life depends on it. Fnatic, if they lose, they're out, and also FaZe Clan. But you know, they are all very concentrated right now.
Very much, Maria, and I think you're pretty spot on there. FaZe, even when they win the round, you haven't seen, you know, jubilant celebrations. For them, it kind of feels like we're here to do a job and we're getting it done.
Well, I think they're probably, you know, recognizing that they've had a tough tournament so far, and it's not really a time to be jumping and say, you know, you're avoiding elimination from the tournament. You don't celebrate just yet. You get in there and get the job done. That's going to be FaZe's first and last focus.
I think we've got to look at these bans from FaZe as well. Very targeted against Fnatic, it feels.
Yeah, I think so. I think Fnatic don't necessarily have a dedicated Shield player. They certainly don't have, you know, somebody of the caliber of a Spirits or an Anitum, so, or even a Vita King. So Shields aren't the immediately obvious ban. Obviously, Blackbeard's really good, but an execute operator for Fnatic, take it off the board. It's free intel in the Grim. I really like it from Fnatic's point of view. They've banned away the Cade and the Azami. Now, one big weakness, I'd say, from Fnatic is actually teams that sit still against them and don't go out and fight them. Azami enables that. It gives you layers to work through as attackers, so I can completely understand from Fnatic's sake why they've got rid of it straight away.
It's also going to help them get access to that warehouse catwalk that we speak about so much. It's the Azami that usually plays up there, gets those keeper barricades out. You couple that with a bit of barbed wire and as much utility as you can to try and keep hold of it as it is. Souls is going to be playing behind the mirror window there, but that is going to be the limit of FaZe's defenses out there. So definitely an opportunity for Fnatic to work in towards taking catwalk later in the round. For now, they've focused on that connector side.
Just looking at the composition here from Fnatic, they're going to have to approach this execute in a man advantage because they've brought double breacher, they've brought the Ash for the mirror windows, Nomad for the flanks, and Jegs to try and get those kills. There's no execute utility. Obviously, Grim's off the board. There's no Ying, there's no Capto, nothing like that.
Leo is showing me something in this. Very, very confusing.
I think it was related. Your phone's
flipped, mate. We haven't got a clue.
I think that said SSG out.
Wow. Okay. Another one that bites the dust.
And just very quickly on that for the viewers at home, that does mean that we will be putting 5 teams through today based on the reload standings.
Which could be interesting. We were looking at a potential, you know, Fnatic win. Putting them up to 15 puts them into 5th place. There is Dark Zero and Furia to play, so there's lots of other things to happen there. I'm not saying Fnatic, you know, go through, but even if they don't, with 15, it's going to leave them kind of towards the top for tomorrow.
It would be 16, because whoever loses this is eliminated, so they get the bullets
they
reloaded, the bullets they have, and the additional from the passive
So it puts them right up there, even if it's not, you know, ending up as a qualification score for today. It is going to leave you very much towards the top of what's left. Groovy manages to take out Vita King 5 versus 4. It's been a little bit of a quiet round so far for the first 2 minutes, but Cyber is going to level that up with a trade, and Fnatic are still just working from that connector and IT side.
That Cyber being downstairs as well is a bit of a menace down there, to be honest with you, Tim. He got him through the soft flooring with the explosion that opened everything up, and there's no doubt trying to slip out for some more. In fact, maybe coming up behind them here, Tim. He just worked his way out towards beating, but Fnatic have exploded forward. They realised that a player was away from the action. He was going in. Jex was looking for him, but he's got him covered. Jackson into another. Fnatic with a dominant first attack.
I thought they didn't know. The mirror had got a kill from below. I didn't think they had the flank unlocked. Luckily they did. And again, Fnatic getting those couple of kills in the mid round meant they could execute in man advantage. Had that have got down to a 5 versus 5 for the execute, don't think they win that. So it was great work from them to get to that position.
A lot of the call was there, really. There's a player off site, he's below, go, 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 and those 2 kills that spill on through just open everything up for them. So, again, really convincing. Good stuff.
The reason I thought that they were going to assume the mirror was still below is because it was a mirror that got a kill. Obviously, mirror usually has a C4. Actually, it was mirror with the beep boop alarms. So I thought they were just not holding the flank, assuming the mirror was going to stay below.
Cyber goes where he pleases, fresh.
Luckily, they had it. That's all I'm saying, because I was seeing Cyber just cleaning up.
Would have been terrifying. I don't know if he was caught on a drone or what on the way back through, but all that matters is he was just that, caught out. And it's good for Jax to get a couple of kills on the board. As said, he's been a little bit slow in that first half. Now on the Deimos, has become a little bit more lethal. On an operator like that, Tim, I really feel like you've got to be finding kills and contributing him.
Yeah, definitely, absolutely. It's almost another vigil there where it's, you know, the utility that's being brought is really focused around that operator, around that player, and so they've got to be getting some value out of it themselves. Fnatic, they're going to be attacking onto the basement this time. Fresh, this is going to be a little bit different for them. Last time they were able to, you know, look at what the setup is, get there onto site and just push from that 1 point. Here I would expect to see FaZe around the map a little bit. Yeah. We've got Handy up on the top floor, a couple on the mid floor. Much more of a job for Fnatic to control FaZe here.
Yeah, I would say so. Again, it's going to be about clearing out the roamers, clearing out the top 2 floors. However, I will say, difference in Fnatic's approach already, as you can see on your screen, is going to be DPEG opening up the walls with that Maverick. We saw FaZe leave these walls open, leave these walls closed all together in their entirety, whereas Fnatic maybe are going to put a little bit of pressure direct at the same time.
A bit of sync here, I think, as well. Groovy rocking up at the same time. Now, it's nades in hands. If they wanted to roll it underneath them, they could. They can find a bandit battery and sure enough found, which means they go straight with the hard breach charge. No need for the Maverick to worry about wasting loads of gas to get this open. That can be redirected if needs be towards the main wall.
So I think what Fnatic are going for here, instead of clearing the roam, is I think what they're going to do is maybe look to do something direct into this Exo side here, into Animus side here. What they need to do for that is they need to stop defenders being on the hatch of the room of the Animus breach. To do that, you need to control Warehouse.
Got Jags is here for as well with that scan upstairs, just in case Cyber is looking to be a little bit cheeky. Ruby's going to find Vidiking, and they've exploded in towards site here. They said, forget about Animus, we want the whole damn thing on the downstairs. KDS gets his first kill of the game, back on the other way. It's into a 4v4.
The big problem for Fnatic is that FaZe know they've got the diffuser down cold on the ground inside of site. KDS manages to pick up Groovy 3 versus 3. Fnatic Sarks has managed to make a grab for that diffuser, and he's putting it down. And I don't think FaZe are in a position to do anything about this. They don't know that he's going to stick it, and FaZe, they've been caught too far away from site, left out in the cold. Souls finds Sarks, 2v2, 30 seconds left to go, Cyber turns it on, and FaZe, what a retake!
They were done such a good job of keeping Cyber at bay. They flooded site, wanted to wipe out everyone on FaZe, but these 2 roamers have come back and shut it down. Fresh, that feels like a third round this game that Fnatic should have had, and they've bottled it when it counts.
It doesn't feel like it. It is, Des. That's exactly what it is, and I've called him out for a couple of times already, but Grubby again.
You are lucky that cup was empty.
I'm throwing cups around all over the casting station. My arms are flailing everywhere. Grubby was in a great position. And again, once you're in sight and you're rushing, you're making defenders come back into you. What is he doing? Challenging with a shotgun there. He knew where the player was. That guy's going to be running around. You're in sight. You've exploded into sight. He's nervous. He doesn't know what's going on. And Grubby losing that 1v1, unfortunately, has lost Fnatic the round. Of course, FaZe did a great job of retaking it as well. But yeah, no, it's small decisions, and it's aggressive decisions, which Fnatic are clearly, you know, that's their ethos as a team. They want to take the fight to FaZe. It's now lost them 3 rounds. They'd be on match point right now had they have made the correct decisions in all of those rounds.
And all that chat we had at the start about, can you imagine a world where Fnatic beat FaZe would be like, I can't believe they're a round away from doing it.
For the most part, they've been better than FaZe.
They have, I'd agree. They've played FaZe off the park a little bit here. You wouldn't consider that FaZe are also a team facing elimination here if they lose out.
Wow.
It kind of feels a little bit like FaZe are doing just as much work as they need to, and not a lot more. It's like, you know, yeah, okay, you've got the defeat, right, okay, we'll win the round now. You know, we're not going to worry about it for the first 2 minutes, but we're going to win the round now.
You know what it is? No, it's more that Cyber heard that me and you have got him in our fantasy team.
Must be.
Well, they're just trying to funnel everything towards him here.
I have to hear about this fantasy team one more time.
You're going to hear about it far more, mate, trust me. I'll let you know how it goes later. Exactly how many points he's farmed for me, the whole lot.
Yeah. Control and storage will be the site for round 9. FaZe completing that rotation, much as you described earlier. Fresh, we're going to see a similar approach from Fnatic. Get that RT wall open. Yep. They'll likely have a little bit of a drone downstairs. It seems to be a bit of a choice whether you open the double wall down into the basement or not. It does prevent that vertical denial of a plant from underneath if you're going to go for a pillar spot, but it depends if that is your target point or not.
Once again, Fnatic bringing a lineup that is very much focused on getting those walls open and then clearing out FaZe. That it's not focused on can we do anything execute-wise in sight. Again, things like the Ying, the Glass, the Smokes, Capitals, none of that whatsoever. And again, nothing, you know, for example, like the Lion or the Dokkaebi, it's all focused on, I would say, traditional Siege. breaching, getting walls open, taking away utility.
Just out there with the Melusi being taken away by Jaxu, shot out as well as the drone. No more of that hacking business going on. Everything else should largely stay up. And I tell you what, Deepak's been brought down here. Cyber went out after him, and he's done just that. Nyan unstoppable today, but Jaxu is there for the assist. Still a 1-for-1. You lose your hard breach. It doesn't feel like the end of the world here because they've already got this carriage breach opened up, but it's not good to lose a gun. A good trade coming in. Jaxu involved in 2 inside the space of 10 seconds.
Yeah, Fnatic looking good so far. Like you say, losing Deepak at that point, really not the end of the world. RT's already open, Garage is already open, Exothermics have done their job, so they can live with that. Demos scan is going to be in as well. Jegs knows exactly where Vidaking is at the moment, at the bottom of Aqua Stairs. Is he going to go for the challenge? Yes, he will. Manages to spray him down with the Vendetta. And each time that FaZe take a round, Fnatic seem to come back better in the next. They seem to have an answer handy. Manages to find Sarks. 1v3 becomes a 1v2.
Surely not, Tim. We can't see this happen again here, but you've just got a feeling the Handy could find the way through. Yeah, there are scans coming in from Jegs here, so they know exactly where he is. But for now, he's like an angel of death.
No!
How does it happen again? You speak it into existence sometimes, but Fnatic are leaving the door wide open for FaZe again and again.
A 1v3. Andy had a Deimos track. The death mark was active, but the only death mark that was going on was the death finding Fnatic. That was unreal from Andy, but Fnatic again, add it to the list, add it to the bill. How many rounds now have they given away that should have been won?
4.
They couldn't possibly have played that worse, by the way. Absolutely not. The reason I was actually going to praise Fnatic, I was setting myself up to praise them on that attack. They had no idea where Handy was. That's why they were triple stacking on the one player that was on the Deimos ping during that round in that 3 versus 2. Loved it. They got it to a 3 versus 1. I'm thinking, great. Now you just need to trade each other out. You'll win the round. As soon as they tracked Handy, it was just really, really bad in the late round.
They can't hear me. Okay. All right, boys, listen, you've dominated the game, yeah? Let's not fucking get bitchy at each other now, yeah? We need to fucking have our spirits high here, boys. We've dominated the game. We've thrown a few rounds. All right, whatever. Speak about the fucking bans that have come out now, boys. Think about what they want to stop you doing, yeah? The information game for us has been really fucking good, guys. If Jegs can't play the Deimos, let's take an extra operator for that, okay? Let's figure out what they're doing because they're running around like fucking crazy, guys. We're finding gaps everywhere, yeah? Finding gaps everywhere. They're making desperate plays. Mute jumping out a fucking sight window. We refrag onto him. The garage guy, we refrag onto him. We just have to calm it down. And Michael, when we get into those situations, okay? When the round is won, we calm it down, guys. Serious calmness, yeah? But keep fucking playing with good energy, guys. Come on, let's win this shit.
Come on, fucking got this, guys. Let's get a stash.
Did you any words there except expletives?
I was going to try and quote him. I don't think I can. What I will say again is he talked about the throws. I just want to finalize the one on the throw in that previous round. The worst thing that they could have done was Jegs, whilst he was on a Deimos track, stack up with the diffuser, and that's exactly what he did. That's why Handy was able to find 1, find 2. If Jegs was the other side of site and Jaxu was the other side of the other bomb site, the plant could go down for free.
Everything he said, though, is very right.
It's exactly what we're saying. They've dominated this game. They've just thrown so many late rounds.
It's such a shame for them if they go out on this as well, because all that we remembered is they got battered by FaZe, 7-3 on the last day. Not many will talk about the quality they've shown at points throughout this game. And don't get me wrong, this is not the best form FaZe that we've seen either. They look a bit asleep at the wheel here. It's really weird to be able to say that about FaZe. Again, world champions, but we spoke about this at the start of the game. Very often you see hammer lifters at the next tournament just not perform to the standard that you saw from them that helped them lift that hammer in the first place. But Fnatic, they're their own worst enemy. They're beating themselves here.
And I think that will be the most frustrating thing. Unfortunately, you know, winning 3 rounds, getting yourself into overtime against FaZe, it's a colossal task attacking Nighthaven now. If Fnatic go out, they're going to be really kicking themselves because it was all in their hands. It's not particularly like they're being outclassed right now. They've changed themselves onto Jegs on the Monty. As Tristan predicted, the Deimos ban did come in.
sometimes when you get to that match point and the shield gets brought out, the Monty gets brought along, it feels like a little bit of a desperation pick sometimes.
I mean, Jax has gone from Deimos to playing Shields. Like, what a change,
you know,
right?
and I get it, the Deimos gets banned away, you bring your next spearhead, you bring your next focal point, but when it's the match point, it always just feels a bit like, right, let's try and throw the Monty at the problem and see if we can solve it. Hopefully Fnatic, it does go that way for them, but it ain't looking good. Cyber deals with the Monty, and right now, Fnatic, you're on the back foot, you got 4 lives left. After that, you're out of reload.
Sark's underneath as well, I think, looking to help them get the push forward here. Now going to rejoin them up on the top floor, and it starts to feel a little bit one-dimensional. All the focus is on this connector, and I'm not sure it's going to be what they need to get the job done.
Especially on this top floor of Nighthaven, you need multi-prong attacks. You can't just come from one place because the defenders will just front it up. They can just stay in this close quarters combat. You see the Melusi there close to the connector breach. You see the Goyo inside of a very, very small, compact room.
It's looking real tepid now. Again, just round after round. What could have been for Fnatic will be the question. They hold themselves, but not many will remember. KDS, we know he's had a pretty poor game, and Groovy reminds me of that fact. Slams him down to 44 as the call from Sarks rings out here. Smoke to at least keep Fnatic at bay for now, though, Tim. Can they hold them back? There's 2 stacking up on the door. Could be a double shotgun kill coming through, but no, Handy with just the 1.
Deepak really wants to get this wall open. He is now going to be able to achieve that. A little bit of damage has been done. Handy continues with the shotgun. 3 versus 2. FaZe finding trades everywhere. Cyber on to Deepak. It's up to Groovy, low health. He gets 1. Can he save Fnatic? 1v2? No, he cannot. Souls is there to close it out, and the world champions keep themselves alive for another game here at Reload.
Barely. I think there, Tim. That's not the performance of a world champion, and not one really that deserves to be careering up the leaderboard, but that is exactly what they've done on the back of Handy and Cyber. They keep themselves in this and send Fnatic home.
When you're a world champion team, it's not about how you perform in the games, in the early rounds of the tournament. It's just about winning them and making sure that you're in the games that matter. That's exactly what FaZe did. It wasn't amazing siege, it wasn't great siege, but they got the job done off the back of 2 huge performances.
Moments of promise there, and I look forward to seeing what Fnatic can deliver during stage 1, but their journey ends here, and so does this game. We'll go to a break, and when we come back, freshly back with the boys to the desk, and they'll break this one down for you.
is on thin ice, but you know, they just won the game they needed to. And Katie asks, congratulations. What do you think it was the key to winning that game?
I think the key of this game was Cyber and Handy. They are playing very well. Handy make a clutch, and Cyber are getting a lot of open kills for us. So I think this is the strength of today, and hopefully we are going to qualify to playoffs.
Are you nervous? You're shaking your leg or no?
No, just anxious. The ansiedade, como fala?
Anxious, and so.
A little bit. So
anxious about like not qualifying, you say? Because I mean, FaZe Clan is not qualified yet, but winning the game it helps you.
I think is what everyone feels about the game. We want to qualify very quickly, and we started the tournament very bad. So I think this makes us a little bit nervous to play. So I think this is the
it's normal, right? It's very normal. Let's talk about the map. You guys picked the Night Heaven Labs, and it's really such a great map of FaZe Clan. So it was such a bold move from Fnatic. You were just so comfortable. Cyber was laughing, like just really relaxed. You know, talk more about the map.
I think this map we chose this map because we scrim with Fnatic in last days. Okay. So I think this map, they think will be good because the scrim is a close game, and hopefully we won. So next time, don't pick labs against us.
No, that's fine. So. No, that's fine. Grub and Dipek just passing by the camera. That's fine. You have another match tomorrow. You're not qualified yet. What are you guys going to focus to get better?
I think we are going to focus on the same thing we are doing so far. We are trying to communicating better every match. So I think this is the main problem we are having.
You think you're communicating less than you should, or it's just like disorganized?
Yeah, a little bit disorganized because it's the start of the tournament. Normally, FaZe start to communicate very well in the playoffs because it's best of 3 and it's another word. So, yeah, I think this is the problem.
Okay, congratulations. And you know what? It means a disorganized communication, it's farofa. Eles estão farofando. That's what it means, Milosh. You can say that on the next match if you want.
I'm not even going to attempt to say
I'm not going to try either.
Yeah, maybe we can record that at some point. Anyway, we have some language classes to take with Maria. 16 bullets is what FaZe Clan run away with at the end of this matchup. And what a game. You thought it would be back and forth, and then FaZe took control.
It was theoretically back and forth, but it was like, I guess, back with Fnatic for the first 2 minutes of the game, and then forth for the last 30 seconds. It was basically a story of Fnatic finding a way to impression us. Basically, we were impressed by them over, I guess, being better than FaZe throughout most of the rounds, and then yet, consistently, every single round, they found a way to lose it.
I'm still speechless, I'll be honest.
They're out.
Honestly,
Fnatic are out.
Speechless. Like you said, Fnatic really did control that game against FaZe Clan on Night Haven Labs, but FaZe Clan were just so good in the late round, and it was 2 big individuals, let's be honest. It was Cyber, and then it was Handy, with big moments that literally dragged FaZe Clan over the line.
I want to praise Fnatic, though. I want to praise Fnatic because they were close to beating FaZe. I know it looks like 7-3, and it is a 7-3, but in the end, you have to manage expectations. When we saw this matchup, we knew that Fnatic were not in a position to be favorites, right? Everybody was betting on FaZe for sure to take this home. Let's be real. What happened here was Fnatic being much better than the scoreline actually shows, and it's giving us good hopes for this team comes EML time to show us more of this.
Absolutely. We kind of are coming in with like no expectations of what Fnatic can show, and yes, they might be eliminated in round 4, but the games that they showed, there's a spark that we could exploit into EML.
And you know what? Fair play for having the balls to put it all on the line against FaZe.
That's fair.
They should have won, they didn't, but fair play to them.
It was an entertaining game regardless of that. And reminder again, FaZe Clan 16 bullets. However, our detail for this game, what was it here, Leo?
We're gonna look at Cyber attacking right now.
Good.
Obviously on Buck, 1 year ago he was the best Buck player. Well, it's still the case. Let's take a look at how he's anti-roaming here in that round 1. He's gonna get a free opening on Sarks, roaming upstairs, because that's just him. He gets always the right game sense, right? Look at his second kill. For this is the detail for me. He's getting challenged by Jaxu. Jaxu sees him before, he shoots before, yet Cyber gets away with the kill, drops, and kills the final player. Now, that was a 3v3. The defense was at the advantage. Jaxu saw him first. In any day of the week, against any other player, Fnatic wins that round. But it's Cyber against him, and the flick on the headshot is the detail for me that only the top 1.0001% can do, and that's Cyber for you on Buck.
There's a reason why FaZe are world champions and they have so much pedigree internationally. However, at times this did feel like not just a game, but a game of throws.
Absolutely. That first round, for me, was the start of the story for the rest of the round, Jack.
Oh, honestly, this round in particular, Grubby challenging with the shotgun. I had no idea what was going on. I think plant spot maybe not the best as well, but it's in that chaos of the mid round. But look at this, in the late rounds, it's always the attackers challenging the defenders in the post plant. That's not how it's supposed to go, Leo.
Everyone is panicking, everyone is running around. Even in this scenario here, why is Sark challenging here at this window when he doesn't need to? He doesn't have a trade potential. That makes no sense. Then you have the Demos tracker, you know where he is. You know you can go for the plant at the same time. Instead of that, they're panicking, they're running around. The vert created by the Frost can then be used. First kill, second kill, impossible to trade. Well played by Handy, but again, what a throw.
That one for me, if you're in a 1 versus 2 and you've got the Deimos, the one thing you don't do when you're the 2 is go close together. And that's exactly what Fnatic did. If one was in the west side of storage and one was in the east side of control, it would have been 2 1v1s, plant could have gone down. It was...
In summary,
Game of Throws.
Round 1 was a throw, and that started throughout the tournament, throughout the match, sorry. Every single round that Fnatic had the advantage, they just gave it away. And that's just a sad story, because once again, there are some young players, there are some promising players on
What
Fnatic.
could have been?
So you go home, but you go home with our praises. You're a good team. Stop throwing, please. Thank you.
Yeah, you even heard it in the timeout there that Tristan called. Yeah, I told everybody to quiet down in the green room to hear exactly what he's saying. And I know you couldn't say exactly and repeat it on the screen, but regardless, I think he was quite clear what had happened. Fnatic, we say goodbye to them. FaZe Clan live to fight another day. Perhaps we'll see how things kind of shape up, but all that is after the break for our final game.
Keep an eye out for contact.
Available now.
We're doing the behind the scenes of the talent work here. And we're going back with our series, Pick Your Best National Team for Rainbow Six Siege. As a reminder, you cannot pick 2 players from an existing team. I'm here, I found Milos. Milos, here, come with us. Come with us. I need you to pick... you don't need to work, we're all good, we're all good. Okay. You need to pick your national team. You're Lebanese, so you need to pick your national team from Lebanon.
All right, I was just going to say, there's a lot of amateur players from Lebanon, but realistically, Valentino is the only player who's actually had like pro experience. We've seen him competing even like last SI, but like otherwise there's not much. I mean, it would need to come down to like me IGLing. It's not good.
I've seen that before. You don't want that in any competition.
I can't shoot, much like you, but I can IGL if need be. You're the Mira player here, my friend. I remember I casted your games. Little guy.
Okay, it's the same story for me. No shooting and only IGLing.
See, same. Understandable. I will say, then, if I made a MENA team, is that okay?
Yeah, let's go for a MENA team now.
I really want Hashum. Hashum from Twisted Minds to be on the squad. Valentino also to join him. Valentino plays currently for Gamax. There's also a mixed Arab team. Eagle X99, who is on Onyx Ravens, who you remember is player has also had a decent amount of experience internationally in 2024 and 23 until the end of last year. We'd also have, I think, O'Falcon, that's on the GK roster. That's 4. And who else can I put with him now that's not on any one of those squads?
You can still pick any of those squads, just not 2 from the same one.
Well, I already picked one out of that's really good from the the better teams on the. Okay, what about staff? Can we take staff from one of them? Do they count as players?
Yeah, that's all good. They can play. They can shoot back.
Well, good because Matt Skills can also play. Who's also played competitively. Is now currently coaching the Twisted Minds team and managing the team. He's also technically set as substitute for the team. So I think that would be... I had to pick 2 players from Twisted Minds, but I think to have a really good shot at like the crème de la crème of the MENA region, that's what I would do.
Do you think your team would have any chances to beat the top teams like Brazil, US, France, and maybe France as well?
Nobody's beating Brazil.
Do you think the US or the UK can beat Brazil?
UK, they're all talk. France, they just forever second, so maybe they can do something. And even then, we're kind of done with teams that are monolingual or just from one nation.
That's a sad story. That was our take from Milos. Sorry, you can go back to work now. And we've now got our first MENA official national team.
Can I swap Matt Skills for T9?
No, you picked a manager. You've got so much talent in Saudi Arabia, and you chose a manager.
Joker. They're split.
Jalad?
Hey, Joker 619. J-Lad.
Either of the twins?
Dove?
Yeah.
Dove is amazing.
That's true. I was trying to look at different...
Whips.
He put himself in
fairness, Eagle X is a great shout. Terrific shield player, I will say. Very, very underrated. Interesting MENA team from you.
There's... I'm sorry, Valentino, I have to throw you under the bus. There are better players than Valentino. But I needed to have one Lebanese player on there, and it can't be me. So
to be fair to Valentino, he was one of the best MENA players.
Played a major
2 years ago. He was amazing. He maybe dropped off a little bit, but still, I think he has what it takes.
That's what I mean. If he has what it takes, what is he not on one of the other teams? Is all I'm saying. Anyways, I wish we could do national teams. I wish maybe if I was Emirati or Kuwaiti or Qatari or Saudi, maybe there would be more picks in there. There's also Iraqi players, Iranian players. There's African players from Egypt, from Tunis, from Maghreb that are playing in MENA. It's just all over. I love my home region. I want to see more about it, but I also want to see what a Team USA would look like. So
you have some great talent in the US.
Yeah, cheat
like
code.
Baby Shark.
Way too many people. Let's see what they have.
Like Citizen.
Hey guys, welcome back to Pick Your National Team for Rainbow Six Siege. As a reminder, you cannot pick 2 players from the same team, and now I found some of my favorite American talents to help me. I also have Foxy, who's from Canada, so we're gonna see what they're thinking. Hello guys, I'm sorry to cut you. I'm interviewing you and putting you on the spot right now. All right, I need you to give me the best possible American team, and you only have the right to pick 2 players from the same team. That would be a national team. Current players. Right now, the best possible American national team.
All right, you got to get Troy as the IGL.
He's Canadian.
Well, he's from part of North America.
No, but we need a national team, so he needs to be American.
Then Hot and Cold, you'd have to get as IGL. Then I think you get... God, we have so many international players now.
Yeah, you have a lot of talent.
I think you throw Diffuser on there. He had a good rookie year, so I think that's a good shout. I think you get... this is a tough one. Put me on the spot. Dream's just the first to come to mind for a good support player. You need a good support player. So you got Hot and Cold as IGL. You have a Diffuser.
You're basically building Biscos that won the last major.
You have DZ players. Yeah, that's what I'm thinking. Everyone's just a mix and all around. Honestly, NJR. You got to throw NJR in there for like an entry flex. And then I think you either grab Ashen or J90, but I think I'm going to have to go with J90. And that's the roster. And then for coach, I'm going to have to say Call Out. Call Out for coach.
That's a really good pick. Really good pick. Decent teams all over. We've got some Brazilian, Australian, French ones, UK ones. But the French would take it 100%.
Definitely not biased.
I've got a hot take about this. Yeah. You could build a better team that plays in North America than Laxing just built, full of imports.
That's pretty much what's happening.
Citizen, Baby Shark, Dash, and I need one more import. So one more import?
I don't think that team beats the US team.
I was just dunking on that.
Yeah, I think the US team is pretty good as is. I think he did a good job putting me on the spot. He had to think of like 5 amazing players in different teams.
Yeah.
I think he did a decent job.
Spoit.
Content creator. Anyways, let's move on from one US team to another. Dark Zero on the chopping block because they go up against Furia, our final game for today. This matchup does not eliminate any one of those 2 games, but it has serious impact on who qualifies into the top 5 off of today, gents.
Listen, they've impressed me so much. I think by far the best NA team at this event. By far better than MAT, by far better than SSG, and to a degree Wildcard as well. These guys, and it's also because they have European, isn't it, Jack?
Yeah, it's exactly that.
But these
callers on the team, by the way.
Yeah, these guys, they've had an amazing path to here so far. Yes, they've lost to W7M, but that was super close. And in my opinion, they were 1 round away. Sorry, they were in overtime. 2 rounds away from beating the best team in this tournament, which is W7M. The imports of Citizen to bring firepower, the imports of Spirits to bring firepower and the shields, and not also disrupt the amazing synergy between Nave, Pambai and NJR. They've basically went with the same synergy as before, and now they have amazing firepower with it. The way that Kangaroo Kenny has rebuilt this roster after SI is amazing.
You can rebuild and build however you want, but it depends, can you play the format properly? So let's see what they've loaded in for this one. A singular round in the chamber, Jack.
Yeah, they're pushing it to tomorrow, ultimately. They will go up to 7 or down to 5. Either way, they're probably going to be in the bottom half of the leaderboard and will pick a team that they will have to go big against tomorrow. It's a bold strategy. Don't know necessarily how it will work out, but that's what they've gone for. Of course, given the caliber of opponents they've gone against, I understand why they've gone conservative, but at some point, that luck runs out and you're going to have to go big.
It seems like there's one too many teams that are trying to fight in the middle tomorrow, and with who gets to pick first, with how things would shape up, it's going to be a tough fight because you can't chicken out of any of the games tomorrow.
Yeah, and that's a big issue for me when playing it too safe, is that I'm afraid that Dark Zero right now may just be shooting themselves in the foot because they didn't reload enough.
They might be slightly too low to even
if they win, like they go to 7 bullets, imagine they go with extended mag and everything they can tomorrow. If they don't get the right opponents that has enough ammunition to steal from, they're not making it.
What I will say, very likely they end up against like a FaZe or a Falcons or somebody big. The reason being is teams don't want to play Dark Zero. Why is one of that reasons? Spirits. Because he's so good on the shields, but he's also so good off the shields as well. He's a real threat and teams don't want to deal with having to play against the quirkiness that he brings.
Well, let's talk about Furia on the other end of that board. Of course, the squad that won the Invitational here in Brazil. They want to make it back again, and they're actually not far away from qualifying.
I feel like it's the only team that's not stressed about this format.
They're winning it all.
They're not stressed about anything.
Fun of everybody.
They don't care about how much they reload. They just win every single matchup. So at this point, they just, you know, it doesn't matter how much they reload if they will win everything.
I absolutely love them. You know, we've seen them in and around the venue and the hotel. They're talking to everybody. They're loving life. They're trying to get everybody energized. They're on social media. It's absolutely incredible. The last time we saw them feel like that was in Sao Paulo when they won the World Championship. So this is completely vibes-based. This is not objective stats-based. Furia are feeling good about themselves, and it's a different Furia from what we've seen at the last few events where they've been uptight, they've been rigid, they've not really been invested in themselves. They're enjoying themselves at the moment.
I was literally going to ask you guys, do you feel like Furia is back? Because right now, the way they're playing, I feel like they're back at the level that had them dominate every single SCR event for the year in 2024.
And that's just the thing, is the depth of strategy they have, the map pool, the IGLs, the firepower that they've got everything for perfect siege, and then they're adding in the mentality on top. It's great.
Do they have enough bullets is the question. They're going to load up 5 to potentially make it 17 should they win the game. We have to clarify this, right?
Yes.
Because there's currently, Falcons and FaZe Clan that are sitting on 16 bullets each. Should Furia win this game, they go up to 17 and they qualify.
Yes.
The team that is already set is W7M.
Yeah.
So whatever happens here in this game, W7M would move forward. Furia, should they win, they also qualify, and that means that they knock down Falcons and FaZe to fight another day tomorrow.
Yeah, it's pretty much as simple as this. It's in Falcons' hands. They win the game, they're through to playoffs. If DZ win, it will be Falcons that are through to playoffs.
So basically, right now, Falcons are praying for DZ to win.
If you're a European, and you're hoping the European brethren get it done.
And is it the same story for FaZe? Is FaZe praying for DZ to beat Furia and make it then to the quarterfinals?
FaZe are out regardless.
Yes.
FaZe out regardless. Okay.
With 16 bullets that they have in there, it's a tough fight because W7M get the average at the end of the day. That's why we talked about this yesterday during the draft and through it today, is that, well, Furia, they have the buy, nobody picked them, which means they get the average of 1 bullet, not counting for any elimination cards or also those extended max that W7M, excuse me, there. But yeah, that's how things work. Might sound confusing, but it's actually as simple as it can be. The question is, how simple will it be to play against Furia in this case? Because I feel like with the promise of Dark Zero and how Furia are just so happy that we know they have the skill, now they have the emotion behind it, this game can just be smashing against a wall the entire night.
I'm just hoping for this game to be the best one of the day yet.
Yeah.
I know KAG upset Liquid, and that for me was one of the best games we've had throughout the tournament. I'm just hoping for this one. We're looking at 2 of the teams that are in the best shape right now. Yesterday, DZ taking W7M all the way to overtime was an amazing game. I'm just wondering, that was a temperature check. Is W7M worse than Furia or not? Are we going to see the same kind of overtime, really tense matchup? It's also 2 different styles of Siege. I feel like Furia is much more about the energy and the vibes, much more about the fragging power. DZ is all about, yes, the firepower, but mainly the strategy and the utility. 2 styles of Siege being played and mastered at a different level, facing each other.
I'm already curious. I know we'll get on to maps, but I'm curious as to how these teams approach the operators. Because Spirits is a real asset for this team in terms of Dark Zero. And Furia don't necessarily have a dedicated shield player, whereas Dark Zero do. So from a Furia point of view, do you allow Spirits free choice of shields? Because at the end of the day, he's going to play 1 anyway. You can only ban away 2. You can maybe ban away 3. If you ban away the shields, Dark Zero have a very clear strategy that they will ban away the Warden and then play Ying against you. So pick your poison with Spirits. He's such a good player. Whereas for Dark Zero, because Furia don't have a shield player, that problem doesn't exist for them.
With how tight this match is, we really would
nice
like
touch,
With how close this game potentially can be, I'm curious how the map ban actually goes physically. And actually, luckily enough, Maria was standing by to take a look at it.
Furia versus DZ, that is going to be a great match to watch it. Let's see what they are banning.
We ban like we're gonna play Clubhouse.
Furia side.
Clubhouse, bro.
Come
on,
come on. The interview? Overtime side.
One sec. Yeah. What side?
Yeah. Let me just choose.
I think it's Ash. I actually think attack.
You want to start attack?
I think so, yeah. We're not gonna, we learned from our mistakes yesterday.
If they're talking about some strategy, you know, that's a secret.
Yeah. No. You choose overtime. Yeah, overtime attack for you. Yeah.
What did they choose in?
Defense. Yeah, start defense.
Okay.
All right. Thank you, guys.
Okay. Now, handshaking between JV and the guys from DZ. No, not you.
Brasil.
Não,
Brasil.
não, sai fora, sai fora. Eu, hein? Igor, palavrinhas in English? And Naif, come here. Let's talk about the battle you guys just did. So, what's the map? I couldn't hear.
Clubhouse.
Clubhouse, what do you think of that?
JV was not happy. So, if he's not happy, then I'm happy.
I got it. Why is JV not happy with club?
JV is an actor, so
He's acting.
yes, of course.
Bad actor.
Bad actor.
Bad actor.
So, who is winning this club?
I don't know. I don't even know if it matters, to be honest. Listen, if we lose today, it might be a big W for tomorrow.
Yeah.
But if we win, we are in the playoffs, I think. So I don't know. This championship is crazy.
It's very crazy, but this match is going to be more than that. It's going to be crazier. You have to watch it.
We contractually have to watch it, whether we like it or not. Clubhouse is what we get. Dark Zero versus Furia.
I love that so much. The insight into the map bans again.
Yeah. Kenny's just looking in there like,
Furia brought everybody. They brought the 5 players, the 18 support staff they've got. There was an army of them. And then there's just Kangaroo, Kenny, and Nave just fronting them up. I think JV joined DZ for the map bans.
There was one big moment that I love, is the moment where Nave is turning to Kangaroo Kenny. It's like, I think we start attack. Yeah. And you can see the trust in each other, the trust in his DHGL school.
It's a feeling, isn't it?
It's a feeling, he knows it. And not only did they go for attack on one of the more defender-sided maps in the map pool, not the most defender-sided, but at least still very much defense-sided. And also, they commit to it in overtime as well. So these guys, they're gonna start attack the whole time, even if they go to overtime, the same story. I love to see the trust from Kangaroo to his IGL. It's beautiful to see. Yeah.
That's the sort of teamwork that we love to see. But the question here is simple. Really, the statement is simple. Should Furia win this game, they qualify and move on. And regardless of what happens, Dark Zero are trying to set themselves up for a better day 5. Let's find out. Our casters are standing by. Dezes, I will not speak any longer. All yours.
Thank you very much, Milos. This was ready to cook, isn't it? Last one of the day, Tim.
I've been looking forward to it.
Me too. And looking at it, I was looking at the stats a real quick second ago based on what Leo was saying. Clubhouse actually is one of our most defender-sided maps, coming in just under top 2 at about 59% right now. So a Dark Zero walking into a trap here that Furia have meticulously laid out for them. We're going to find out as we get into Clubhouse to round out our day here at Reload.
The public are back in Furia.
Would you bet against them, Tim?
Bit risky at this event. They've been pretty good so far. Furia, of course, coming into this one unbeaten so far, and they're going to look to continue it with another win against Dark Zero. Going with the reload of 5 bullets will fire them up to 17, and should be enough to put them into the playoffs. Dark Zero playing it safe. They're going to get themselves through to tomorrow, where they can then worry about how they get through to the playoffs.
Start things out with the bans here. It's going to be the Kaid and the Blackbeard coming out as our first 2 0 surprises there, Tim. We have seen these operators banned a lot so far at Reload.
Yeah, I mean, it's been pretty... I would guess that we might have, you know, Blitz or Monty and Bandit following. We'll see. It's not always the double electric ban. Sometimes it's just about reducing your ability for denial. Sometimes it's about removing it entirely. This time it will be about removing it entirely. Bandit and Blitz are going to go. So double shield, double electric has become a bit of a staple. How is it going to impact us on Clubhouse? Well, it's going to make the top floor a lot easier to open up for Dark Zero to begin with. There's not going to be any wall denial that can realistically stop them. Yes, you can put mute jammers on there, but it's not going to do you much good. You can just pop those exothermic charges on at the top corners, and they will open the wall nonetheless just as easily. So we should be able to see a little bit of, even though Dark Zero are quite defensive, quite a slow team, we should be able to see a bit of aggression out of them really on the attack, getting in there, getting those objectives done early, ticking boxes, opening walls, and getting themselves into a position to execute.
And to touch on Dark Zero starting on attack, it does feel very, very like balls to the wall, really wanting to go for it here. I think, like, I'll come back to what some teams said probably about 5-6 years ago when I was first coming into Siege, and they would pick to go on attack on this map, and it's not really specific to Clubhouse, it's more the mentality of it. And saying that if you're starting on the attack and you can pick up 2-3 rounds, you start putting pressure on the other side there, especially if you're coming out in that 3-3 split. They're just like, ah, damn. So if you back yourself coming into a game more, you know, you feel your energy is higher and you can perform better on the attack at the start rather than the second half, then why not go for a bit of attack to kick things off? And that's exactly where Dark Zero find themselves. Ying and the Dokkaebi and the Deimos, the three main operators that my eyes fall on here, Tim. Great for their own clear, but also very, very good for the execute.
Well, the site setup still going on. JV92 just opening those rotations through into blue, going to give the defenders those options to just have multiple routes back. The reason that you open those rotations in sight, if you're a little bit newer to the game, wondering why are they blowing holes in the wall, is to give yourself multiple options, because otherwise, in that situation, we're just seeing one either side of the door. If a plant goes down, the attackers know you have to come through that single door. Now they don't. Citizen is going to pick up KZ. Is there going to be a little bit more action for Spirits here? He knows somebody's around that corner. He just can't get to them there.
They didn't put barbed wire down in here to make this extra hard to do. This is ridiculous. He's dug right in. They know exactly where he is. He's getting pushed in through the soft wall behind him. Also a player in front and will not get away with this one. Philippe Potts goes down. And KZ, of course, has already joined him. Dark Zero with 2 kills inside 60 seconds. Not a bad start.
Great start from them. That's a Ying shotgun doing some serious work.
Not the first or last time we'll see that, Tim.
No, not at all. It just shows. The thing is, we don't really see, unless, you know, you've got your sledge or something like that, we don't see necessarily that kind of dynamic. I can just blow a hole in the wall with the shotgun. It tends to be more of a defender thing, particularly with the shotguns. So it is fascinating to see it. You know, unless you brought the book or you brought the sledge, bringing it out of somebody else just mixes it up a little bit.
Nave's just seen everything there. He knows the guy's headed downstairs. He knows he's put down a gadget as well. And look at that. It rips through Nave below. Spirits, earlier on he was calling out if he could have a 1v1 shield battle against Anatom, but I think there's some style points being awarded for his Ying play here as well. Only 2 left on site. It's the Mute and it's the Goyo. They found 1, they found 2. Hertz is starting to do it all, Tim, but the pressure is mounted. Won't get away with a 3rd, does get finished off. Spirits on for a 3K, could turn it into a 4th if JV gives him the opportunity.
Dark Zero need to make sure that they're still doing the due diligence here. JV is one of the top-rated players so far at the tournament. Been absolutely electric, particularly at the beginning of things over those first couple of days. And he's certainly a player who could turn around a 1v3. He's got the shotgun. There you go. Does he get one? No! There was a world where he got both of them, but Spirits finds his 4th on the round. Kangaroo Kenny is very happy in behind his players there. What a start from Dark Zero.
From Dark Zero for Spirits especially, as you say, a 4K in the first round with Ying shotgun. Not a line that I thought I'd be saying coming into this game, but that's the one that I've had to say. Cash and CC coming up for our next site. And I can't imagine you're going to see Furia playing out about around the map as aggressively as they were in that one, because Dark Zero, as soon as they knew that a player was trapped inside a strip, hard punish them, forced them out. Got a free kill onto a smoke as well without losing a player. That's exactly what you want to see. Very well executed by Dark Zero, leaving no gaps for Furia to fight back into the round.
None whatsoever. Furia certainly will know that they're in a game after that first round of defensive site that we really would expect them to pick up as well. Going down to the basement should always really favour the defenders here on a defender-sided Clubhouse, but Dark Zero managed to get it done, and Furia are going to move on. They're going to take us up to CCTV and Cash. It's interesting. We've seen a little bit more CCTV and Cash, and I think, obviously, you know, the ability to hold on to that garage catwalk is kind of encouraging teams a little bit to play here more rather than favouring gym and bedroom, which has been the case over the last sort of 12 months or so, but we are seeing a bit more on this side of things. However, Dark Zero should be able to get what they need quite quickly here. They should be able to get that CCTV wall open rapid quick with the thermite. It's just then whether they choose to go for catwalk. They've got JV92 on a dock with 3 ADSs. That's going to be tough. That's going to be tough to clear out. So they may choose to go and push for Leapox in bedroom, go through that side and try and get construction. And I think that is going to be the case because they've started things out with Jacuzzi Wall. However,
They will run.
Oh no, they've got the Hibana. That's fine. I was going to say if NJR goes and opens, they just need to be cautious about their hard breaching. But he's going to open CCTV, which I think is essential. Definitely get that done, and then they can always just use Nave from inside a bedroom with that range breach onto construction wall. So far so good. Yep, construction. That's maybe going to force Philippox back to site when that wall gets opened as well.
Gives them the options is the main part. You could also afford a late round lurk if you wanted to into towards Jacuzzi side of the map and just slowly crawl your way through, as Pamba is currently starting to do. Hunting down these Valkyrie cameras on the IQ, of course doing their due diligence here to making sure any gadgets that might get in their way are being taken out. If nothing else though, speaking about JV being set up inside a garage on the catwalk, yeah, he's got those ADS today. You normally see Remind Magnets also being committed. I think it's because they expected to see DZ bring along a Capitao to survive through the fire, but there is no DZ, they've not even bothered, so as you were suggesting, Tim, they might just ignore that part of the map entirely, and they can't do anything about the flashes that come out from Spirits. He might have big brain this one and really be ready to hand it to JV.
Yeah, I think they will just avoid the catwalk altogether. Citizen has joined Pamba over in the bedroom and logistics. Spirits is coming in there as well now. Nafe, as we can see from his silhouette inside of construction, they can get this construction wall open and look to push from there. That's going to be the next job. What they have to do after they've got this done is they have to disrupt those players that are playing top red and inside of cash, force them away. Dark Zero are gonna know that there's probably nobody on that CCTV, so they can ignore that breach for the time being and at least use that space.
Got to be careful on what they make use of these Candelas. Of course, those ADSs in towards Garage mean it's going to be a hard job to flash out JV, but at the very least, you could hope to stop him from swinging here as you try and make a plant or a deep push in towards site. I'd expect them to run deep and try and plant on table as well, it's worth stressing. You've got Nade sat at top red who can disrupt you if the time comes around as well, but they've got to force KZ away from the construction door itself. Let's say that, he pushes through the door, Tim, gets rid of Citizen. They've now lost a bit of pressure inside of construction itself.
Philippox could be key here as well. He's currently playing around red stairs and he has a nitro. That's actually been expended, but KZ Nade managed to get kills, and as well as Dark Zero had themselves set up. With 7 seconds left to go, they're having to rush this. The Candela goes in. Can they find the kills? No, there's going to be no option to put the diffuser down. JV92 picks up Spirits, and that is going to be the round for Furia. Much better defense from them. Dark Zero got a lot of good work done, but then just struggled with that final step of forcing Furia away and getting themselves in to put that plant down.
It was very heads up from KZ as well. He knew that he had to move there. The nade going in towards him, he had one choice, either try and run deep inside a site and likely die to the door or two of the Hibana holes that have been opened up. You weren't going to live for that, or you go aggressive. And DZ, I think, read into that. Citizen was sat holding that angle when KZ came pushing out a construction door. Just couldn't win the fight, and then he pressed on and won a second. Spirits, I don't know what he was doing. I think he was too focused on what was going on inside of CC itself. It let KZ push in and get rid of Pamba, and then he was inside a bedroom, and at that point, everything is going to start falling apart. So really well played by KZ there. The real instrument in that round for me that saw Furia coming out on top.
Back down to the basement we go then. Rather than going for that third choice, gym and bedroom, Furia decide that they're going to double down where they've already lost a round. Dark Zero did manage to pick up a couple of the roamers very, very quickly. Furia this time likely confident that they can maybe stay active in the map a little bit longer. They're going to have to, because as we saw, Dark Zero just absolutely decimated them last time around. They need to be winning some of those gunfights. They've got KZ out there. They've got a couple. Philippox and Herds out in that mid-floor. Herds has actually gone up to the top floor to join KZ as well. So Dark Zero are going to be stretched if they want to clear this entire map.
I spoke about them maybe bringing along the Capitao in the last round, and Furia prepared a defense for that with the Dark and the Jaeger being set up inside of Catwalk. This is the round where I said them opts to bring it along, Tim, when there are neither of those things on site. There's no Wamai, there's no Jaeger, nothing to stop those firebolts or the slow bolts reaching their intended targets. So assuming Dark Zero get to the site here, ready to execute with all players alive, or at the very least the Ying and the Capitao, there's a lot they can pull with here. They're just got to be very mindful of Nade on that Warden and the damage that he can do.
Philippox is holding inside of Kitchen at the minute. That's quite aggressive from Furia. Basically getting right up in the face of Dark Zero. We wouldn't normally see somebody physically holding Kitchen, but Philippox just wanting to send a bit of a message, I think, that they're not going to give anything up easily. How about that? Spirits continues with the Ying shotgun, putting the Candelas to great use, and just absolutely runs over KZ.
They're going to get sick and tired of getting blasted by this Ying shotgun in the end, because look at the kills on the DZ side. Spirits has got 6 of their 8, 3/4 of their kills all sit on him and that Ying shotgun. It's been pretty spectacular to witness so far. Still, though, halfway into this round and only 1 down. That was, of course, upon the top 4. We've got to work our way through the entirety of this map. The smoke going to slow down Dark Zero, at least temporarily. But as I remarked on earlier, it's about getting the Capitao and the Ying to the point of execute. That should be DZ's overriding focus in this round.
Hertz must know that NJR is behind that wall, but does he know that he's about to be pushed from the other side? He picks up Pamba. Nade manages to find Spirits. 4 versus 3 now. NJR outside of the building, leaving it. Hertz knew he was going to come from there. He was so patient. He picked up one of the players trying to clear him and then still got the peek outside of the map. Great stuff from Hertz. JV gets the final one. Furia, well, they look a little bit different to how they did in round 1.
Really turned it on there, didn't they? Because for the most part, Dark Zero were in control halfway into the round. It's like they got their entry, they got themselves set up around the map and looked to start thinking about the site. And just when you think, all right, they're in a spot to start making something happen, Fury turn it on. Hertz especially, a wonderful shot through the window, catching the player out towards spawn. That's what you want to see and what you want out of your players, being able to turn it on when it's required most.
Round 4 bans will come in for anybody who has not been watching throughout the tournament. Where have you been, first of all? But next up, the banning phase has changed slightly. So we've had those 2 simultaneous bans at the beginning, meaning that the teams ban them at the same time. Speeds things up a little bit. And Dark Zero, as attackers, were able to ban 2 defenders. Furia were able to ban 2 attackers. And then here, just before round 4, they get to take an additional operator out that will be banned for the next 3 rounds. So that leaves us now with a total of 6 bans. And the newest ones, I can't say I'm surprised, Des. Ying's gone.
Yep. Sick and tired of seeing Spirits blast him in the back with a shotgun, I think. So that one's gone. And Mute on the other side. Only played on the basement site by Furious, so it makes it an interesting ban. But I think many teams know that being impeded by Mute can be really frustrating, especially when you rely on that intel game. We saw a lot of it in the previous round from DZ, doing great work with the droning and still losing things out in the end because they didn't know that Hertz was inside of storage. Really paid the price on that one, so just want to make sure they can flow through the map a little more freely by taking that Mute offline.
Just going to detonate the gas pipe, one of those new environmental destructive ingredients near the site there, Fury, which is an interesting one because we saw it actually used to really good effect defensively the other day. I think it was KZ who was actually on his way into the building. Fury suffered to it. He went in, the pipe had been detonated, it was, you know, due to explode, and he had to move quicker than he probably wanted to and lost his life in doing so. So Fury, you know, choosing that they don't want to use that, and we will see that from time to time. The defenders, you know, may well take them out so that they can't be used against them.
Key one to stress, of course, here looking at it. Fury, they win this game, they go up to 17 bullets. It will put them in that top 4. But of course, remembering also that W7M gains some based on how this plays out. This could lead to a literal decision on who gets promoted into the live stages on Friday, based entirely on things like round difference. When they start getting weighed in, when a bunch of teams are all tied on the same amount, or in this case, at least 2 will be, it's going to make for a very, very interesting affair come the end of the day. I'm looking forward to seeing how that plays out at the end of our show. But now, of course, Dark Zero just want to fight for their lives to keep themselves going, and they'll start out in good fashion here. Hertz, the hero of the last round, taken down by Nate.
Yep, great start for Dark Zero. Just need to try and cement that. We've had them already on this game be at a man advantage and lose the round ultimately. Fury are a tough team to fight against even when they are short on numbers. That's going to help them though. KZ going down, Spirits manages to find JV. Take his Ying, he'll take your life. He's not happy about that hit with a double though. And this is what I'm saying about Fury. They always seem, you always feel like they've got the ability to fight back. And Felipox carries on, takes down NJR, and all of a sudden Dark Zero could be in danger. 1v2, Felipox low health. Surely he doesn't, Des. Surely he doesn't do it.
He might well do though, Tim. We've already seen some unbelievable rounds from Brazilian teams today. Looking back at FaZe versus Fnatic earlier, it was exactly that story. They could turn it on exactly when needed, and Felipox had a wonderful day yesterday, but Citizen's pretty on it so far today. Going to give nothing away. Steps across and gets the single bullet needed. Dark Zero take the round.
A close affair. We knew that this was coming at the end of the day. We've been looking forward to this game all the way through. We knew that Game 5 would deliver. Dark Zero versus Furia, two of the best teams that I believe we have seen here at Reload so far. Consistency, performance has been fantastic from both. Both had big moments, and now they are facing off against each other, and it's not disappointing. This one just yo-yos back and forth at the minute. 2-2 we find ourselves heading into round 5. 2 more defensive rounds for Furia, and in all honesty, Des, I'd say at the minute Dark Zero have a little bit of an upper hand coming in. Leo pointed out how defensive sided Clubhouse has been. Furia are going to be looking for a 4-2, and they might not get it. Dark Zero are the team that have already secured their minimum. On the attack, you're looking at that minimum 2, you're aiming for 3 or 4. They're sort of golden at the minute. They've got 2 rounds now that are kind of bonus rounds. They just go in, they get 1 or 2 of them. Brilliant.
Very much that. I said it earlier on that if you start on the attacking side and you can walk away with a 3-3 split, the pressure switches onto the other side. They know they've got to come out swinging. And based on how the game has been going so far, for the most part, Dark Zero really have had their way with Furia. However, 2 halves to a game of Siege, Tim, we say it all the time, things can look very different when we get there. Of course, the interesting thing to remark in this round is Philippop's not running around with the boss G, it's worth stressing, but is off on the Vigil, trying to be a little bit of a nuisance to the other side. But we do have Pamba over on the Deimos, we have got Citizen on the IQ. Once they're aware of his presence, I imagine it's a bit of cat and mouse to hunt him down, but should be relatively easy given the gadgets they have available to them.
Just see that main stairs window opened up. Herds he's there ready, isn't he? He's already had a big round or 2 for himself as Herds, and you can see that he's feeling it today. Looking to get those challenges in. Dark Zero largely just going to bypass that for the time being. Look to continue getting those breaches done. Construction wall is open, so Philippox just needs to be cautious. He's in bar at the minute on the Vigil, but he may want to rotate back up through bedroom and in through construction. With that wall open, maybe that'll have to change his plans a little bit.
Apparently it's not going down too early as well. It's probably a good sign. You know, Fury haven't tried to go too aggressive here in trying to match up against Dark Zero, more waiting and biding their time. Heard sniffing around these main stairs, but it feels at least the Dark Zero have got some inkling. Do they know exactly where he is, and do they know that it's Herds who's already had a good couple of rounds here? Not too sure they do. Drone's coming down, and now they're going to know. I'm pretty sure that spun and saw him, right?
Yeah, it must have.
And now it's under the chair. We'll 100% see him regardless.
Absolutely must have done. You can see they're just going to hold this angle. The thing is, Dark Zero don't necessarily need to push this. They just need to prevent him from coming back up.
Yeah.
So long as they've got the manpower to work into construction and open that wall as they wish to, which you can see they've got plenty of numbers there. They can kind of just hold him.
And there's 2 off site, Tim. They might read this and say, guys, just hit the site now. They're 2 away from site. We can go in and make this happen. They've lost 1 in the process, though, as JB doing what he does best and putting players in the dirt. A great shot from Bamba to bring it back the other way. 1 more stuck on red stairs here as well. I know that he wants it, but no! Shot from the wrong angle of Furia. Holding on for a short amount of time, but Dark Zero finally got them run over. A nade at his feet, and Nade himself, very well named at the moment, can do nothing about it. 2v1 of Philippox, who we were speaking about earlier, has got it all to do, but it's a 1 versus 1, Tim.
He's fought his way back in from Garage Days. He's got himself up onto the catwalk, got a kill, got a down, and now all of a sudden this is winnable. He can see the player. He's going to take him down because otherwise Spirits is feeding information back into his teammate Citizen. He's half health. He doesn't know which way to peek here. This is a real ring around the rosy. Philippox sees his man caught. Oh! And Citizen, cool as you like, is going to win it out in CCTV.
That's our boy Ben. UK boy going big when required most. He's had a good round in the previous one as well. 2 rounds in a row now. And his contributions have seen Dark Zero getting it over the line. And Tim, they've got that half they wanted. A 3-2 split. The only real downside for them, admittedly, is, at least for looking at it, they win this game. They only get the 1 bullet. They don't jump massively far ahead. I think they were trying to engineer this to be able to choose who they play against tomorrow. That choice might get taken away from them based on available matchups. But for Furia, this could be calamitous if it all goes wrong.
Ben is Citizen, by the way. Yeah, Desno's top player.
It's not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Not a big deal.
Round 6, final defensive round for Furia, going to be down in the basement once again. 50-50 so far. We saw them defend it in round 1 and they lost it. And then we saw them go back there in round 3 where they were able to pick it up. They just had more success on the roam, particularly if I look at round 3. Spirit still was able to get that opening kill onto KZ, but it was just a really big performance from Furia back down towards site to get it locked down. And Dark Zero, I think, will come into this feeling like there's another round for them here, and possibly a 4-2 half.
Attackers are moving out.
We've seen Kangaroo Kenny still bouncing around after every single round win. Couldn't imagine putting you and him on a cast together, Tim. I think we'd just explode from the hype. The mics couldn't deal with it.
Too much energy in one room.
That would, mate. It would be a problem. In the same way Furia are facing a problem, as I've remarked, they're in a spot of danger here. They lose, they drop down to 7. Dark Zero win, they go up to 7, and suddenly both of them are then fighting to choose who the competitors are tomorrow to even have a chance of staying in the competition, and it might be too little, too late at that point. Even for G2 as an example, they went up to 10 points today, they win tomorrow and take 8 points, they can go up to 18. That still might not be enough to qualify tomorrow, remembering that only our top 8 teams in the whole tournament qualify. 4 will qualify today, and then 4 more will follow tomorrow.
Good chance there's going to be a good few bonus points available tomorrow with eliminator cards when people play. If you do eliminate another team, you get 1 extra bullet. But whether that's going to be enough in the grand scheme of things or not, time will tell. Round 6, 1 minute in, we are at present. Dark Zero just working their way towards site for the time being, and JR's got himself down into oil pit. He's backed up by Spirit. Citizen over in Dirt Tunnel, I think. No, he's just behind the chains, sorry. I was looking at his silhouette on the top down. I thought he was a little bit further out. It's actually Nathan Pamba that are going to be working their way through Dirt Tunnel. And Nade and JV, as we can see, are there to front them up. More Vulcan canisters going down. As soon as they recognise that they're being pushed by that shield, Furia, do something about it.
I'm kind of surprised at this point that Nate hasn't made use of those hard breach gadgets in back pocket to get hatches, really. Focus inside a bar and then inside a storage and then worry about pushing your way through. That feels like it would have been the play. So it's very one-dimensional, and I think Furia are going to read into this. They've still got a smoke to play behind, so they can waste time as much as they need to here. Goyo, of course, already burning things through. I think an attempted backstab here from NGR, but he's been sniffed out by those alarms coming out from JV. So it feels like no real surprises coming in. Dark Zero might need to change in tack here with just a minute to go.
Yeah, we're going to have to see whether they've got sufficient time to do that. Nath is rotating towards Kitchen. Pamba's holding a presence still inside of Dirt, so still going to be a focus around that area of getting the plant down. But
KZ.
Furia, if they hold on to Dirt here, they're going to have a position to challenge from. Citizen's going to try and lock them in position, but 30 seconds left to go. Dark Zero, they've got to do something. They can't necessarily hold Dirt because of those Kiba barricades. They're taking them down now, but is it going to leave them enough?
Oh, he just turns at the right time there. Other players strike in. Spirits, for example, NGR making their move. A call for a second case. He was going to punish them, but no, it's failed. The shield stands tall. Citizen is Angel Guardian from above. And Dark Zero take the half 4-2.
Pamba won a really important fight with JV inside of the tunnel there. We could see that's when it really started crumbling. Citizen could then turn his attention elsewhere. Didn't need to worry about the player coming out of the tunnel any longer. And that was the round for Dark Zero. 4-2 in that first half. And they are going to be feeling pretty comfortable at the minute. And this, Des, could drag Furia right back down into things.
It would, because with a win here again, Furia would find themselves going through. They'd have enough to sit in that top 4, but Dark Zero are not making it easy. Dropping down to 7 will really make life tough for the side. The crazy thing is, again, reminding everyone, they of course lifted the Hammer last year. Like, this is a team that you look at and think, well, they'd lift a Hammer, surely they can go and win an event and make it even to the live stages, but it's looking like it might not be a thing if things carry on this way. Dark Zero really starting to put the pressure on. The Thermite ban, a very interesting one to be targeted against Furia. We spoke about the efficacy of hard breach bans on a number of maps. They've kind of split it in half here, gone for the Blackbeard and gone for the Thermite.
It just goes to show how competitive international Siege can be. Like you say, one team on any given day. Obviously we are inside a best of ones here. It makes it a little bit more of a shootout for these two teams. But right now, Dark Zero absolutely dominant through that first half. And we would expect a very good clubhouse to be coming out of Furia. They've been an excellent team on here for a long time, but Dark Zero certainly seem to have them well researched, well prepared for, and well under the hammer at the minute.
All right. let's see what other wonderful delights this game can deliver. Darkzero being up 4-1 attack was definitely not one of them on my bingo list. However, maybe Furia can do exactly the same back. I think a lot will be said by how this first round goes, though, Tim. They don't win this one, it starts to feel like Darkzero have got a bit too much of an advantage. You start worrying for Furia, they won't be able to make it.
Sight being opened up as we would expect, just to give those lines of sight from anybody stood on the tables inside of Cash. They can peek onto the breach, they can peek through into Garage should they want to. And have immediate attention towards that breach as we would expect. Should be fairly easy to open up. The mirror window has been placed on there, so that's going to give a little bit of something. Got the fuse being brought along as well by KZ. We've already seen this out of Furia before. Just helps to force anybody away from that wall, clear utility, just make it a little bit easier to get it up.
Everything inside of sight for sure. That means B is now wide open. No one can play on the wall. No one can really play inside of there out of fear of someone being in below. They'll be able to blast you out for free. And that's a third fuse charge now seen committed in towards B side here, Tim. That's an awful lot. Of course, not going to be able to do much about what's going on inside a catwalk with the fuse, but they can at least see the angle across here and start to give it a little bit of challenge. Spirit's very much dug in here alongside the Azami. They really do not want to give this up.
No, so much utility has been dedicated to that area, and it could be a good choice from Darkzero because Furia do want the catwalk. They've brought the shield along, they've brought the Capitao along. They are trying to get this locked down, but it's not going to be straightforward for them. I hope they've got a plan, because otherwise they're going to spend a lot of time and they're going to bang their head against the wall and get absolutely nowhere.
Got to start this march on through at some point, and of course Herds is really the orchestrator of this. Mindful of the ADSs as long as they're burnt through, which of course right now they are not. There we go, though, the EMP could be good for them. One gets eaten up, another Keeler going down straight away. Monty squaring up here, but have they managed to make him burn? No, they have not. He's bang on in the middle of this one, but the Monty! Out comes Felipox with the pistol, blows his way through both Spirits and Pamba. There may be one coming back the other way, Tim, but Furia have got the numbers advantage here with more than a minute still to play.
NJR with a quick challenge onto Nade on the rappel, can't quite find his man, but Furia have time now and they have the map control that they need. They are established inside of Garage. Felipox has diffuser in hand. That's a big kill from Citizen though, taking Nade down, brings us back to a 3v3. They don't have any range denial like Nitro's left, that's the problem. One Toxic Babe canister is all that stands between Darkzero and a plant going down. 30 seconds left.
Casey was desperate to get NGR through the drone hole then and couldn't quite do it. Now Citizen's dead inside of Cash. It's down to just Nath and NGR to make something happen. No C4 on side, a single smoke canister still to work with, and Felipox here should be in a great spot to make this work. He can afford to back away from this and order smoke if he needs to, but here we go. Nath trying something a little bit sneaky, but Felipox was shielded up. Problem is, Tim, he is 1 HP. If they can get below here and make this work for them, as long as they can deal with JV, they're in a great spot.
Yeah, they literally just need one bullet onto that planter. They've got to go and take the challenge, surely. There he goes. Felipox, he has to come off and go back onto the diffuser. Darkzero does. They've played it absolutely beautifully. Nath hops out of a window, forces the Felipox to get off the plant, and that is round defining.
I thought I saw JV on our other monitor down below, covering that in case someone went down red, but it was the one thing they forgot about, Tim.
The thing is, when you get down to 3 players on the attack, it's tough to have somebody in lounge, because you kind of want somebody on catwalk to cover top red. You want somebody on the breach. It's difficult to shift a body underneath. In hindsight, yeah, of course, it'd have been, it'd have been absolutely perfect setup. And you could say, well, risk your red stairs, risk your, your cash push, risk that to the person on the breach. But it's tough, they can come from anywhere. But
shot from Citizen as well.
Nath going out of the window there and forcing Felipox off the plant. That was a huge play.
Felipox had no choice here but to try and stick the diffuser, and of course, only one thing happens then when there's a shield below. I think they're happy about that one, Tim.
I think they might be. Look, they've every right to be, because like I say, that is a round to watch back. That is a round to watch back and see how you defend CCTV and Cash, because when you've lost Garage, when you've lost Catwalk, when you've got the breach open, It is very, if you don't have anybody underneath with a nitro, for example, very, very difficult to hold on to that site like that. The attackers really should be winning that more often than not, because you can't move from Cash or Red back into CCTV to challenge the planter. Nath, a big brain play to get out of the window. It's the only way you can challenge onto that spot without being cut down by the player who's watching from the breach or by the player inside a garage. Just really quick thinking from Dark Zero. Excellent stuff. 5-2 now.
Nade taking the chunk out of Spirits across the CC window there. Enough still, Dark Zero working their way through. The map, it is this gym bedroom defense, don't forget, but working their way down through the basement is Nath right now. Of course, a C4 in hand at the same time. We could yet see another round ruined from below him as long as that C4 is in the right place at the right time. Herd sniffing his way through into construction. He might be right here because there's two players coming past. Spirit and Pamba both stepping across, giving themselves some cover. If they get a swing onto this though, Hertz could be in danger.
Spirits
has made it.
Looking to try and get himself back, which he does. Keeper barricades go out. Of course, we know how key a position that can be. We see Shako playing there, you know, very, very often. He's great at holding on to that ground. Spirits also doing the same job there on the Azami. He's going to keep that in position now. Pamba is there, just moving back through into Cash. You can just see him. The drone doesn't, I think, pick him up quite, but I would have thought Furia would expect him to be in and around that area, because it means that Dark Zero can continue challenging onto those south-sided windows, and they definitely do know he's there as Felipox goes in to try and chase him down with the Monty.
And Hertz has got him pincered in a little bit here. Pamba's got a swing for her to try and get him, and sure enough he does. Almost escapes, but JV's there with the trade. Spirits back onto JV, killing his teammates Assailant, and now it looks, at least I was going to say, like Dark Zero have got some control here, but Spirits has been dealt with. They've got the south balcony assured, and Felipox on the shield is the one going to start thinking about an execute. Problem is though, Tim, we've been here before, and Citizen is still standing. He deleted them last time they came through here.
This is just getting wild. Jump out after jump out. It's just, Spirits knew that he couldn't go back in there because Felipox was going to be in that area. He just had to try and get himself as close to the wall and survive as he could, but it wasn't possible. What will happen now? Furia have got these south-sided windows. There's nothing Dark Zero can do to prevent that, but they can just front it up. They know that's where the pressure's going to come from. You can see that they are confident. There's nothing coming from Logistics Hatch. They are happy to just look towards those windows and try to take the gunfights when they come.
Monty's running down. Felipox, hello? He missed him, sat by the door? He's killed him for free there, Tim. That is the round basically over. Unless KZ can go massive, he cannot. Citizen with a big 2, but Felipox has literally gone walking past Nath there, who couldn't believe his eyes. A Monty booty for free? Thank you very much.
Furia are getting bullied on Clubhouse at the minute. There's no other way to put it. Dark Zero absolutely dominant, running rampant over them right now. So much so, Furia, they call the timeout.
I do not blame them. 4 rounds to fight back. This feels almost impossible.
Impacts. I want you to impact treat the ace charges on CC Breach, and I want you to pre-place an Ela mine at the top of the rafter stairs, so when the monster...
Pra eles estão só peitando, fazendo coisa, tipo, tava difícil a gente prever, tá ligado? Então vamos tentar jogar mais caçando. Mano, só joga sem medo nenhum, guys. Se a gente perder isso aqui, a gente joga amanhã, tá ligado? Só vamos jogar mais acelerado mesmo. Como se não tivesse valendo nada pra gente também, tá ligado?
Então, realmente não vale, a gente vai ter que jogar mais de qualquer jeito.
A gente tá querendo jogar tudo certinho, espera tudo, vai plantar, faltando 5 segundos, coisa, tá ligado? Então só vamos, mano, só vamos acelerar o jogo, trocar um tiro com esses ruins aí, tá ligado? Porque eles estão todos soltinhos, beleza?
Bora.
A lot to do, Tim. A lot to turn around for Furia. Who would have had a 7-2 to Dark Zero on their cards? That could be the scoreline we're about to find and experience. Yeah, I think Nath was in such shock for a moment. Look at this, look, free. It's so free. And I think he was a bit panicked. He was like, what just happened? And then threw his C4 at the wall, obviously not intending to, but wouldn't you be surprised if Monty has literally just walked in front of your face, not even seen you, and then you get a freebie?
He will never have an easier fight with a Monty in his life, let me tell you. But Furia, they just seem a little bit all at sea at the minute, Des. You know, going in with maybe a little bit of a lack of information. It's difficult in the late round there. 20 seconds left to go. You've kind of got to just make a push and hope for the best. But they didn't really have any idea, particularly where Citizen and Nath were located, and they were able to take advantage of that. So really tough. Dark Zero, by contrast, like I said, they did really well. They identified, look, all 3 of them are over there. We can could see on our top down, all the Dark Zero were just looking towards those windows. They weren't worried about Hatch, they weren't worried about Jacuzzi, they weren't worrying about main stairs. They knew that's where the pressure were coming from, and Dark Zero just seemed to be really on top of everything that Furia are trying to do.
Can they hold on, or is this one done? Feels like a big ask, as I said. 4 to climb, and Tim, it's already started out woefully. Herds offline on the IQ. Pamba getting a freebie. This could now start to look a very torrid affair for Furia. I don't see a way they fight their way back into this one unless we see something really special come out, but players like Citizen, Spirits have just been so hard to deal with today, Tim. Almost unplayable.
Absolutely, that's the best word for them, really. 21 kills between the two of them. And there's still at least one more round, maybe a few more to go if Furia can pull something out of the bag. But right now, they're going to need 4 in a row without mistakes. KZ's going to have to take a Goo-mine out. That's just going to slow his progress a little bit and allow Citizen to escape for a few moments to get himself back a little bit deeper. And again, something Dark Zero are doing well, taking gunfights when it's advantageous to them, but dropping away, waste a little bit of time, understanding the purpose of that roam.
Second one comes on through. Nade's gone. It does feel, Tim, like it's over. That goose is cooked, and Furia won't be able to fight their way back into this one. Dark Zero standing tall against last year's Hammerlifters. And they're just 3 kills away from seeing it done. Another one comes on through. They might get one, but it feels like a consolation kill. Spirits into another. NGR the next. And Dark Zero dispatching of Furia with ease.
Well, how about that? We thought there was a good chance we would finish the night with Furia going through to the playoffs, but no, they have just been dragged right down into the maelstrom, Des, that is going to be tomorrow.
There's a lot of teams now fighting it out near the bottom, which, as you said, leads to some really interesting matchup and possibilities that we can see play out. We know that M80 down there on 4th, for example, will find themselves in the best position to pick out what opponent they want to face, and there's BDS. Dark Zero will be on 7, along with Secret, and I believe also alongside Furia. So quite a few teams are playing this dance around that 7-bullet mark. It's going to lead to some very interesting draws, that is for sure. We'll find out what that looks like after a break.
with the Spirits, and you just beat a 3-time champion, and it was not that hard, right?
Yeah, it was pretty easy. Honestly, I didn't expect to be that easy, but there were some cats today. There were some gatos.
Okay, and you just asked me how to say cats in Portuguese, and I've told you that it's gatos, and I didn't know that you were going to do that joke about a Furia, but yeah, you're right. I wanna know what made the difference today for you to win such an easy match.
Well, I think we won the mental game. Well, they banned the double shields, and yesterday, I don't want to say I was not that successful with the shields, but today I was playing Ying shotguns and 4K first round, and I kept pushing and kept killing them. So third round they banned the Ying, and I think that's when that's where we won the game, when they banned the Ying.
And having a full confidence.
Yeah, it was pretty easy. And right after the game, they were not very happy about the Ying shot.
So just so you know, Hertz and JV was walking past us, and they were like, I'm not going to do that, but, just insulting you in a kind of way. You guys have such not a friendship, but, a really good way of communicating, even if you just beat them.
Yeah, I mean, the Furia guys are always a pleasure to play against and to be around. They're funny, they are friendly, and yeah.
They're really funny guys. Also about the club, the map, you guys chose to leave it open. So Furia pick, and you lost club yesterday. So what was the reason to just, play it again?
The club go. Good. Yeah.
What did you say?
Club go. we got the
Are
genius.
You the club goat?
Yeah, NIF is a genius club IGL, so we think Clubhouse is the best map. And yesterday it wasn't us. It
was another team.
Yeah, it was just not us. We were not there on attack at least. Well, yeah.
And what is the true Dark Zero? What is Dark Zero then?
I mean, you saw it today.
Ooh.
And it's just a beginning, so.
Okay, it's just the beginning. Okay, let's see, it's just the beginning for Dark Zero, Milosh. Thank you so much.
It's the other side of the moon here, Dark Zero. They are victorious, which is an upset. We're not really expecting it in this way. It's an upset if you're a Furia fan, that's for sure now, because they don't go through today. They're gonna have to fight a big fight tomorrow, gents. What went down? Because the Ying shotgun is just so frustrating when you got Spirix on the other side.
Yeah, I mean, we called it, didn't we? We called it as soon as they were going to go for the double shield ban, Ying shotgun was going to come out. It duly did. Forced them into a Ying ban, and then he bullets them with the shields and everything else as well.
You've got to salute the trust that Dave had in his own skills when he said, we're going to pick attack. We're just so good at attack on Clubhouse.
Yeah.
Despite Clubhouse being defender-sided, we're going to go in. They got a 4-2 split on that, by the way, and they just locked in the defense.
And Furia are an excellent Clubhouse team themselves as well. That was, that was a show put on from Dark Zero just now.
I mean, Club is usually the map with the most emphasis on fundamentals, right? And in this case, seeing Dark Zero master fundamentals the way they do, you have to be kicking yourself pretty much back home. How sad it is that you only had one bullet in there.
Yeah, exactly that. And I think, I keep referencing it, but it was said in the IGL Summit, it's like Clubhouse is the team, Clubhouse is the map that sees which team has the best fundamentals, the best teamwork, the best team play. Dark Zero, they were like operating as one single entity throughout the whole map on their attack. It was so good to see. A couple of individual isolated pockets of aggression for Fury to pick up their 2 rounds, but that was it.
Citizen, new pickup went 2-on-8, yes, but one of those kills was a clutch. Huge. Amazing. And then you have Spirits, again, another pickup. Yes, he's amazing on the shields, but 18 frags for 5 deaths against the best gunners in the world. That's some great pickup right there.
I was speaking to Kangaroo Ken, and he was like, when we heard Spirits was available, we didn't even contact him. We thought other top teams would already have had him locked up. As soon as we knew he was available, he was in the team.
Understandable. He's one of the biggest prospects to come out of Canada ever, pretty much. Canadian is the only person that you can come close to, but at this point, he's an old man. It's not the same kind of thing. You got fresh blood in there.
He's dunking on Fox a little bit.
Yeah,
huh?
a little bit.
But
we'll see. Maybe the Canadian national team will be good.
That's true, but he turned into American at this point.
I see.
Things change. Anyways, what is our blacklight detail for this final matchup?
Well, all right, that was quick. I was very quick here, right there. All right. Our detail is going to be about synergy. It's going to be about Dark Zero playing chess and outsmarting all of Furia, who's amazing gunners, by the way, but they're always making sure they have the upper hand. They're always anticipating. We see Philipox here. He's actually extended into strip. That's something we don't see very often. That's very risky, and you'll see that's not going to work. They're basically on basement, and they're isolating this gunner. You see Spirits, Citizen, they're ready to take on the fight with Philipox. Now, Spirits with ping can send his Candelas and flash him completely. That's the first utility used. Second thing, Ace is breaching the wall to get a second on him. And then, third thing, Citizen is actually running in, so he has a third angle on him at the same time. So whatever they do, they always have a fallback plan if something goes worse. Now the flashes push Philipox away, they cannot get the kill, but what do you see here? Citizen is holding the same line, which prevents any other roamer to go help Philipox. So when KZ approaches, he's facing Citizen who gets a free kill. Now Citizen, as soon as he got the kill, rotates out. Why is he doing that? Once again, they want another layer. Here, he can wallbang Philipox at the same time as Spirits pushes Philipox. Once again, there is no way, even the best gunner in the world cannot escape this trap. Once again, perfect 2v1 setup and free kill for DZ, amazing chemistry. Now because they've got ground floor control, they can kill any roamer that should be going down the stairs. Exactly the case here with one player rotating down the blue stairs. Now, at the same time, only one roamer remains. And this guy is Hertz, one of the best gunner in the game. Pay attention to the setup here. You see, the main door barricade is being opened by someone. He's challenged right now. At the same time, Pambazu all the way out in lounge is coming. That's a second way pinch. Third pinch, Spirits all the way in stock can wallbang. Now, Herd is stuck into a three-way pinch, but he's the best gunner in the game. He's gonna get a first pick on the main player, a second pick on the launch player. But once again, this is too smart. They've anticipated it. They've got a third player ready to commit and kill him. Now, that's my blacklight detail. Amazing chemistry.
Amazing chemistry and amazing illustration. Thank you very much, Alfama. It is time then to recap our day. Our standings, put them up on the screen as we bring our fellow Frenchmen onto the stage. They look, well, exactly like this. The teams in red, those 5, officially qualify to the quarterfinals on Friday. Loud, KAG Osaka, W7M, Elevate, and Team Falcons move through. FaZe Clan do not qualify.
Yeah, so it's worth saying the reason for that is Falcons and FaZe Clan are on the same amount of bullets, but Team Falcons have the greater round difference as shown on that leaderboard.
Yes, it is a tie break basically between those two teams, but it's not done for FaZe. They basically now catapult to #1 going into day 5 tomorrow, but there's a lot more to it than just being #1. Everybody's going all in.
Now this is tricky. You know, some teams like Wildcard, like Cloud9, like Furex that had so many bullets going into this round are ended up not qualified. So you can see some kind of balance here, and they will likely be the biggest targets for the remaining teams.
We have to say goodbye to Liquid, Fnatic, Scars, SSG, and Talon Jack. That's just the nature of it.
That is the nature of it. I think there's some big teams there that we wouldn't have even expected to have been saying goodbye to. We would have expected to see them on the main stage.
Liquid, Space Station are big surprises for me. I was expecting the Nurse pickup to be such a monumental add-on. I will say this, I think Nurse is doing really good. I think Space Station had a really tough way throughout the tournament. It's also playing these BO1s. They will come back stronger. Yes, they should have won this, but in the end, they only lost 2 BO1s to get out. Like, they should be okay with this.
Let's zero in on a few of the matches that happened today that really had a big impact. The NK4X played Team Falcons, and of course, that was the game that qualified Falcons through into that top 8 that we'll have them see there. What happened in the matchup?
Yeah, I mean, this one's going to be KAG against Liquid. Obviously, it came all the way down to the very final moments of that. You know, long pause out right after round 1. KAG Liquid going at it. It was highly charged, highly emotional. It was right at the start of the day. It feels like years ago. And then it came down to a C4 in this round in the absolute dying seconds, coming out from Aniton to send Team Liquid home.
Yeah, incredible plays from KAG. Great discipline here. Aniton, you will see the C4 that comes from the basement. Overall, we've seen a KAG that is rejuvenated, that plays around the same mechanical skill, but also that has a much better game vision and understanding of the game, played much better around the time here, and overall, a huge surprise for everyone to see Liquid go like this.
Well, our second matchup that we want to highlight for today is that FureX match. Sorry, again, it's just Guz messing around with all the buttons.
He's so bad for it, Guz.
at times he's chewing all the cables around the computers, and this time is just messing around in production room. Furex, Falcons, and Falcons victorious.
Yeah, I mean, note the map here. The best bank team in the world managed to get themselves onto bank against Furex. I like what Falcons have had going, but Furex have had going. Not sure why they got themselves onto bank. Falcons getting it done, they get themselves through based off the fact they get a huge win on their favorite map.
I feel like Dark is the king of hot takes, you know. He's the one that chickened out on round 2. He's the one that's taking Falcons. Yeah, he keeps surprising us. He's the one that took Falcons to bank, the one map that they never lose, just literally never lose. And maybe there is a reason for it, because that was an easy 7-3 for Falcons and a great way for them to get and qualify.
It did start out a little bit ropey. They went down 1-3 as well. We were thinking, oh boy, here we go again.
And then they brought it completely back.
Yeah.
I think they're so good on bank because Falcons as a team and as these players themselves, they made so much money over the past 3.5 years that it just, of course,
they need to defend their bank, right? Yeah, I get it.
Completely understandable. And they're going to add more to that bank because, of course, they'll be playing in the quarterfinals. We will take a break because it is time for our draft. We'll get to know what matches we'll have tomorrow for a final round of the group stage.
Welcome back to R6 Reload here in Rio, and we're ready for our draw show, Leah. We've had 5 teams eliminated, 5 teams are already through to playoffs. That means there's only 3 spots left and 10 teams that will be competing and currently drawing to get there.
It's the final draft show. It's the most important one. Only 3 spots remaining, just like you said. So 70% of the team tomorrow will get out. This is going to be a tough one. This is going to be a really tough one. Only a few teams have a good amount of ammo to go up the standings. The leaderboard so far has been full of surprises with teams like, KAG Osaka, for example, Allowed making it all the way to quarterfinals, and big disappointment like Team Liquid and Space Station missing it and being eliminated already.
This is where we're really going to see some of these strategies that we saw come into play right at the start in, round 1, round 2. Really, whether they will be, worth of having run for some of the teams. Some of our teams have gone quite conservative and been in the middle of the pack right throughout. And today, or this draw show, and tomorrow is do or die for them.
You have to mention Dark Zero right there. They were playing against Furia. They were playing in one of the best teams right now at this event. The only one that was undefeated with W7M. And they still beat them, and yet they only reloaded 1 bullet. So they're sitting on 7 bullets. They're middle of the pack, which is crazy to me right now, because they're one of the best performing teams. But it's actually going to be really tough for them to qualify.
Well, M80 are going to be the first team that's able to make the pick because they have the lowest amount of bullets. So we're going to bring up a graphic to show who they can pick from and who is actually remaining. And as you can see there, bottom 5 teams are already eliminated. They're there in the grey. Top 5 teams are already through. They're there in the red. M80 can actually pick Leo. Anybody else, but it is worth saying, they are limited by either their opponent's bullet count or a maximum of 8.
So let's be real about this. We said that maybe it was the Fabian idea to lose today to be able to have the minimum amount of bullet and the first pick in the most important draft moment. Now, I think if I'm them right now, you should look at Cloud9. I know I keep saying this is the weakest team, but it's true. These guys, they've struggled to beat PSG Talon. They've struggled to beat Scars, 2 of the worst teams in the tournament that are already eliminated. They're sitting on 12 bullets. They're your favorite target right now.
M80 currently have 4 bullets. They want to be able to get the maximum of 8, so they have to pick up upwards, G2 upwards basically. They also currently have their extended mag. So in theory, they can get a maximum of 18. That's before if they get any eliminations or flawless cards in play.
So theoretically right now, if they pick Cloud9 and play the extended mag, they will be in a situation where they become the 5th best seed and qualify in quarterfinals right now.
So it's worth saying that the teams are going to be picking off-site just with the final draw going on. So we will be revealing which team M80 has to pick, and you think that it might be Cloud9. We won't confirm it yet.
I think Cloud9 makes the most sense. I think if you look at all the other teams that were there on that leaderboard, if you look at all the teams that are already qualified, amazing teams, but there are still amazing teams still right now running. Dark Zero right now who beat Furia who just lost. These teams you don't want to be facing. If you need to pick a weaker opponent that's sitting on a ton of bullets, it's got to be Fearx or Cloud9, and right now Fearx has shown some amazing plays. They've beat Falcons, so for me, Cloud9 right now, they need to be the perfect victim.
One important thing to note as well, there are no chicken cards. And that's going to be massive, which means whoever M80 pick, because M80 only have 4 bullets, are going to be limited to a maximum reload of 4, plus any extended mags that they are currently holding.
And realistically, the only reason why M80 is in that position in the first place is because they went a little bit risky, also because they played some of the best teams in the tournament. So this is what
Secret today.
Yeah, 5 against Secret today was a big risk. Secret has been playing amazing this event, and they proved it against M80, and it was rough. It was like a 7-2 on Clubhouse. So if you look at M80 right now, yes, they're in a tough spot. Yes, they've only got 4 bullets. But Fabian's team has some of the best gunners in NA. They've got an amazing team. And they have the opportunity right now, once again, to pick a team that has a lot of bullets and this should be on paper way weaker than them.
If you're Cloud9, what are you thinking?
I mean, I'm trying to preserve as much as I can. The realistic thing is to say, okay, we know we're probably one of the teams that are the weakest here, so maybe we try and be conservative. Maybe we only reload 1 bullet. We try to keep the maximum amount of bullets that we have. They're sitting on 12. If they only reload 1 and lose it, they're on 11. Do you think they can make it with 11? I think that's quite short, right?
Is there a thought process that M80 might go even bigger? We've seen some ego challenges onto FaZes and Furias of the world, for example. Because let's not forget, if M80, go hard, whoever they beat will also lose and probably not go through.
I think that's
so they can keep an opponent out as well. They can gatekeep Leo.
One of the most important things there, if you get picked by M80, you can only reload as much ammo, as many bullets as M80 have, right? So the problem is, if you get picked by M80, you can only reload 4. So effectively, if M80 picks you, you know you're out. But you will want to revenge them. You will want to have a revenge, because then you will be in a matchup where you can potentially prevent MAT for also qualifying. So it will be a battle to death.
It really is. It really is obviously mind games that are going on. We've seen them in the ban phases. We've actually shown some great content. Maria's got like mic'd into ban phases. We've seen it in the draft show as well. There's lots of mind games that are going on between the two teams. And it's just gatekeeping all over.
Yeah.
The reason that we're a little bit delayed is obviously we've got to check every permutation, because once you get to this stage in the draw, teams can't play teams that they've already played. Yep. So one pick might cascade down and have a lot of different effects.
So effectively, when MAT take their decision, that then sets up all the matches for the rest?
Yes.
Yeah, so that's why also we have to run all the implications for this one. Now, going back to your point, yes, Fabian has a huge ego. We all know about it. I know about it when I used to play against him, and the text chat.
Fabian? Ego?
Yeah.
No.
Yeah.
No, he's the quietest person I've ever met.
His mission is to take his organization and his team further in the tournament. And I will say this, if it's my mission, I'm picking Cloud9 any day of the week.
And that's it. You're literally not thinking about anybody else in the world.
Fearx maybe, because they've looked amazing so far. They have 11 bullets, but they may be the weakest team out here. Wildcard maybe. G2, they've been looking
Because you're
weak.
looking at anybody that has 8 bullets or more.
Yeah. Right now, we're looking at MAT. They only have 4 bullets, and
they do have their wildcard. They're not their wildcard. Their extended mag. That's the 5th card that you can see there.
So we need to know who are they picking, and also we will need to know right now.
And here is their pick. Cloud9, there it is.
All right, so that made the most sense. Obviously, like we've said before, on paper here, one of the easiest opponents that they could pick from, and 12 bullets. Now, what will be interesting is to know how many bullets they can reload. Realistically, right now, there is no downside of picking the maximum amount of bullets, because whatever happens, if they lose, they're eliminated.
Yeah, absolutely. Teams are going to have to put everything they can on. Obviously, Cloud9, they can only put 4 on because they've already used their extended mag, and MAT only have 4. But we're going to throw it to Milos down in the studio to get their reactions.
Yeah, we're going to get the reactions of the teams that have already qualified, plus, of course, 2 people who have qualified, in this case, Ace and Dez. And we're really going to go around here now. MAT have picked Cloud9 to play against tomorrow. What does Elevate think about that? What's your opinion on that pick? Is it the smart one from AT?
I think it's okay. It's a safe pick. No? It's a good match, yeah.
If you were in MAT's position where you only have like 4 or 5 rounds, who do you go up against now to really farm bullets to survive tomorrow?
I think MAT don't have how to survive tomorrow. But we can pick G2 and play a show map.
Fair enough. Fair enough. Do you agree with the MAT decision? I mean, Fabian usually says he never does anything wrong. So do you agree with the decision that he's made to play against Cloud9?
Yeah, I think he can't pick the teams who need bullets.
Yeah.
Just to competition. How can I say?
Just play the ones that have the highest bullets to get them out of them.
Yeah, and to pick, I think MAT G2 is the best match from tomorrow.
That's fair. I mean, you were hanging out at the pool today, I'm sure. W7M just chilling, relaxing. Let's ask our resident casters here. Dez first, what do you think of that decision?
I want to be twice here with the headset and that.
Yeah, actually, that's true.
Double Dez, that's what we need to hear, right?
Dez, please.
No, I think it's good. For MAT, obviously, as the guys have said, it's about getting as many bullets as possible. And I think going up against other NA players is probably the most comfortable this team can be. Makes total sense to me.
Are you going to agree with him for once, Tim?
Yeah, I think I am on this one. Looking at Cloud9 are a good opportunity. They've got plenty of bullets to go at, so it allows MAT the chance to get a good reload in. But also, I think looking at the way the 2 teams have played, I would put MAT in a bit of a different bracket to Cloud9 so far. So I think it's a good chance for a win.
All right, I won't be asking every single person about this. You know, we all have opinions. We can go back and kind of take a pick of the litter as we go on. So there you go. Our first matchup has already been decided. MAT will play C9 tomorrow. Back to you on the desk.
All right, so we've locked that in. The next team that is going to get the pick, obviously, is based on reload bullet count, is going to be Team BDS. Now, obviously, Leo, we've seen Team BDS be on a very aggressive strategy.
Yep.
And the aggressive strategy they went for is they played FaZe and Furia. They picked Furia all the way back at the very first draw show for round 2 with the hopes of when it gets to round 5, they can get an easier opponent and go big. Now, both FaZe and Furia are currently still in this draft as well.
Yeah, and effectively, even though they've played these guys, they haven't lost that many bullets playing against them. And then they also played Loud and lost to them. And this is why Loud is already qualified, because they beat BDS today. Now, I will say this, they have a lot of talent on the team. But do they have enough with these 5 bullets to pick someone else? I would go for FearX if I was them.
So let's take a look at the opponents that they can actually pick from. Obviously, it is a slightly reduced pool.
All right, so they picked
this is
FearX.
the one that they picked. This isn't the opponent that they can pick from.
That's
This is the
2 for 2
opponent
right
they
now.
have picked. 2 for 2 there, Leo.
All right, that does make sense. FearX probably one of the weakest teams out of the ones remaining here. Once again, you know, you have Furia here, you have Secret. It will be tough to get a better opponent than this one, to be honest. A worse opponent in general, because FearX probably is right there with Cloud9. It makes sense from BDS standpoint.
Okay, let's see what Milosh and the rest of the gang down here at the studio think.
Yeah, BDS picking FearX. Now, BDS need to collect some more bullets to really get them into a proper position. FearX is an open target. Now, what does Cyclops believe about this? Do you think it's a good decision?
FearX right now looks scary, so I don't know. I really don't know.
You have to risk at some point, right? Like, you get to day 5, it's do or die.
Yeah, I guess, but yeah, I don't know. I don't know about FearX right now. They're kind of scary.
Even KAG are afraid of FearX. Well, who knows? I mean, everybody should throughout their run. And we'll go over to Falcons in this case, kind of asking, all right, BDS, FearX, would you be afraid of any one of those 2 teams at this point? You've qualified, you squeak through, but what do you think about it?
I mean, we have done the same with picking FearX yesterday, so I think it's a good pick for BDS. They had a tough match against Loud, but I think they can beat the Korean team.
That's fair. A Korean team. Everybody's afraid of the Korean team, gents. Like,
no wonder.
Hang on. Yesterday you were saying it feels like they've run out of road.
Well, I thought they had run out of road yesterday, but they found a bit more.
Should they still be scared of them today? Really?
I don't know. They've maybe shown a little bit of weakness, but the thing is, I'd put them in the same bracket as like KAG. They're a team that can just turn up on the day and do really surprising things. So I don't know about that one.
That's
you got
a tight one tomorrow.
BDS, a team of rookies going up against some real experience there. It's going to be tough.
It's going to be a good game to watch regardless. Let's go back and see what our third matchup is.
There we go. So we've got that second matchup locked in, obviously BDS against FearX. And I believe the next matchup is already ready. Can we bring it up on the screen? Hopefully we can. And I believe, Leo, that it will be a lock. So Team Secret, as you can see, they've already got themselves 7 bullets.
And they have to play reminder. They cannot play twice the same opponent. So now if we look at their opponent, it's already locked in with 7 bullets. They will try and get as many bullets possible against Wildcard, sitting on 13 bullets. That's a choice that makes sense. For the rest, they would have had to face DZ or FaZe. So obviously you want to play against the rookies, the guys that are the newcomers, the new guys on the block. But they have been looking amazing throughout the phase 1.
Yeah, I think, being honest, had it been a draw anyway, I think that's probably the opponent that Secret would have gone for, despite the fact Wildcard are looking good. But you don't care what we want to say. We say you want to hear from the guys down at the studio.
I mean, Team Secret Wildcard, you see everybody's, they're really afraid of what could happen here because FaZe is on the edge. Well, what's the reactions like?
No, because Furia can play Furia and FaZe, and one Brazilian less in the tournament. It's sad.
It is sad because now you're not only thinking about this game, you're thinking about what would happen afterwards. You're also surprised on your end. What does Loud think?
It's going to be a really cool match to watch. I like to watch right now, so it's really cool. I went to see it.
Watch the war in the pool.
We'll be watching and laughing a lot.
Fair enough. It's going to be entertaining regardless. I mean, here, Team Secret, we get to see them. They've been a big surprise, gents. Maybe tomorrow we'll get to see them move past.
Wildcard have already had some success against EU, though. A good win against G2. They've had a good win against SSG today.
Yeah,
it's not going to be an easy one for
the whole region.
But I do like
Secret today.
Right?
Secret look really good. I fancy them winning that game tomorrow.
Opinions are divided, really. Let's send it back.
It's tough right now. You have G2 remaining. You have Furia, you have FaZe, you have DZ. Now we have 4 of the best teams in the world with G2. That's kind of been struggling, but he's now rejuvenated.
Yeah, and the next game, actually the rest of the draw has ended up being a lock with the way that the games have worked. The next team is going to be Furia. 7 bullets, big loss today.
Yeah,
in the draw, they could have gone through had they won, Leo.
Yeah, big loss today. They could have qualified. Now let's look at their opponent. That's going to be FaZe. Oh, wow.
Oh, wow.
We're ended up with FaZe and Furia. That means
Wow.
that one of these teams won't even reach quarterfinal. Now that is really rough. Both
Wow.
of these teams deserve it.
Rematch of Six Invitational 2024 Grand Final.
I think FaZe was 1.3% away of round difference to make it to quarterfinals. I think it's like literally one round difference.
This is crazy. Like, oh, this is crazy. I've got so much reaction, but so is Miloš down at the studio.
Yeah, I mean, you can see. Just
They're having a meltdown over it.
It is a meltdown. So Furia picked FaZe in this case, and especially our Brazilian squads are going wild. Like, wait, why would you do that? Now, you were afraid of maybe having one less team from Brazil in the finals. It seems like we're gonna have it.
I can understand what happened. I really don't believe what happened here. Why Fury pick FaZe and not G2? G2 don't have a good championship.
Yeah, I don't know why, to be honest. I have no idea.
It is a lock in this case. It's just due to the way that the matches have worked out, and with the way that things have been, they kind of have to play one another in this case. So regardless, the situation does get complicated. Yeah, muito complicado. Muito complicado. Our last matchup, we're gonna have to send it back. We're all confusion over here.
Yeah, of course, it is going to be a lock. I know that some of the teams down there were a bit confused, but it is the way that it fell. And of course, we will just confirm our final game here. G2 Esports, they got the win over the line today. Will it be too little too late? We don't know. And obviously, we do know that their opponent will be Dark Zero. Massive, massive victory today against Furia. They're looking good. And for Dark Zero, they do actually have their extended mag as well.
They have their extended mag, and they're playing one of the weakest opponents that were left out of FaZe and Furia. Clearly, I think everybody would have pegged G2 if you look at the way they've been playing so far in this Phase 1. Anyway, what happens right now is we have two amazing matchups, and we're going to see FaZe or Furia go home here in Brazil. And only one is going to qualify to quarterfinals. This is huge, guys.
Let's get the reaction from Miloš and the gang down at the studio.
G2 will play Dark Zero. Now, G2... There's a bit of a hope here for EU. Maybe we get another European team that goes into quarters. Secret is on there. What does Falcons think about that?
I mean, Dark Zero looks fire today. Like, thanks to us, we got qualified because they beat Furia, and they're a really good team. So I think it's gonna be really, really hard for G2, to be honest.
A hard matchup, no matter how you cut it. From the APAC and Japan side here, what's the reaction like for their final matchup?
I mean, G2 looks a little bit shaky right now. So I think Dark Zero is gonna win. I'm gonna get flamed.
I'm really confused. Why are we talking about like NA versus EU? Isn't this like two EU teams facing each other here?
I mean, give or take, but I'm excited about the G2, like the NA EU. Let's respark the rivalry. G2 look better today.
Wait.
I'm just optimistic for a good game.
Gents, are you casting tomorrow?
No. Day off. We get to sit in the pool as well and watch.
So you're not as sad as we think you are.
No. G2 against the Brits. That's what it is.
Turns out we're going to have a lot of fun in our Playdate tomorrow. And that is it. Thank you so much for joining us here, hearing the opinion of our top 5 teams that have already qualified to the quarterfinals on Friday. Our matches are locked in. Do or die tomorrow. We'll see you in Rio. Have a good night.